About to say a lot more words here in a minute. And if you stick around, you'll hear a lot of maybe made-up words, but we don't know for sure. All right, we're getting started here in just a few minutes. I'm going to feed my dogs, and grab myself some water, and then we will be back. But please enjoy my dancing while we await, or should I say while we await. Should take about 5 minutes. We'll say 5 minutes. We'll cap it off at 5 minutes. Enjoy the music, enjoy the dancing, and we will be right back. Give me a beat. Up next. Hey! Woo! Just holding my other dog, making sure that she doesn't steal her sister's dinner. Lunch? It's early for dinner, I guess. Lunch. They only get 2 meals a day, though, so. Oh! We're getting there. To that I say a big hearty hood-nanny. It's not suet, it's suet. I don't think people are going to fall for my rage bait vertical stream title. Trump supporters are whiny little babies. That's usually pretty good. That's usually pretty good at getting them all riled up. See what happens. We'll see what happens. Usually it doesn't start happening until the afternoon, so we gotta wait a couple hours. We'll see what happens. All right, I'll be right back. just heard a metal squeak, like a squeaking metal sensation, and it really made my skin crawl. It was like nails on a chalkboard. That was insane. I did not like hearing that. Oh my god. God damn. Woo! Oh. Ooh, that doesn't feel good. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's gonna affect me for hours. Oh my God. Also today, if you stay tuned, in addition to looking at a Bigfoot person, researcher, specialist, that I actually kind of like, I'm into. Like, he's not, like, he doesn't appear to be outwardly grifting. He actually really seems interested in the science, but he's definitely fallen hook, line, and sinker into the whole Bigfoot is real thing. So I would love to just see some of his takes. He believes that they can teleport. He believes they can turn invisible. It's a smorgasbord of pretty gosh darn cool stuff. So let us hope that we don't get advertised anything, or that, you know, like, let's hope that it's above board as it so seems. I think it will be. I think it looks like there's good things to expect. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. And if the music isn't to your liking, feel free to suggest something that isn't copyrighted, Chayton. I'm gonna put that out there. That it cannot be copyrighted. Chayton. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go make sure that they are fully done and able to go outside and poop should they need to, all that kind of stuff. And then we'll begin. I'm gonna grab myself a nut bar. Alright. Got my nut bar. Hey, premium DNA, get its eDNA that you need. That one guy who sells them, his business makes $28 million a year. $28 million a year. Or no, I think it's closer to 50. Can you imagine making that much money by grifting your viewers into funding your, like, vacations? Insane. Insane. But that's a guy we will cover in a video, as opposed to on stream. He deserves in-depth looking at. Perfetto. Hey, mangia. Mamma maglione. Alright. Getting my ear cups on. Gotta get my ear cups. Gotta be able to hear, you know. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know. Oh my extra gosh. Oh my extra gosh, goddamn. You know, extra gosh and faith in Begora. You know, if you're from the UK, what up? I don't know why I singled you out, but that's how we're doing it. What's up? who's more insane? No, who's more of a P asterisk or no I'm going with the rage bait here on the vertical stream, so I'm trying to type in the most inflammatory thing that I can while keeping within TOS. All right, who's more of a P asterisk SSY in the poll? And then the options are Trump or Trump supporters. No, because that's instigating. I don't want to do it. Who's more? Let's just say crazy. Who's more crazy? There we go. Who's more crazy? That'll work. I mean, it's slight rage bait. I don't know if it's going to be good enough for the standards to which I'm holding rage bait, but you never know. You know, it could be good. Could work. We're gonna get them in here, and then they're gonna get surprised by by this not even having anything to do with that, and then they're gonna leave immediately. But isn't that's how everyone in my life treats me? I'm kidding. Knock on wood. Isn't that just how like, you know, life is? What, you guys don't have people leaving you all the time? I'm still eating my nut bar. Still eating a nut bar. You know, it's important. You gotta finish consuming the nut bar before you can talk. Otherwise, you're doing this and talking with your mouth full all the time, which isn't pleasant, you know. I don't consider it rude necessarily, but it's just like it's hard. It's hard to you know, maintain a train of thought when you're chewing. You still doing the retail thing? Yeah. Just trying not to get burnt out on it. But yeah, it's definitely still a thing. You should see. I can actually show off the store, Robert. It's not. I mean, it's not especially impressive, but it's certainly bigger than it was before. It looks good. It looks good. It looks decent. It looks. Have you checked out Inconveni? I think my inability to pronounce the name probably tells you I haven't. I kind of hate those things because it's like stuck on the inside, right? Because there's like sugar syrup all over it. And you gotta like rip it off, but then it splashes the stuff everywhere. One store, many stories. Cozy slice of life game about running a small town convenience store. I haven't heard that. It looks decent. It looks actually like there's some thought put into it. And it's only $15.99, which is it's promising. And the stock rooms look pretty good. Yeah, it looks okay. But it's not really the stories that I miss, you know? It's more so the like the interactions with employees. I don't know what I want out of these Sims. I like that it feels crappy. Crappy? No. It's not crappy. How do I explain this? What do I want? What do I want out of this? What do I want? Why am I talking with my mouth full? Totally rude. Sorry. Why can't we just swallow things like pythons? You know? Just unhinge your jaw. I like the job I worked in GTA RP at the coffee shop because it was decent money, but it was RPing with people constantly. Yeah, customer service, you kind of force yourself into those interactions, which is kind of nice. But I'm not even talking about, like, other players, you know? I'm talking about, like... See, it's not impressive. Now that I'm looking at it, it's not very impressive. I'm constantly on catch-up. Like, I feel like it's not going to be sustainable here. With the number of employees I've taken on... I mean, this stuff's always in stock, so that's kind of something I don't really have to worry about. I just paid off another debt, so I guess I'm not worried about that. But I pay nearly $1,000 each day, and I'm having trouble keeping the shelves full. So that's kind of a bad thing. That's a bit of a... We make like $22,000 a day. That ain't chump change. 18,000. Ooh, okay, that's pretty bad. Does that take COGS into account? I mean, 122K in 7 days that's what I used to deal with in back in the day in the seafood department was around 50K or around 10K in sales a day, and that was about it was a small percentage of store sales. The whole store did about 250K a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. And everyone needs to survive. You really had to buy food from a player-run store. Yeah, deliveries are typically, because that's where you get all the extra money from, you know? You're selling your product, and you're making them pay a delivery cost, and they get to tip you. That's pretty nice. I hope they tipped you. Something like 30% of all people who don't tip. Those are some bullshit. I mean, in the US. But that is some bullshit. I cannot believe that there are people out there who withhold tips like that. Y'all can go fuck yourselves if that's who you are. Tip your servers. Tip fucking people at the restaurant that you're going to eat at, spending money, assholes. I gave the cops free donuts and they let me speed on deliveries without pulling me over. That's hilarious. See, now that, to me, that's a functional society. When we're not so caught up in enforcement because we need to make our quotas or because we need to make our money. I'm sorry, this is a real life gripe. We just got a lease violation for having a smoker in the backyard. And that, it's a grill, first of all. That grill, and I've only ever used it as such, that grill has been there for over 10 years. And we've undergone too many inspections for them to have just noticed it. So I'm a little pissed. I'm a little like, I'm carrying this over into my streaming life. Like, fuck landlords and fuck rental companies. Goddamn middlemen. Again, you can't get me started on middlemen. I'm just gonna talk about them. Anyway, I didn't want to play the game. I'm actually enjoying playing it off stream. So maybe I'll do like intermittent check-ins and then call them extra days. But I do want to talk about Bigfoot today. I do want to talk about a channel that I guess begrudgingly support. I don't believe Bigfoot's real. I think we would have found him by now. I know that that's contrary to what a lot of people believe. But if you've never seen this channel before, it's called Cabin in the Woods. Let's see, sometimes I park my motorcycle inside the coffee shop so it wouldn't get stolen. But yeah, the owners usually didn't like us to do that. If you were the owner, it wouldn't matter. If you were the owner, it'd be a set piece. So like I would have like a elevated block in the middle of my dining room, and I would roll my chopper right up onto that block, and it would sit there during business hours, and that would be like, you know, everyone gets to look at my amazing chopper. Can you tell it I'm not very educated with motorcycles? I call it a chopper twice, I think. So until the owners did it all the time, yeah, but you know, you gotta own your own slice of the pie. If your owners try to tell you can't park your motorcycle inside, how frickin' dare they? How frickin' dare they? You know? So aside from this guy obviously believing in Bigfoot, he seems to have some really high production value. He brings in people like Les Stroud. Les Stroud, the Survivor man himself. to go and do his Bigfoot hunts. Apparently, Les Stroud himself is kind of a bit of a Bigfoot hunter, but I don't think that it's like a formal thing. I don't think that he does Bigfoot excursions, like he charges money for it, which makes him a grifter. But he also used to kind of fake his Survivor Man stuff. Everyone's like, oh, Les Stroud is like the main guy of Survivor stuff. Bear Grylls, he's a faker. But no, Les Stroud did the same fucking shit. He just showed more of his Survivor process on land, like in front of the camera, as opposed to like he spent the night out there, as opposed to going to a hotel at the end of the day. Skippy, why are you on your phone at work watching this? Why don't you just have like earphones in, and then you're like with a different window on your computer at work? Why not? It's not like I'm saying anything vulgar. Shitty, piss, shit, piss, shit, fuck, shit. Oh wait, no, you'd have earphones in. Never mind. Shitty, piss, fuck. Damn it. I was gonna try and get you in trouble with your boss. I don't think it's gonna work. But this guy is... I don't think he's grifting. I think that he truly believes what he is saying. It's kind of like a Graham Hancock situation. Graham Hancock is a massive spreader of mis and disinformation regarding history of the world and ancient civilizations. But he truly believes that what he is saying is correct. And it's not... It's through the lens of people who disbelieve him that people still respect him, because he's saying the things like from the background of science. He's not like, his specialty is not in the things that he's talking about, but over time he's developed a speciality when it comes to ancient history. And now I think he's undergoing some health issues, but it's entirely possible that he isn't in it specifically just for the money, especially the way that he treats his interlocutors during debates. He actually really respects the people who respect him back. So, and he's not on that same brand of like the people who get defensive and who are like, you're trying to take away my livelihood, that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, you're part of the conspiracy yourself. Graham Hancock, it doesn't really seem to be that kind of guy. I may not have seen enough of his stuff to know whether or not he's like that, but he doesn't seem like that kind of guy. He's not overly defensive and pushy like the Weinsteins are, like Terrence Howard is, that kind of thing, because they have a financial interest in keeping the illusion alive. Whereas Graham Hancock is actually trying to find science. He may be pushing mis and disinformation, which is harmful to the scientific community, but it's not that is his goal. It's finding the truth that is his goal. Kind of cool. It's a little bit more commendable than the people who are simply doing it for a paycheck. This guy appears to be in that same vein. So as per usual, we're going to do the same shit that we do all the time. Same stuff. Same shit, different stream. We're going to take a look at his oldest video on here. Double layer waterproofing for your boots. Should be pretty benign. Should be pretty okay. I don't think that we're going to have any kind of problems. And if we do encounter one, I will be sure to call it out. I doubt it. I think he's doing okay. I think he's an okay content creator. So I just wanted to highlight this and say what's up to a guy that I kind of respect. We are going to speed it up though.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to care for your leather work boots in winter.
Look at
With
that!
lots of snow and slush and ice on the ground at this time of year.
Look at that!
If you're going to be wearing your leather work boots, they're probably susceptible to damage. And
it's a totally innocent video about how to take care of your work boots. Isn't this refreshing? Like, there's no buried lead here. There's no spoiler coming later. There's no nothing. This is just a wholesome video about taking care of your boots. It's so nice to see content like this from people who, like, potentially make money by lying to people. I'm not saying that this is what this guy turns into, but this is definitely that field of study.
and taking a few steps to maintain them and preserve them at this time of year is always a good idea. Here's how.
Good pun.
So the first thing you
Good
want to
pun.
do
You
is
did good
clean
there.
the boots, and that starts with taking the laces out.
Those are some pretty fucked up boots. I'm just gonna say, the only thing I'm gonna say about this is that I take a way better care of my work boots than he appears to, but I didn't maybe use them all the time. Not as often as I think construction workers or stuff. Usually just when I'm working in a kitchen, or if I'm not like wearing something light, like if it's cold, typically wear boots.
Once the laces are out, the next step is to clean the leather, and you do that simply with a shoe brush. No product is involved at this.
We are just going to jump around just because this
mud or
definitely not the topic I wanted to cover today, but we're just highlighting how normal this guy seems to be. Fucking congratulations, dude. Fucking congratulations.
It's built up anywhere on the boot.
Hell yeah. I love
Along
it.
The eyelets for the laces as well.
And we will eventually get to hunting to Bigfoot, I promise.
Or
hunting for
dry
Bigfoot,
cloth
I promise.
And we'll start with this boot.
Start with this boot.
And start rubbing it in.
So, I mean, I can make it really concise for you. The best way to clean your work boots, or the best way to maintain work boots, is to rub some type of fat on them. It can be non-animal based, like mineral oil, corn oil, or anything, soy oil, anything like that. But I usually recommend, I know this sounds gross, I know this sounds disgusting, but it's best to put something fatty and waxy on the boots, on the leather itself, so that it makes it essentially waterproof. And you generally want to go with something like tallow, something that's been purified, something that's like lard is okay, I guess. But some kind of fat, some kind of a thing that will make your boots non-porous, as long as it can be stripped and the boots can then be sterilized or sanitized, whichever. I don't know, you'd probably bleach the boots, or you'd probably put them in an autoclave. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. Whatever, the point is, you want to make sure that your boots are going to not contaminate the area that you're working in. I know that they only touch the floor, but the floor is a part of the restaurant or the construction site or whatever. And if you're getting animal fat all over the place, it's gross. It's not a good look. So typically you'd want to use mineral oil. But you can use duck fat, you can use tallow, you can use pork fat, you can use any kind of fat that you want. Oils are essential. That's what keeps the boot from absorbing moisture. It's what keeps the leather from puckering. In addition, any of the like dark leather areas, you don't need to keep them polished, but you do need to keep them clean. And with dyes and things like that, things that have already penetrated into the leather itself, it's a little harder to waterproof with sources that are not animal fat. So it's just easier. I usually will use just like a tablespoon of duck fat sometimes, get it on my hands, and just kind of like wrap it in and like try to get it everywhere on the leather that I can. What's up, Tavis? What's going on?
You want to be generous with this stuff, so reload your cloth often.
But I would say be conservative. Don't like cover it in grease. That's not a good look for your boots. People are going to be like, why do your boots look wet?
Some of this stuff. Arctic dubbin for increased water resistance. It's been a couple hours now.
What is Arctic dubbin? Arctic dubbin is a leather care mink oil. See, animal fats. I told you, animal fats are the way to go. Unfortunately, when it comes to taking care of your boots, it's just easier to use animal fats. That's the fats that are taken out when the leather is stripped and tanned and treated and all this kind of stuff. All those essential oils are taken out, which makes the leather, instead of being like a good insulator and good at wicking moisture, that makes it more absorbent. Which is why if you put if you put calf leather, if you put any kind of like calf skin in moisture, it just puckers. It's because it's reabsorbing all that moisture and it's untanning itself essentially. And because it's a younger animal, its skin is more elastic and pliable and soaks up when it hydrates itself. Steel-toed work boots suck ass, dude. Not only do they not really protect you, because if you get the thing is, when you hook a hard surface up with a soft surface, that hard surface can be manipulated easier than that soft surface can, and if anything heavy falls on your steel-toed boot, you're way more likely to shear your toes off than you are to protect your foot. So I don't get why a lot of workplaces, it's because they get contracts with shoe companies, and these industrial shoe companies will almost make it seem like workers are required to wear steel-toed boots when it's not really the law. It's not enforced. It's not an enforced law. It's like dogs in restaurants here in Portland. My motorcycle boots are pretty crazy, I guess. Yeah, motorcycle boots are great. Military boots are great. Anything that you're meant to walk in for a very long time just by inherent purpose, Military boots tend to be better because they come with like bells and whistles, like they're comfortable, and they're rated for either grease or water or sand, like instability in environments, but they usually are rated for all three. So you get dry non-slip, you get wet non-slip, and you get greasy non-slip qualities, which is pretty fucking cool. But they're really expensive. Like $250 a pair. It's a lot. But that's the same as like Red Wings or Dansko's or shit like that. Like any of the most designer, like the biggest designer footwear brands are going to cost a lot. That's just how it is. It's what the, you know, it's not necessarily what the materials cost. But that's what the fucking shoes cost. That's what the shoes cost, unfortunately. So yeah, animal fat. Best thing to put on an animal product to allow it to live water. Who would have thought? So yeah, that's his earliest video. Motorcycle gear is expensive hell, believe me, dude. Like my wife's dad built. He's like 80, almost 90 now. But he used to build motorcycles from scratch. Like he would just start with chassis and just go from there. And so he's got all the like top of the line. Like you can pick up all kinds of like radio, and you can use it as a two-way radio. Like all the stuff on his helmet is just like super crazy advanced, like futuristic. I wish consumer level products were that advanced just by default, because then imagine how much more advanced the advanced products would be. Can you imagine? We'd be living in the future. The true future! The future we deserve, with flying cars and jetpacks and shoes that tie themselves. If only those guys didn't get assassinated after inventing the water-based car. Right? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Alright, so now we're going to look at his most recent video, which appears to be the Survivor Man trip. So it's an hour and 30 minutes long. So what we'll do instead is we'll take a look. Okay. I was going to say we'll take a look at his most popular video, and that might turn out to be the best, because we want to get a good cross-section of sort of how far he's come, right? And David Politis. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. We'll go with that one. We'll go with the David Politis one. The future of 2015. Yeah, but like, you know,
Let me
move
ask
it
you
up.
something. What if Bigfoot isn't just
I'll take a
hiding?
non-criminal
What if
government in the
built
future.
to
That'd be
stay
nice.
in ways that biology alone
That'd be nice.
can't explain.
It looked like they were talking to one another, and he's looking at him, and the big one turns and walks into that portal. It was shimmering.
It's already getting pretty good.
And he just disappeared. Like he walked through a curtain. He said he just kind of...
Now, before you start jumping to conclusions, let me bring someone into this conversation. Because when a former police detective with decades of investigative training, thousands of case files, and a reputation for uncovering patterns that law enforcement misses, decides to take on Sasquatch, you pay attention. I'm talking, of course, about David Politis.
No, you don't. No, you don't. David Politis, and even just not even talking about David Politis, but if someone comes up to you, an expert in some field, and says to you that Bigfoot is real and that he's going to do like hunting for Bigfoot, then you would want to, like, you know, maybe get some information about that, you know, like know about who the guy is, what his background is, what his area of study is, whether or not he's reputable in that field. You know, there's a bunch of stuff that you want to determine before you just kind of like go all in and start believing him. You know, like you want to actually like verify that what he's saying is correct, or that the thing that he's talking about is a thing in the first place. I mean, we know after like tens of thousands to potentially hundreds of thousands of accounts over the years of people seeing something in the woods that they claim to be Bigfoot, it's ripe for discovery, right? It seems like there's enough people out there who are hearing about it that there might be enough people out there who are interested in it. But then there might be enough people out there who are interested in it, who have the money and resources, who want to go out and try and find it. And you would think that over the hundreds and hundreds of years that we would have done that by now. You know? It's sort of the idea of like our oceans, like how people say like, oh, well, only 30% of our oceans have been discovered. And that's kind of that's almost like a misconception by, it leads to a misconception by normal people. And what it means is that we've been able to like map this stuff out. We've been able to go there and verify what's there, but that doesn't mean we don't know what's there. That's not what that means. It doesn't mean that these areas have remained completely inaccessible by humans, they have remained completely undiscovered by humans, that nobody's ever seen it, that nobody knows what's there. That's not what any of that stuff means. When it means undiscovered, it just means that we haven't had a chance to do a study, we haven't had a chance to map it out, we haven't had a chance to like go in there and collect samples and like know exactly what's there and what isn't. But we have sonar, we have satellites, we have radar, we have LiDAR, we have all kinds of different light spectrums that we can check and see seismographs. We can conduct all kinds of different imaging tests, scans, things like that from remote areas that don't necessarily require us to go in there to verify these things personally. So just because we say things like, oh, our forests are largely unmapped or undiscovered, that's fine. It doesn't mean we don't know what's there. Like, we have things like animal tagging ventures where we like can map out an area by animal migratory patterns. We can map out, but just by knowing what those animals eat and where and like what they poop and what their predators are and what their like the plants that they eat are. Like, that's how we know what exists in those areas, because their feeding paths go through those areas. So they have to be accessible to those animals in order for them to keep using those migratory paths. So we can use animal tagging just to know what's in an area that we haven't necessarily discovered yet. It doesn't mean anything that the oceans are as of yet undiscovered, because we can look into them from a fucking satellite in space that uses spectrographic technology to map out what's in the oceans. If there were massive like fucking like sea monsters, obviously there's depths we can't go to. Obviously there's like crevasses and cave systems and things like that that we don't necessarily know about. But goddamn, like, we're learning way more and more about them year after year after year, thus eliminating more and more the possibility that these undiscovered life forms can exist at all. Which is sad. It's sad for these cryptids because they won't be proven real because maybe they're not real in the first place. You know, and if they were, then there's so few of them that we're just, it could be entirely possible that they form, then they exist, and they die out without humans ever fucking knowing. As has happened with many different species over the course of human history. It's a shame. It's sad, you know, like, the thylacine is a really good example of that. Like, we didn't discover it until it was already grievously endangered. It was unsustainable. You know, what are you going to do? Born too early to explore the universe, born too late to explore the world, born just in time for a goose live stream. That is true. It's not weird to discover new species, but they're usually small animals, especially bugs. Yeah, not something that's like on the top of a food chain anywhere. But Bigfoot is specifically known hoax anyway, so it's pretty weird to chase that one down. In the first place, yes. But if, let's say that you're like growing up in an area where where everyone, your townspeople, the people who live there, they all just accept that Bigfoot's real. When you go out to search for it, you might not necessarily be coming from a place of empiricism. You might just be coming from a place of, me and my friends wanted to go and find the Bigfoot. But you might find shit that confirms your bias without knowing that it's confirming your bias. Or you may have your mind changed later on. But it's not so weird for someone who grew up doing that stuff to go out and do it professionally, but it is weird for someone who has no background doing that to then just jump in and be like, now I'm a Bigfoot hunter. But it's not, even his thing is that when someone does that, it's a call to pay attention to them, but he's not really taking into account the idea that people could just do it for selfish gain. So maybe he's gullible, maybe he's like ignorant to something, maybe he's ignorant to this sort of like the grifters of this field in society, or field of study, but I mean, he has guys like Les Stroud on his channel who is kind of a bit of a scammer, and we kind of know that. You know, Dave Paulides, he's a bit of a scammer too. You know, he sells his lectures, he sells his books. So, you know, he's in deep. He's in deep.
The guy behind Missing 411. The guy who's interviewed more Sasquatch witnesses than most researchers will meet in their entire lives.
Right, which should tell you something. Instead of done the most studies on Bigfoot, he's interviewed the most witnesses. To me, that's a red flag. To me, that says, like, okay, And what studies has he conducted? What peer-reviewed studies has he conducted on the existence of Bigfoot? Instead of just accepting that Bigfoot exists and then just moving on from there. That's the problem in the first place. That's the problem with Christianity. That's the problem with MAGA. That's the problem with corporatocracies. That's the problem with all this shit. It's the problem with meritocracy not being the prominent thing here. Is because we just assume that because a guy's in charge of a corporation, he must be smart. Because if a guy's in charge of the country, he must be smart, and he must be a great leader.
The guy who follows the evidence the way a detective does.
But what has he achieved? You know, but what does the president achieve? What is a corporatocracy? What have the leaders of a corporatocracy achieved? What have they achieved? What have they worked for? What have they accomplished as individuals? Politis? What was he, a fire and rescue guy for a while? And then he quit to make money. Or he was like a cop or some shit. And then he quit to make more money. Because this makes him more money.
Eliminating lies, stripping away the noise,
No,
and
not
focusing on what
not
can't be
eliminating
explained
lies.
any
No,
other way.
sir.
And now he's done something
That is not
new,
what Politis is
something
known
he reached
for.
out to me personally to share, and something that I'm about to share with all of you. With thousands of cases under his belt at this point, Dave's done what professional investigators do best: follow patterns and confront the one
Was he
question
really just a
in this
private
entire
eye?
subject that almost no
Or
one
was
else
he like
is
an
willing to
eye?
touch.
Like
the
an
face
actual,
in the middle of this orb.
Bigfoot being multidimensional, coming through a portal.
Anything is possible with Bigfoot.
What? No, see? You've moved beyond does he exist to can he teleport? Can Bigfoot teleport? Now, we already know that Bigfoot's real. Can he teleport? Can he teleport? And his eyewitness says anything's possible with Bigfoot. Oh, so he can become as large as a skyscraper, and he can become as small as a fire ant. That's why we've never seen him before, because he gets so small. He's like Ant-Man. Also, he can produce food just on a whim. That's why we've never seen him, because he can just make food. He can just like generate it out of the air. He's a matter manipulator, you know? He's like Adam Eve. He can just create manna from the heavens. You know? Entirely possible. Anything's possible with Bigfoot. All right? Don't put it past him. Don't put it past Harry. He'll teleport behind you, and then he will snap your neck. All because you tried to let him go in the woods. Mostly to protect him, but also to protect your own insecurities. John fucking Lithgow. How fucking dare you? How dare you kick that innocent Sam Squatch out into the forest? Well, now he's a ninja, and now he's right behind you, snapping your frickin' neck. And then he's gonna go home, and then he's gonna lay with your wife. That's right, you son of a bitch. He's gonna lay with your wife, and then he's gonna be dad to your kids now. Do you hear that, John Lithgow? Now Sam Squatch is the dad to your kids, all because you tried to get rid of him to save your own hide. Well, now your hide's on his mantelpiece, below his mantelpiece. Because you're now a Bigfoot skin, we're a human skin rug on a Bigfoot floor. Alright? It got dangerous. It got risky. And John Lithgow, he reaped his own rewards. Alright? Alright?
This isn't guesswork, folks. This is a detective applying real
A lot
methodology.
of people have Bigfoot signs like lawn gnomes here. Oh. See, I told you, some people just implicitly believe, as an entire culture, that this shit is real. See? Bigfoot burgers? Alright, well, hell, get down, man. Are they smash burgers, or are they like fat burgers? If it's a fat burger, I'm not into it. I like a good smashy. I like them small, and I like them smashy.
To a question that
You
could
gotta be able to
honestly
pop 'em
rewrite
in.
the entire Sasquatch
Hum,
conversation.
hum, hum,
Now,
hum,
if you
hum,
follow my
hum,
channel for a while,
hum, hum,
you're
hum,
probably
you know?
already familiar with some of the things that I've seen.
I gotta
The
be able to
hulking
have, like,
figure
a plate of
watching
12
from the
of them,
trees on
and then
Vancouver
eat them in
Island.
one
The time
sitting.
I banged on a tree with a stick in the middle of the woods during a rainstorm at night, no one else knew where I was, and something knocked back.
Oh, totally not hard or easy to fake. Totally not easy to fake. You cannot fake this, guys. You cannot fake this. When someone taps on a tree and you hear a tapping in response, you cannot fake that. How freaking dare you? Don't even try to present like you can. Ooh, I dare you. I dare you to fake that. I dare you to explain how he might be able to potentially fake tapping in response to his tapping on a tree when he's very clearly alone in the woods. How dare you? Yep, during a windstorm where it's actively raining, there's no chance that something might make a sound frequently enough that it might sound like it's in response to something that you did. It's almost like, you know those guys on TikTok who pretend like they can control the wind? And you can see them like waiting for a wind gust, and then they're like, yeah. Yeah, it's like that.
The bird sounds in the woods that didn't quite sound like actual birds.
It's so thick here. Really hard to make any headway. Really hard to make any headway.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. What is it that you think you're hearing? Is it in my other ear? What is happening?
Headway.
Actual birds.
It's so thick here. Really hard to make any headway.
That's nothing. That could be the squeak of your freshly maintained boot on a wet route. It's clear that
Really
it's
hard to make
clearly
any-
like stormy. It's like green and moist where you are. That sounds like just a something scraping against something. It doesn't sound like some Bigfoot going, oh, oh, oh. What the fuck? Why would they do that? What's the point? It's not communication. It's not surprise. It's not pain. It's nothing like that. Where are you getting it? Where are you getting it from?
Any headway. To make any headway.
The bizarre ape-like grunt in the forest at night, accompanied by this momentary flash of reddish light.
It's when they're teleporting away from you.
Okay, guys, I'm getting out of here. But here's
Yep,
where things
slowed
get
down
really
and
interesting.
enhanced.
Dave Politis recently sent me an early copy of his
Slowed
new
down.
documentary film entitled American Sasquatch:
And
Man,
enhanced.
Myth, or
Slowed
Monster.
down and
Now,
enhanced.
I don't be of his.
Hang
but
on, I
here's
gotta-
where things get really interesting.
wanna
Dave
hear it.
Politis. Okay, guys, I'm getting. Okay, guys, I'm getting.
Do you not know that animals make weird noises? I mean, and you're off camera. It could have just been you going. Hey guys, it's the last day of this camping trip, and we haven't caught any proof that Bigfoot exists. We haven't even caught anything that we can put off as proof that Bigfoot exists. So we gotta come up with something. We gotta have something to show the YouTube crowd. All right, we're gonna upload this video like the end of the week. We gotta have something that we know beyond the shadow of a doubt is Bigfoot, something that we can really point towards. All right, I get it. Maybe we know they exist, so us making something up wouldn't necessarily be a grift. We're just trying to bring more attention to the Bigfoot mystery, right? So instead of like trying to actually find something real, why don't we just like let's put this in there to be like the hook, or to be like what pulls people in, or to be like, you know, maybe it can be a little bit more convincing. And then like maybe you make a noise, you know, maybe you make like some kind of noise behind the camera or something like that, and we can kind of say that it's like you know, it's a Yeti, it's a Bigfoot or something like that. Okay, how about that? How about you do that? Okay, yeah. How about this? Maybe I'll go. How about that? You think maybe? You know, is that a thing? I'll do that in a previous shot. Maybe we could do that. Maybe that works. And where the fuck is the flash of red light? Is it honestly? Please don't tell me this. Please, is it honestly that piece of fucking fuzz that flies in front of the camera for like less than a millisecond? Please tell me it's not that you're thinking about. Please, dear Lord. Dear Lord in heaven, please tell me that you're not trying to say that flash of light was that little piece of fuzz that was flying in front of the camera just after that growl. Please tell me that's not what you're... Please tell me that's not what you're saying, please. Oh, dear God. Nope, there's no other like anything that can be considered a flash of red light other than just a bug or a piece of fuzz flying in front of the camera for less than a moment. Not even a full moment. Not even something that could be considered a moment. That was it. Did you see it? It's right here. You can see it for just maybe a frame. Maybe a frame. Right here. Right there, yeah, right there. That's what he's saying, is the flash of red light that accompanies a very real Bigfoot noise. Whoo! Would be cool if what they're calling Bigfoot is an ancient hominid. Well, yeah, that's the theory. Like a branch of Denisovian, and they don't teleport really, but do move along at a higher spatial axis, unavailable to our perception due to our limitations of our cognition. So they step sideways through that fourth dimensional direction. It's like G. Is it G? G and J? What are the? I forget what the diagonal directions are. Which results in it being unseen by us. But how would they do? How would they have existed? How did they evolve to do that? You know what I mean? They could also be very intelligent, but not actually conscious or something, as well as an interesting element could do something with that. Yeah, from a storytelling point of view, though, you know, unfortunately, just not from a real live boy perspective, you know. Unfortunately, you know, I like it'd be cool if Bigfoot was alive, like a real thing. That'd be cool. I mean, I'd want my own Harry as my best friend, you know? He would be really fun. Like, he'd be a fun guy, dude. You know, he'd be like hang out. We'd smoke a joint together, you know? We'd hang out. We'd be fucking be chill brothers, you know? But, you know, takes like this don't really get me interested in it or convinced in any way.
Okay, guys, I'm getting out of here.
But here's where things get really interesting. Dave Politis recently sent me an early copy of his new documentary film.
Oh, so he's promoting something. So that's why he decided to talk to you, because he's promoting something. Surprise, surprise.
Entitled American Sasquatch.
Oh, and it's specifically about Bigfoot? Weird. Magad would hunt it to extinction already if it was real. True. True, they'd want its head for their mantle place. The same way you evolved to look at this some object and can say there's 3 of them without counting, but you can't do that without 100. Yeah, the what is it? The bicameral mind idea, how God is speaking to us through our inner monologue, but you can throw a rock and hit a moving target without thinking about it. I don't know that I could throw a rock. I'm bad at arcs. I'm good at hit scans. If you make a video game sniper bullet with just infinite RPMs, I will be the best sniper in the game. I'll be doing 360 no scope somersault whatevers. yeah, arcs. It's not that I've never been able to get arcs right, but I haven't never really been good at like basketball, or like golf is okay, but like driving I suck at. You see what I mean? Like putting, because it's like bing. Putting I can do, but man, getting that arc right, that's difficult. And with driving, I just want to smash the ball as hard as possible. I want to like fucking destroy that thing. So if I'm on like a par 3 and I'm shooting for like a par 6, then I'm not playing the game right. I just want to whack it. I want to do the Happy Gilmore shit.
Man, myth, or monster.
See how far you can send that thing. I think that's a boy thing. I think that's a boy thing. You know, wanting to kapow, 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 you know, smash stuff and watch stuff go pop and bang and stuff, you know? That's a boy thing. Somebody grew up as a little boy. For long-range shooting over a mile, you need to factor in the rotation of the Earth, also known as the Coriolis effect. But you also got to take into account wind direction, and especially if it's a lower RPM bullet. You got to do a little bit of math. You got to do like one of those things. Well, it's blowing at southwest at about 3 miles an hour. I'm like that guy. I'm like the guy. I'm like this guy. I'm like this guy. Remember that guy who just walked up in like a t-shirt? Who just walked up in a t-shirt and like just a basic stance with his hand in his pocket, just got silver medal, I'm pretty sure. Just give me a stick. Just give me a stick that goes boom, and I can make the bad guy fall down for you. I don't play golf. Yeah, well, golf is for people who either are white trash or extremely rich, and you don't seem white trash to me. You don't seem extremely rich. You don't seem disgustingly rich. You seem well enough off. You seem like one of those people who would be like, if someone was to try and say like, "Oh man, you're rich," you'd be like, "I make enough." You know, like, I make enough. Like, you seem like someone who makes enough. But like in a good way, not like oh, you're corrupt kind of way. You corrupt government official, cynical. Oh, I can't believe how fucking corrupt you are. Ooh, you taking advantage of people. Ooh, god damn it. Well, no, you're not. Wait, by my own logic, you can't be doing that because you're not rich. So, yeah, I can't. Yeah, I gotta apply my own logic to myself here. Jeez.
To get emotional about things very often, but
when I had a real
honestly,
job
guys,
anyway. I mean, isn't any job a real job? Let's give people confidence, you know? Let's give people confidence about their current station in life. All jobs are real jobs. You contribute, you, a random viewer out there, you contribute to society in an important way. Unless you're a middleman, unless you're in sales, go fuck yourself if you're in sales. Also, if you're in like holdings, or if you're in consulting, or if you're someone who offers services for something that an owner could be doing yourself, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Big time. Hate middlemen. Not a big fan. Modern day
when I
snake
watched this
oil
for the first
salesman.
time, I got chills. Because the witnesses they've interviewed, congressmen, tribal leaders, law enforcement officers, and plenty of regular folks, were
Ah, yes, Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett. The guy we talked about yesterday, very briefly, who was like, I don't want trans people in women's bathrooms. I don't want men swimming with women. I don't want, what is it? I don't want gays in the military. I don't want those Epstein files released. I believe whatever Donald fucking Trump says. That's Burchett. That's Burchett. So, maybe credible on the alien stuff. The government certainly doesn't seem to want to give the details that he's asking for. Maybe either because it doesn't have them, or because it's trying to cover them up. Regardless, he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy. I don't know that I would completely discredit somebody's account out of hand simply because he's a shitty person. He could be telling the truth. But if we're laying people's reputation on the line here, his reputation is notorious for him seemingly thinking that people are turning into cats and requesting litter boxes for their classrooms. That is genuinely something that he believes. So, should we believe him on Bigfoot? Should we believe him on UFOs? If we ought to, then he's eliminating the chances that people who disagree with him politically would believe him on this. So if it would be in his best interests to only say the things that he truly believes, right? Because then you wouldn't believe his, you would deny his credibility, right? So if he's a piece of shit, and even if he's telling the truth about UFOs, he's eliminating that section of people from believing him, which maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he doesn't care. That's fine. Maybe that's not on his mind. Maybe he just really wants the truth about Bigfoot to get out, and David Politis is the guy to do it. Look at this fucking goober. Why is your hair like that, dude? Was this not a production? Did you just sit in front of a green screen in your home, or did somebody actually have to... Did someone fix this? This is post-fixing. Is it just really hot and muggy where you are? It looks like you're about to die.
were describing patterns that match exactly what I myself and many others I've spoken to have experienced. Then Dave said something to me that I'm going to share with you later.
Oh, that was certainly a Bigfoot film. It couldn't have been anything else. There's no way
others I've spoken to have experienced.
Yep, there's no way that could have been just somebody's little horror short. Sure, totally a real video of a Bigfoot where it sees the camera and then dodges out of sight at exactly the right moment. Totally. Totally.
Then Dave said something to me that I'm going to share with you later
It's a hippo. Could be. You never know. Because it's pitch dark, and you can't actually see what it is.
in this video that genuinely made every hair on my arms stand up. Basically, a discovery in his documentary
But what is
reframed
that?
entirely what I saw a little over a year ago on Vancouver Island. And that's why this video is
Vancouver Island? I've been there. What's it called was up there? Alive was up there. A hippo in the dark? Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. No way. No fucking way that I would that would be my trip over. I'd be done. I'd be like, nope, that's it. We're done. We're done. I'm gone. If I wasn't bitten in half. Like, that would just be terrifying. I'm instantly done if that's the case. No, I don't need to enter my password all the time. Please, please. Please don't make me. Yeah, dude. The way they can crush a watermelon instantly? I don't want my body in that mouth. No, sir. Bigfoot has the shadow step ability? Yeah. That's how he gets behind you so quickly.
isn't just a review of
The
Dave's
babies are
documentary.
cute?
It's
Yeah.
a case. The case that Dave lays
That
out,
one in the Chinese
the
zoo?
evidence he brings forward. And
Is it
most
Chinese? I
importantly,
think it's
why
Chinese.
all this matters way more than most people realize. Part 1. Why physical evidence alone no longer fits. Before we even start getting into what Dave reveals in his documentary, we need to address something that most people never question. For decades now, Sasquatch has been treated like nothing more than a simple biology problem. Find the
No. Or hoax. Or just completely, like, ineffective area of study. Bigfoot has definitely been treated as a non-thing by most of the scientific community instead of a biological problem.
tracks, find the hair.
People say that he can't exist not because of biology, because of many different reasons, like just because of, you know, our perception and how well documented existence or reality is, and how we know just like what lives in regional areas, and environmental factors, like things that it would need to survive. So not just biological, like survival, sustainability, social, like how have they resisted interacting with humans for so long? You know, like there's a lot of different problems. It's not just biological.
Hair, find the DNA, find the body. And yes, there is physical evidence. Plenty of it. I've covered it many times on this very
Is
channel.
there?
Is it safe to say that the details in the footprints that we've been discussing absolutely confirm beyond the shadow of a doubt the existence of the Sasquatch species?
Yes, it does.
There was no doubt.
What? So you posted two different clips from two different things?
The shadow of a doubt the existence of the Sasquatch species.
Yes.
Or you're just cherry picking this guy? PhD, anthropologist, and anatomist. Dr. Jeff Meldrum. Dr. Jeff Meldrum. Oh, he died. Oh, poor guy. I'm sorry. R.I.P. He's no longer with us. But let's see. He was a full professor of anatomy and anthropology in the Department of Biological Sciences at Idaho State University. He was also an adjunct professor in the Department of Physical and Occupational Therapy at the Department of Anthropology. He was an expert on foot morphology and locomotion in primates. Where he taught until his death. Meldrum published numerous academic papers ranging from vertebrate evolutionary morphology, the emergence of bipedal locomotion in modern humans, and the plausibility behind the Sasquatch phenomenon. In addition to being the co-editor of a series of books on paleontology, Meldrum also co-edited From Biped to Strider, The Emergence of Modern Human Walking with Charles E. Hilton. Meldrum, who was an active, he was a Mormon, and he died after brain cancer. That's fucked up, man. Some bullshit. Fuck cancer, dude. Fucking fuck cancer. Like, I'm sure we can all agree. Fuck cancer. Cryptozoology. Meldrum attracted media attention due to his interest in Bigfoot. Meldrum also believed that Bigfoot exists and that his research on the topic has been criticized by some as pseudoscientific. Meldrum authored Sasquatch, Legend Meets Science in 2006. The book was heavily criticized in a detailed review in the Skeptical Inquirer. Anthropologist David J. Dagling commented that the author was unable or unwilling to distinguish good research from bad, science from pseudoscience, and felt that the book failed to provide a thorough scientific analysis. Matt Cartmill reviewed the book in the American Journal of Physical Anthropology. Meldrum was present at a 2011 conference in Siberia regarding the Siberian snowman, which included investigating alleged footprints that had been spotted in a Kemerovo cave. He acknowledged that the results of the Russian field trip to the cave site were most likely fraudulent. He suggested, so he was a debunker too. In addition to believing that Bigfoot exists, he was actively debunking what he believed to be hoaxes, which is kind of cool. He suggested that the supposed evidence found was simply an attempt by the local government officials to drum up publicity. True. That's kind of cool, you know? That's kind of cool that he was willing to go against people instead of just believing them outright. Not bad. But the problem is that he isn't saying here, yes, it does, meaning yes, like he didn't elaborate. He doesn't say the words, which I wouldn't have included in the edit because it can feel like I'm cherry picking any phrase I want. It's like one of those edits in like The Simpsons or something where it's like, yeah, I love feeling you up, or I love turning you on. You know, like those are both phrases from The Simpsons. I know that they're suggestive, but that's in the context. It made sense of those episodes. Those are just the only things I happen to remember. Not the only things in general I happen to remember, but in keeping with the thing that I'm discussing.
It does.
There was no doubt that
Smithers, you're so good at turning me on, said by C. Montgomery Burns.
we were looking at some sort of man. Not Homo sapiens,
Some
but
sort of
some
man.
sort of strangely hairy man. We were struck by many things, the enormous hands and the enormous feet, and also, more especially, the features of the face.
But the truth, which Dave leans into heavily in this documentary, is that physical evidence alone falls short. It explains part of the phenomenon, but not all of it. Not anymore. For example, let's take the Sierra sounds. Ron Moorhead and Al Berry recorded vocalizations in the 1970s so complex that even today, primatologists struggle to explain. These aren't random noises, animal calls, or humans attempting to perpetrate a hoax. There's definite structure, syntax, and intention in those recordings. In fact, a U.S. Navy cryptolinguist, Scott Nelson, even examined the recordings exhaustively for years, and his conclusion is that there is definitely an intelligent language there. That alone breaks down the simple undiscovered ape hypothesis. But
Right, totally not somebody with, an agenda or a pocketbook to fill. Totally. Everyone who responds to you about Bigfoot being real is totally speaking in good faith and is totally reputable. Come on, man. This guy's, biggest crime might be that he's just gullible, which is, I mean, if you're spreading the misinformation, that's bad. But if you can be taught, you can be retrained if you are, if you're mistaken and don't realize it. That's fine. You might just be ignorant. Ignorance is a reason, not an excuse most of the time, but it's understandable. It's fine. You can be, conditioned to believe things.
it definitely doesn't stop there. Footprints collected over decades show consistent anatomy. A mid-tarsal break, dermal ridges, massive size, different width-to-length ratio than you see in humans, tremendous weight based on the depth of impression of many of these prints, stride length as much as 5 to 6 feet in some cases, and the list goes on.
You know what I'm thinking, now that I think about this? I'm thinking I might make a new channel, a new YouTube channel, a test sort of channel, and see if streaming on there gets pushed up in the algorithm better than an old channel. People have said, other YouTubers have said, that a channel being old might be preventing it from being pushed into the algorithm. YouTube might be saying, oh, it's been, you've been here for a while and people aren't necessarily glomming onto your content, so it might not be that good. So, and not that YouTube should be in charge of making any judgments on that, but it could be that it's not bothering anymore to push it into the algorithm. I'm not sure if that's a thing, But I'm thinking of making like a test channel, see if I can like test that out, or using my more recent, newer channel, which is still like 5 years old, but maybe it's a thing, you know. I just don't want to try and set up a stream on a totally different channel because it's I'm lazy enough to not have enjoyed the process in the first place. So I don't know. But with my wife being out of town and us not really doing anything during the week, it might be a good way of spending the time. I don't know. We shall see. But, you know, maybe there's a chance. It pushed into mine yesterday. Okay. Well, I guess it's reaching people. I don't know if that's just random. You know, maybe we just have similar interests. I don't know. Maybe you watch stuff that is in this theme, either in Bigfoot or in a political or newsworthy theme, perhaps? I don't know.
Whatever leaves the thousands of tracks that have been discovered at this
YouTube
point
is a
is
mystery.
built to move swiftly and silently over brutal terrain.
I live on the outskirts of Pittsburgh and woke up in the morning sometime in January 2018 and saw some strange looking tracks in my yard.
Describe them to us.
Something I had not ever really seen.
Right. More first-hand accounts. Totally, people can't lie, right? I think it's famously known that people are incapable of lying. It's also famously known that you play WoW Ascension all night and get juiced as the good Lord intended. Are you saying that you want me to play WoW Ascension on stream? Because that's part of what made it. That's part of what made the lawsuit happen in the first place. It's visibility. It's kind of what killed it. So no, I would not. You wouldn't want to do single or private server content on stream. That would be not as cool. I watch a lot of politics and atheism stuff. Well, see, there you go. I just don't want to be pigeonholed into that, you know? I don't want that to be like what people know me for is the guy who is an atheist / political guy. Like I really would just like to be more of an entertainer. I just know that stuff gets the clicks, and I happen to have a stance on it. But like the channels that I see that grow the fastest are apolitical, a-religious, and it's usually because they're, you know, into religion, and because they tend to be political, just not in the way that they think people are going to support, which is bad. But I don't think that's the majority of them. Like this guy that I watch who does like drama channel stuff, he's definitely religious. He just never says that he's religious. Also, courtroom and police encounters, dude, I love that shit. Like interrogation footage, like that Jim Can't Swim stuff. But a lot of those guys are like cop strokers, bootlickers. It's almost like propaganda, and so I've kind of fallen out of love with that stuff. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird when you kind of like dive into it and you see like these guys always put police as the heroes, and like they always say that like they're really good at the read technique and like how they skillfully got someone to admit to a crime. But like that's not. It's because people get scared and because they don't want to like get caught and they don't want to like go to jail for a long time that they break down and admit stuff. And plus, like, have you ever watched what was it, the liar tapes or the confession tapes? It talked about how flawed the read technique is, and how like there's other things that are kind of the same sort of pseudoscience, like body language experts, lip reading experts, you know, profilers who use a lot of pseudoscience to achieve their things, and then talking about like how Lackluster is good. Lackluster is a civil rights lawyer. That's way different than the stuff I'm talking about. He's not actually promoting propaganda. He's just showing you like raw, like body cam footage from like active cases. So he's trying to help people put evidence out there, which is, you know, fuck yeah, dude. And JCS, for the most part, used to just put creative commentary onto interrogation footage. You got to see all that shit like raw. He never said a lot. His whole like body language stuff and read technique stuff is still like really flogs the pseudoscience of it. But I think he's just falling victim to the propaganda himself. I don't think that that's like an active thing on his part. I don't think he knows that the Reed technique is flawed, and then he's saying like they're using the Reed technique. You know, I don't think that that's the case. I think that he's just presenting the evidence as he reads it in the court files, you know, which is fine. But there's one that's like Ewu. Ewu's one where they're not like necessarily. I guess they're kind of like bootlickers. Like they do support cops. They're like thin blue line people, but they also do like Area 51 stuff. Like they camped outside Area 51, and then they also seem like kind of free speech auditors as well, which is weird. That's like a weird mix of stances. You know, like they do a lot of the propaganda stuff, like saying that criminals are the scum of the earth and that like cops are doing their jobs and stuff. But then they also do these like audits and things. But that, like the people that do like the First Amendment audits are typically like, you know, either like Trump supporters, super religious. It's almost never like anarchists. It's almost never people who like actively fight against the government. It's really just people who are trying to fight against the corrupt deep state government. Which is just, that's such a weird cross-section of humanity too. So strange. It's a weird rabbit hole to go down. And maybe that'll be one day where I make a video about something like that, but that would be like a 2-hour-long video. Like I have plenty to say about the corruption that comes with, you know, some of the content producers and the content they produce.
Seen before?
Especially when presenting cops as heroes.
I think Bigfoot was here. Really kidding. Like, no joke.
Maybe...
I really like Kansas City accountability. Let's see. I haven't ever checked that out before. Let's see if I can get an idea. Kansas City. Honor Your Oath. That's a good one. Honor Your Oath is a good one. There are good auditors. It's just in general that there's like a lot of people who do it for bad reasons. Kansas City accountability. Let's just look at their popular video real quick. And I'll let you know if I delete laws.
This dude's fucking casing these banks. So
casing?
We might want to call robbery if we get him in custody.
Oh my god. Casing? Standing outside and watching a place, even filming it, is somehow casing? Like that's how they're presenting this in the beginning of the encounter, like when they've switched their body cam on, like when they've
this
like
dude's
received the call.
Casing.
Come on, man. This is an action movie to you now? Is that a thing? Is Delete Laws a channel that you're trying to get me to look at? No? No! Chili, what? Or is that just something that you were trying to... Oh my god, I can't fucking type. Delete Laws, it is a thing. Alright, so we'll look at this one and then we'll look at this guy. Oh no, this dude? No, fuck this guy. Dude, Skippy. Fuck you. No. Skippy, why? This is the guy that just, like, goes up and antagonizes people. He calls them, like, you know, F slurs, and he calls them R slurs. Dude, like, this guy fucking sucks. Skippy. See, this is masterful trolling. Holy shit, Skippy, are you the fucking man? Are you the fucking man? Are you awesome? Are you good at this shit? So many people are bad at trolling. And here you are, blowing my mind with your meta shit. You really do like Delete Laws? Gross. I'm bordering on
Is there another call in there?
fuck off,
Yeah.
Skippy. That's what I'm bordering on. Fuck off. How dare you? How dare you like this guy?
Lord.
I've only seen him do body cam reviews. No, dude, he's fucked. He's a fucked individual.
So, this one at 82nd Ward Parkway.
I'll show you. You'll see.
It's the exact same thing, because the dude, they said, is taking videos of, like, cars and the bank.
That chili dude? Yeah, that's
He
him.
has a straw hat.
He fucking
Same thing
sucks,
on this one.
dude.
So,
He's a douche. I haven't seen, maybe these guys are douches, but, I haven't seen them interact at all.
I
It's all
believe
just the
the
police,
call at
the body cam footage.
you out here filming all this.
I'm just first, let me ID this guy, like his policy says.
Hang on.
This wonderful gentleman has stood out here and recorded the inside of my branch.
Which is legal. That's 100% legal. You can do that as long as you're on a public sidewalk or, you're not inside the business, and if they ask you to leave, that you do. They can refuse your entry. They cannot tell you not to film. Oh, well, no, in a private place, yeah. If it's a bank, then yeah, if it's not a government facility. But if you're on a public sidewalk, they can call the cops because they're concerned, but they can't get you arrested for anything. They can't have the cops tell you to move. The cops can tell you to move along, but they can't enforce anything like that. This guy's actually a gentleman. Well, we shall see. We shall see.
Okay.
And also said that cars and bikes.
Did he say why?
Because it's a free country and because audits make good content. There you go. That's all the reason you need.
Great. How you doing, sir? Can I get your name and badge numbers just so I can know who I'm speaking to?
Right here.
Right off the bat. Right now, you're gonna Skippy. You're gonna notice the difference. Right off the bat, this guy's a nice guy. He seems genuine. He doesn't seem like he's confrontational. He's just recording the incident. This so far is an above board audit.
I don't want to butcher it. How do you say that?
Okay.
Hey, what's going on? Why are you out here?
No, I'm first, let me ID this guy, like his policy says. Can I get your name and badge number, sir, please?
Theory 50113.
Thank you so much for being
So what are you
professional.
doing here?
How can I help you guys? How you doing, sir? Can I get your name and badge number just so I can know who I'm speaking to?
Right here.
I don't want to butcher it. How do you say that?
Okay.
Hey, what's going on? Why are you out here
No,
filming all this?
no, cop. No, cop. No. You don't just start asking questions. He's trying to get the formalities out of the way. You walk up and you say, "Hello, sir. How's it going?" That's how every cop starts. Hey, sir, how are you doing today? We're just contacting you here on request from a blah 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 from a caller about a suspicious gentleman. Yada yada. You exchange pleasantries. That's kind of just how people interlock. That's how people, talk to each other. That's how social interactions go. You don't just come busting out with questions just because someone called with a concern about this guy. That's not how you do your job. Is that how anyone does their job? Do you stand behind a counter and go like, "All right, what's going on? How can I what can I get for you? What do you need? What do you need? What's going on? What do you need?" You say, "Hi, hey, how's it going? How can I help you?" And he did it too. He even came out the gate going like, "I just want to know how I can help you guys." Pretty nice. Pretty not douchebaggery.
This guy, like his
Douchebaggy.
policy says. Can I get your name and badge number, sir, please? Thank you so much for being professional. How can I help you guys?
Well,
Which is a very nice jab at the cop that is so far recording right now.
we got called here because you're videotaping stuff and they asked you to leave and you have not.
Right, which is still constitutionally protected. You don't have to leave a public space if someone asks you to leave. I mean, I know that might be a weird concept to understand, but you don't need to leave a space just because someone asks you to, especially if it's in the public. If someone trespasses you from like the cops, if they trespass you from somewhere, then that's like a private business. Then sure, yeah, you can go back, of course. But that's not what's happening here. They can trespass him from the bank, but he can still be on the public sidewalk. I don't know what jurisdiction the bank thinks they have.
I didn't go on their property or on their property.
Okay, well, we also received another call from another bank of you doing the exact same thing about 30 minutes ago.
Which is, again, constitutionally protected. As long as he didn't go in the bank or on their property, he's just making content. This is pretty well known by now that this exists. You know, your cops don't have to get your nuts in a tuzzy. Tuzzy? Tizzy. You don't have to get your nuts in a tizzy. I don't know what a tuzzy is. I can try and guess at the meaning of the word tuzzy, but I don't think that it means anything, really. It's just a nonsense word that I said in a moment of confusion.
Okay, on the sidewalk.
So what are you doing?
I'm recording.
Why?
I let the guy know I'm an independent journalist gathering content for a story.
And there you go. That's all you need. Imagine that you're doing a documentary, or that you're just taking pictures. Imagine that you're like a photographer, and you like taking pictures of facades of buildings. Imagine that you're like trying to get B-roll for something, like for a news agency. Even if you said, "Oh no, it's okay. I'm a news agency. I'm with a news agency. I don't have any of my gear or any like labels on or anything, just because we're really just catching some B footage." You don't have to announce that. But even if you said that to some cops, I guarantee you they wouldn't believe you. They would continue with the investigation, with the quote unquote investigation. There's no crime being committed here. There's no crime. There's no crime being committed. And he's being approached by the police simply because he looks suspicious?
What's your story?
I have no ill intent. I'm not on you guys' property. I'm on the sidewalk.
Well, what's the story?
I told him I can't stay and I published it.
Okay.
No reason that he has to share that with you. This is not part of the investigation. What they're doing is they're trying to determine the person's character, which is up to a court to decide. What you need to do as cops is either determine that he's a threat or determine that he's not a threat. Which I think that you can do pretty easily within the first couple of seconds of talking to the guy. Hey, sir, how's it going? How's everything going today? Oh, good. I'm just performing a First Amendment audit. Okay, have a good day, sir. Because you know they're going to post it, and you know that your station is going to get sued, and that you might get demoted. Depending on his audience. If they're big enough, you're losing your job after this if you conduct yourself in a dishonest fashion.
Okay, but do you understand how it's weird
Absolutely
to
not.
film a bank?
Absolutely not. Do you understand how it's legal for me to record on the public sidewalk?
Okay, well, they're saying they asked you to leave and you would not.
Because I'm on the
Doesn't
public
matter.
sidewalk.
Doesn't matter.
You're still in the parking lot.
I'm on a
No, you're
public
not.
sidewalk.
They own all the way.
Sir, I'm on. Can I get a supervisor right here, please? Let's get a supervisor.
Okay, well, we need to get your information.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
There's no crime being committed. We are not just a papers, please country. You don't just stop people and say, "Hey, let me see your ID." Even if somebody else called and said that you're committing a crime, that he's not even committing a crime. If someone said that you're acting suspiciously, the cops can't just come and ask for your fucking ID. Unless they have reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed. That's the only circumstance where that would apply. So they have to assume right now, in this moment, which he's not in handcuffs, he's not being detained. Well, they're detaining him physically, but he's not officially under detainment yet. They have to let him know. But like, insane levels of entitlement from the police officer. All right, well, we need your information. No. You're accusing him of something that isn't even a crime. And he's asking for a supervisor, someone who understands that this isn't a crime. And you're saying, no, we need your information first. That's misconduct. That's not what your policy says. That's not what the law says. He's doing a constitutionally protected act.
Put your hands.
This is an illegal detainment.
And she fucking cuffs him. After interlocking with him, after hearing that he said that he's not a threat, after seeing that he doesn't seem to have any, like, numerous weapons that are meant for robbing a place. He's wearing a simple t-shirt, a hat, sunglasses, and some fucking shorts. Is that the outfit of a man who's about to who's about to do a Heat-style heist? I'd argue probably not.
It's not. You're not under arrest, you're just being detained.
But he's in handcuffs. While they investigate what? his intent to rob the place?
Okay, well, you need to get your information.
Absolutely not.
ID refusal is when there is suspicion. Like, you can get charged with ID refusal when there is suspicion of a crime and you knowingly withhold your information. Not if they have made contact with you for someone else calling saying that you're acting suspicious. That it could be any number of different reasons. It could be racism. It could be because of maybe there's like been a history of crime in the area. It could be maybe she doesn't like men. Maybe she's not a man person. Maybe she doesn't she dislikes just men in general. Maybe she dislikes guys in white t-shirts. There's definitely historical reasons why you would not be able to look at someone objectively. But putting a human with emotions and biases in charge of whether or not they get to arrest someone is not a good business plan, which is why we have laws that govern what people can and cannot do. Have you seen videos where cops shoot someone and then yell at them to put their hands up? Yeah, that's standard procedure. If the person's still alive and they still pose a threat, then the cops can absolve themselves of guilt by saying that they're still an active threat, or that they perceive them still as an active threat. And so that's why they say put your hands up, because it's just muscle memory for them to pretend like the person's still alive and a natural threat, or an impending threat, so that they can then watch them die. Because the whole thing is like, you need to make sure that they're dead before you go near them, but then you have to like treat them like any other criminal, like cuff them and all that kind of shit. Pretty bad.
Oh, really?
You're not under arrest, you're just being detained. We will.
And you saw my camera.
You also can't just take someone's phone from them. Like, you can't, like, if you're detaining somebody, that they're not under arrest, therefore you should not be seizing their property. It's insane. That is insane that this is happening right now in this video. It's not currently happening.
Okay, look.
Speed it up a bit.
Illegal. Yeah, stop my camera. Let's get a supervisor out here.
Yeah, she ordered one.
What? And you saw my camera.
Hey, look. Body cameras are capturing everything.
Yeah, you stop my camera. Let's get a supervisor out here.
I will.
She ordered one.
Why'd you stop my camera?
Listen, this entire thing is captured
But
on
why'd
body
you stop
camera.
my camera instead of just sitting it down?
So she doesn't know her own policies. You can't just operate someone's phone. Did they catch Bigfoot? No? What? We're checking out a channel that somebody recommended.
You can't too on a public sidewalk and listen to illegal detainment, boy. You guys are in trouble.
So why were you doing this at the other bank too?
I let them know I'm an independent journalist gathering content for a story on a public sidewalk.
Okay, well now you've had two different businesses call on you.
Absolutely fine. This is what I do.
Right. Again, not illegal. She has a man in handcuffs, and she has seized his property for him not doing anything illegal. I mean, this is not Pearl Harbor era 1942 stuff. Like, this is just a guy on a sidewalk videoing something. Now, let me just ask this, just to anyone who supports cops out there. If he had just been taking video of people, not businesses, if he had just been like just videoing just things around, would the cops have even been called? A, B, would it have even mattered? Like he would have he's just taking random video. It's that he was taking video of a building. Why is that suspicious? Why is that scary to people? Did they catch Bigfoot? He's not Bigfoot.
Did you guys ask him to leave?
And can he be teleported? Can he teleport himself? Is he interdimensional? Can he fold reality? I don't think so. So clearly not Bigfoot.
He was on the sidewalk. I tried, but unfortunately I can't do nothing. He's on the sidewalk. I just stood there right next to him.
Right. So this guy, who, you usually bank security is like off-duty cops or like existing cops. It's usually people who are like handgun certified are usually the people who do security at banks just because of potential robbers and stuff. So it's a potential that he could be like a cop or just a security guard, but he knows the law better than she does. You can't, as a private building or as a private property, private business, you cannot tell him that he has to move along if he's on a public sidewalk. Because of what, though? Because of what? What's the reason why you can't do that? I'll give you one answer. It's real easy. And just so you guys know, detainments usually are like 4 to 6 hours. They're not just like, they can last anywhere from 45 minutes to like 4 to 6 hours. They can hold him there as long as they need to in order to get the information that they need. They can bring out a drug dog just to like have this like ceremony like with the drug dog. They could even make him falsely signal on him, like so that they can just arrest him. Cops are just mafia people. That's all it is. It's the biggest, most well-paid gang in U.S. history.
Another bank just called on him 30 minutes prior. So, do you know what vehicle he showed up in? Because he obviously had to have, because it was way down at Ward Parkway.
He would be too smart to be parked in that parking lot. Why the fuck would you think that he's parked in that lot?
Gosh.
Oh, boy. Yeah, gosh. Well, gorsh! He's obviously up to no good. He was at 2 banks today, holding up a phone. Casing! That's what she actually said. He was casing the joint.
Hey, don't let him...
Don't let him record?
You're being detained right now. And I said this is all captured on body camera.
Okay.
No, but still, it's still constitutionally protected that he can record, even if he's being detained.
Like, I can go to your house and record inside your house.
I'll let them know.
That's private property! That's inside! You absolute asshole! And they always do this. They always do this fucking thing where they twist words. They're like, well, I can't come inside your house and record in your property. That's not what he was fucking doing. You can, however, stand outside on the sidewalk and record someone's house. It's creepy. It's certainly not what a normal person would do, but you're allowed to do that. As long as it's a public sidewalk, you can film. Doesn't matter if you catch someone's house in your fucking film, or if you're targeting somebody's house. They gotta prove that you have malicious intent, and you can't fucking do that with the goddamn freedom of speech. Congress shall not abridge. Fuck.
Independent journalists gather content for a story on a public sidewalk.
Okay,
There's no expectation of privacy. That's absolutely fine. This is what I do.
We're gonna walk over to my
I'm
car.
on.
We're just gonna go to the front.
Illegal. We was waiting on the supervisor. I wasn't running. No need to detain.
That's okay. But we are gonna identify you.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
To identify me, there got to be a crime committed.
Okay.
No crime. Minus no crime.
Yep.
We know there's no ID. Reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime.
Yep.
Yeah. Guys must be rules. Come on, get Porter out here. Get what's your other guy's supervisor's name? How you guys don't know this?
Yeah.
He's a little smug. He's a little smug. I mean, yeah, because, you know, people do this for content, man. Like, that's... you know, I can't say that that's not a good thing. As long as you're not being a douchebag about it, then it's all good. He's definitely, you know, adrenaline's up. He's incredulous. He's feeling a little defensive. That's because you shouldn't be able... Like, you shouldn't have to walk down the street feeling like you're going to get arrested, even if you're filming a building. Doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't just walk down the street feeling like you're just going to get arrested somehow. Like, that... Come on, man. All right, so that guy seems fine. But, Skippy, let me show you this guy that you said to check out. This is law scholar, whips LAPD cop. Let's see. Let's see if he's a nice guy or not.
You have no, I'm not going anywhere. Hey, get your f***ing hand. Don't touch me, brother. Don't put your hands on me, mother. You better back the up. I'm standing right here. I'm not going anywhere. Keep your hands off me. This is a First Amendment protection act. Put your hands, do what you want. But I'm not moving a f***ing inch, sir. I'm not moving a f***ing inch.
All right, so off the bat, we see he's a little bit more confrontational than the last guy. He put himself into this position, inserted himself into the cop's business, put himself in front of the cop.
Go ahead. Go ahead. This is Rodriguez versus United States 2016, you f***ing dunce. No.
can see he's clearly trying to instigate an incident. Like, there's a big difference between this guy and the last guy.
Standing right here. What are you going to do about it? Do it. Do it. Then do it. Go ahead. Go ahead. And you'll lose your badge in 2 years. I sue lots of cops. Your stop is right here. Rodriguez.
I sue lots of cops.
Yes, versus United States. Let me help educate
Just back
you.
up to right there. And
I'm
you'll
not
go
moving.
forward.
You don't have dominion over me, pig. Get the away from me. I'm standing here filming. I'm doing my job. Rodriguez versus United States 2015. You are.
Look at the way he looks into the camera. Oh man. So Skippy, as you can see, there's a little bit of a difference here.
Got a couple of coppers here.
So he's, again, and I've already seen a lot of this guy's content, so I know that he inserts himself into the cop's space, but that's what he's doing. You can see he's walking up to a cop car. He's not looking at an event that's happening. He's not like trying to record something that's going on where like you need to hold the police accountable for something. He's simply trying to find police and antagonize them. That's what he does for a living, is find police to antagonize.
Coppers in the cop car. I see. Cop car's really old. And we got another cop car right there. Looks like he's got all of his stuff here.
Okay, so he's walked up onto somebody being arrested for something.
Copper's got somebody in torture cuffs.
He has a lot of buzzwords. Torture cuffed? As anyone who's ever been a stupid teenager in their life knows, handcuffs don't hurt unless you're like actively struggling against them. Like handcuffs is if you're sitting there, and I will admit to having been handcuffed at one point in my life, and a couple of times. I did some petty vandalism when I was in high school, and I think I sped. No. A friend in the car was like smoking weed out the window, and I got detained for it because I was driving. It's some bullshit. I didn't even smoke weed at the time. Can you believe it? But yeah, handcuffs don't hurt. Maybe I just have like big wrists or something. Like I don't know. They don't necessarily hurt, man. That's a kind of pussy if you're.
Torture cuffs here. This is what the copper car looks like here. Got a bunch of stuff in there.
And so, okay, come on. So there's zones, right? I've been cuffed pretty damn tight before, where I had nerve damage for 3 weeks afterward. Okay, so there's an account of where it hurts. I never experienced that before. I can only go by my own personal account. I haven't interviewed people where they say that it hurts, but I'm willing to accept that. So there's zones, like, right, where the cops operate, and they're like tethered to these zones. So one of the zones is between them and the cop car. If you work your way in between them and the cop car, even if you're on like a public sidewalk and you station yourself there, they have every reason to believe that you have malicious intent, especially if and this is not a bootlicking moment. This is just me looking at their minds working right now. He's going to turn around. He's going to see you standing at the door of his cop car with his window open, with guns in there, with paperwork in there, people's files, like paperwork that he has to file with people's secure information in there. Personal effects could be in there. Anything could be in there that could assist him in creating a crime. And so that cop's going to be like, "Oh no, you got to get the fuck away from my car." That you are instigating an incident.
Looks like. See, this guy right here. You all right, man? Sucks.
So what happens when you fight City Hall? What can I say? I was being peeped on in the fitting room and accused of stealing. But I think it was a mistake.
That would have to be one of the most rare occurrences of anything that has ever happened before. Like, typically, it's rare for a man his age to be peeped on. Not saying that it's impossible, but it's extremely unlikely. And were I out auditing arrests, I wouldn't necessarily just listen to whatever the criminal was saying. And I'm not saying that you don't necessarily have to take people at their words, but if he's standing there in handcuffs, chances are they might suspect him of doing something wrong. And if he's done something wrong, that's like, and then he like presents this story to you that he fought City Hall because he got peeped on in this shop and then they accused him of stealing, that sounds unhinged. It sounds disjointed enough to make me think that maybe I shouldn't really put much credence into what he's saying. You never know. You never know.
And everybody's been, the guy was protecting his store. Security was doing the best they could.
So he suspects you of stealing and peeps on you in the dressing room. If you walked in looking like this, and you walk through the store, you don't have a bag or anything like that, like you don't have anything that indicates that you're like a shopping customer, which is fine. Again, I'm just speaking from a cop's point of view, or speaking from like a security guard's point of view. Then you might be acting a little suspicious. And if you're like slowly walking through, like maybe you're not stealing. Maybe you're doing something more fucked up. Maybe you're like looking at someone with lustful intent, or you're like being a predator or something like that. Maybe you're doing something like that, and it just looks like you're stealing because you're moving slowly, you're moving deliberately, and then you wander into a dressing room. Usually, typically men don't use dressing rooms very often. So that's already a little out of the ordinary. And that's not saying that men don't use dressing rooms. I do. But I'm just saying you don't see that very often. It's not common for men to use dressing rooms because there's some like machismo around it or something. Oh, I don't want to go into a dressing room. Women and children go into dressing rooms. There's no way I'm going to do that. And if I'm basically a bully straight out of high school going into the police force, I'm not going to believe much more than what I'm presented with as like a cultural stereotype. So I'm going to assume that you're not going to go into the dressing room if you're a dude. And so then if you do, then I might think it's suspicious. I might think that, because traditionally, shoplifters go into dressing rooms to put the article of clothing that they're stealing on, and then put whatever they brought in with them on over it. That's just a known tactic. And this guy might not have been doing that. He might have been like peeping at some girls or something, being like a predator. And I'm not saying maybe he was doing anything. Maybe he was just actually like wandering through shopping. Who knows? But like he could have been doing something else and then saw the security looking at him and retreated into the dressing room. And when the security guy looked over or looked under or whatever, he was like, "Oh, you're peeping on me?" To try and like assuage any guilt flying his way. You never know. And that's why I'm saying, like, if you're this auditor, you shouldn't just be listening to this guy. Certainly not like pushing forth his words so that you can confirm whatever his version of events is.
Really?
Well, I left my pants in there. I had to get a pair of pants. I'm not in no shape to fight three people.
And so then his narrative just starts falling apart. You left your pants in there? What are you fucking wearing, sir? Are you wearing the pants you stole? Now, if somebody's stealing clothes, I'm very unlikely to hate them for it. Yeah, it's a crime, but you're stealing something that you potentially need. Especially if he's like wearing it, like out of the store, that he plans to use those pants. Not just to store his legs in, but to be a source of warmth and comfort. Maybe the other pants that he left in there are like ratty and like soiled, or maybe he had an accident, maybe he had emergency, and they got him before he could actually pay for it. He was like embarrassed, so he grabs some like pants off the shelf and run to the dressing room, and he's got his old pants, he's gonna like throw them out, and then he'll like go to the register and like pay for them hastily. Maybe he's so embarrassed that he just has to run out of there, like he just can't pay for it.
Or you let it get to all of that over a simple theft.
Yeah, right. A simple theft, but it's not a simple theft. You broke the law, dude. That's why they've got you cuffed. I don't support it. I think people should have all the clothes and money and supplies that they would ever need to survive. You shouldn't have to steal clothes in a rich society like ours. You should be able to just get anything that you need to survive. But that's why they got you cuffed, man. Because it was a theft. It did steal. You didn't say that you're not fighting City Hall with this one. This is not some epic anarchist testimonial here.
I'm really upset about it, disappointed, but it is what it is. There's nothing I can do. LAPD does not need to deal with this. You do good police work. They got other things to worry about.
Did you steal anything?
I was trying on something.
Like, come on. Like, come on, man.
And they thought you were stealing?
No, I was in the dressing room trying on an outfit. I looked at it. I sent a picture of it to my girlfriend. Well, to my homegirl. And
So not your girlfriend? So your friend that you've just referred to as your girlfriend.
No, he said he's seen the alarm and you know, these accusations. I don't know about the alarm. I don't know. Sometimes these stores forget to put them on. Sometimes I don't know what the case is about that. However,
so they noticed you putting on the pants, and they noticed that you took off the security alert plastic thing. So you took off the tag that lets them know when someone steals the garment of clothes that you are now wearing a pair of pants when it's clear that you have come in with other pants, and presumably to show off that pair of pants, you've come out of the dressing room to take pictures in front of a mirror or something. So you're acting pretty suspiciously at this point. I would assume that you are stealing. Chances are he definitely stole. But that's fine. That's not why we're watching this. We're watching this for this guy's conduct. So we'll just fast forward to where he starts talking to the cops.
Do you need more than 3?
So I would ask.
Let me put you in the torture cuffs.
That's fine, but step back.
Hey, why are you raising your hands?
Now he says, if you want to record, that's fine, but step back, please. Reasonable, right? Don't like cops, but that is definitely within their rights to prevent anyone from getting in the middle of their zones. Like I said, they got zones. It's usually between cops. Those are zones you don't want to enter. Between a cop and their car, and between a cop and a criminal. Supposedly. Between a cop and a suspect. So whoever they're talking to, their base of operations, which is their car, and their partner. You don't want to get in between. You don't want to get in any of those zones, or else you are likely going to get accosted or handcuffed.
Towards me. I'm just standing here. I'm on a public sidewalk.
See, no. He went up in between. He went into the zone, which already put the cops on edge. He was talking to the suspect, which already puts the cops on edge. And then he's already antagonizing the cops, which puts the cops on edge. They still shouldn't misconduct themselves, but their adrenaline's up. They think this guy might be a threat because he's presenting himself as one.
There. Okay. Let's put your ass back there. Let's see how you do.
So I would ask.
Let me put you in the torture cuffs.
That's fine, but step back.
Hey, why are you raising your hands towards me?
I'm just.
Well, he is raising his hand, and that's because people motion with their hands. People talk with their hands, and he uses that as like acts of violence.
I'm just standing here. I'm on a public sidewalk.
You're not just standing here. You were looking in through their open window of their car. That to me would be concerning for me if I was a cop, because I have guns in the car. There's probably a shotgun in there, or an assault rifle of some sort. Like, that's a problem.
Sidewalk, use no crime tape up.
Step back a little bit more.
Well, let me help you. I'm a constitutional law scholar. That's an unlawful order. That's unlawful order.
Doesn't matter if you're a constitutional law scholar. You also are a YouTube creator, and if you're doing this on like a public street in the middle of the day, I can assume, just me as a normal human being, I can probably assume that you're trying to make content from it. And so I'm going to do my best not to engage, but if I do, I'm probably going to be telling you lawful orders, and you're saying that they're not lawful doesn't mean shit.
I'm just telling you. The difference between being a law scholar and just someone with a camera is that that's an unlawful order.
I don't think that sounded as smart as he wanted it to.
See, but I can tell you that. I mean, you guys put him in that tiny little space right there. Do you feel bad?
Yeah, the back of the cop car is appropriate for people to put, for cops to put suspects in when they, what? I mean, you're just complaining about every fundamental part of the cop infrastructure, which, I mean, kudos to you. Yeah, I mean, everything deserves microanalysis in terms of cops, like, especially corruption and bias and things like that. Totally. The way you do it, though, is a little questionable.
At all. Do you have any kind of feelings at all about what you're doing to another person?
Are you going to put the air conditioner on or roll the windows down? Have you offered him any water?
I mean, come on, dude. Like, cops, they still gotta go home at night and beat their wives, just like any other maladjusted human being. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure they probably feel some way about it on a human level. But I don't know that it, especially because this is like something that they immerse themselves in every day. I don't think that they're really as affected by it as you and I would be. You know, and I could argue that the people who do these audits are, I would say, probably the same. They probably go home and like are, you know, have to sit in their car to record their commentary because their family doesn't like them, and they still try to live their lives normally. This guy particularly.
Have you offered him any water? Have you offered him any water?
He said, leave them alone. I'm okay.
Right, because he's institutionalized, dude, and you did it to him. You're the reason why he behaves that way. It's what you did. You.
All very reasonable things to say. Totally agree with him on this, on these few points.
Have no feelings about putting a guy in a car like that? I mean, you just sleep.
I mean, you just said he's been institutionalized. They've been institutionalized too. I mean, yes, cops might be potentially victims as well, but they're complicit because they continue to perpetuate this violence, you know, shitty. Shitty all around.
Oh, and is that what people say to you when you start asking where you going, where you been, what time you coming home? Is that what you do? You go, okay, no problem. Let's do it. Let's do it. See, I bet you within 2 years your badge goes. I bet you within 2 years you have no. I'm not going anywhere. Hey, get your hand. Don't touch me, brother. Don't put your hands on me, mother. You better back the up.
All making sure that he's perfectly framed, right?
I'm standing right here. I'm not going anywhere. Keep your hands off me. Sir. Rodriguez versus United States, 2015. You're extending. Protect activity.
He's spitting. He's definitely spitting.
This is a First Amendment protected activity. You cannot extend a stop because you don't want me filming you. Sorry, buddy. You put the guy in the car already. I said you could film me. I can film from anywhere I want. I'm 10 feet away from your car. I'm right here, Dunce.
You are absolutely not 10 feet away from the car. That is not 10 feet. That isn't even close to 10 feet. But you see how patient the officer's being. Like, I mean, he's got to be. That's his job. But he's definitely not making it easy on him. Which is fine. You know, you don't have to. You ain't... Again, I'll hammer it home that cops don't deserve special treatment just because they're cops. But also, you don't have to make it easy for someone to antagonize you back. You don't have to do that. You don't. I mean, maybe you're a martyr if you do, but I don't think I support the use of. He's in previous videos. He's used like R slurs and F slurs and stuff like that. Obviously, it's an attempt to elicit a response, and that's how he makes his money by them having a response.
6 feet apart, they were far apart.
That part makes biological sense, but then you run into things that don't fit biology. Witness.
Just to catch us up, because I know that we deviated a little bit. Just to catch us up, we are talking about how David Politis was interviewing a person about finding mysterious tracks one day, and he just said that they're about 6 feet apart, which makes sense biologically. I don't know that because I'm not a biolog. I don't know that because I'm not a biologist, okay? All right, and I don't claim to be one.
That part makes biological sense, but then you run into things that don't fit biology. Witnesses,
I'm gonna shut the face cam
tribal
off.
leaders,
If you know, you know.
police officers, lifelong researchers and investigators, and regular people describe creatures that vanish between the trees.
What the heck was that? Did you see that? What the heck is it? There's something taken off right there. Did you see that?
Footsteps pacing around and no footprints left, or footprints that
which would indicate that there wasn't something there.
begin,
You know what? I'm gonna let you cook.
Suddenly, in the middle of nowhere, where there's no cover for a being to have hidden. That particular phenomenon is one that I've experienced personally, most recently on my expedition to the backcountry of British Columbia, where I came across a number of singular footprints deep in the woods where no one would be around to hoax such a thing, where logically you'd think there would have been an entire trackway, not just one print. Rick's just mixing up some plaster of Paris here and try to cast this.
Right, which almost makes you believe that it wasn't actually what you think it is.
Are you seeing what looks like a big toe impression here?
You can feel it.
It's almost what it seems like.
Oh yeah, that's definitely lower.
No question.
I'm going to be doing a full video breakdown, probably in a month or so, of my expedition, seeking Sasquatch and finding a whole lot of quite shocking evidence. So if you're interested in that, subscribe to Cabin in the Woods to make sure you don't miss it. And then there's really weird stuff like orbs around sightings, or sudden drops in sound or pressure, like the environment itself is shifting. Now, let's be real. Skeptics love to laugh at this stuff. And
the smell
I get
of
it.
ozone.
On the surface, it does sound absolutely nuts. But what do you do when the same patterns appear again and again from different sources but credible people with nothing to gain? You don't get to just hand wave it because it makes you feel uncomfortable. At least not if you're being intellectually honest. But the problem is,
But you also
none of
don't
that
have to
stuff
just go
fits
straight to
the neat
Bigfoot.
little box that people try to put Bigfoot in. Then there are my own experiences. When I had my first sighting, I was still firmly in the Bigfoot is nothing but an undiscovered ape camp. But almost a year later, while scrubbing through my footage from that event, I discovered this momentary flash of reddish light that corresponded with a grunt I heard in the woods.
There it is! Did you see it? No? Me neither. Oh, there it is.
I tried to write it off as a lens flare or a bug flying from my camera momentarily, but the fact that the timing of this light matched exactly the timing of the grunt I heard, and it just didn't look like a bug or a lens flare. I know lens flares, I'm a filmmaker. It just made me realize there's more to this than a simple unknown animal. After that, it got a lot harder for me to dismiss Bigfoot witness reports involving orbs, cloaking, teleportation, mind speak.
Some sort of portal opened. He was coming through it, or looking through it. Technically, whatever did this and why it did it was thinking, well, he's not looking now. I'm going to manifest, or I'm going to come through the portal.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think anyone's...
Yeah, so like, think about TV shows in the 80s. All right? Believe me, this is going somewhere. Think about TV shows in the 80s. Or like, I guess in the 90s. Around the time that radical was a slang term that people used. Imagine that you've got a TV show that's been going on for years. It's reliable, it's faithful. The ratings never really, like, faltered very much. You're doing good. All of a sudden, the executives come up to you and they say, the show's trending downward. We need to modernize. We need to make it sexier. We need to make it more appealing to broader audiences. And so they say, okay, well, what are we going to do? Well, I don't know. Edginess is kind of a thing. Skateboarding's a thing. Surfing's a thing. The youth is a thing. They're the untapped market that we need to access. And so then the show creators go like, okay, well, we can clean it up. We can make it more social. We can make the cuts quicker. We can make the content more like come in more fast. We can we can try to figure out ways to update the styles and the editing. And instead the execs say, nah, you know what? Put something edgy in there. Put something edgy. You know, the kids, they like radical, they like skateboarding, they like surf.
Who's ever caught anything like that?
Yeah.
Have you?
I've never known anybody to catch a lot.
All the weird stuff, basically, that many witnesses swear they experienced. So when you step back and look at the entire picture, my experiences, the experiences of the witnesses interviewed in Dave's documentary, plus the mountains of physical evidence that we do have, hair, DNA, audio vocalizations that have been determined not to be fake and not to be human or any known animal, footprints with morphology that couldn't have been recreated by a hoaxer, all that conventional Bigfoot evidence, plus the quote-unquote impossible behaviors, you're really only left with two possibilities. Either thousands of people, including hunters, police officers, indigenous trackers, scientists, doctors, lawyers, judges, and a whole lot of regular Joes and Janes, are all lying or crazy, or Sasquatch is not only real, but displays both biological and non-biological behaviors, and we're only seeing half the truth. Dave's documentary, American Sasquatch Man, Myth, or Monster, is one of the first to seriously investigate the other half. And to understand why that matters, we need to talk about the people he chose to interview for the film, and what they're putting on the line to share these stories. Part 2, where the documentary goes next. Witnesses, evidence, and themes. So once this documentary moves past the physical evidence stage, of which there is a lot to talk about, Dave then does something that most Bigfoot films never even attempt. He stops talking about Bigfoot as an idea, and instead focuses on the people who have come forward, the ones who honestly have the most to lose by attaching their names to this subject.
You know, when I was a kid, I'd go to the library a couple miles from my house, ride my bicycle over there, and spend the day looking at books, and they had something on UFOs,
I don't want men in girls' bathrooms.
Maybe Loch Ness Monster. For some reason, that just fascinated me. Do you think Bigfoot's out there? I do. I've talked to too many people.
Of course.
For me, this was one of the aspects that hit me hardest, because the witnesses Dave chose are not fame or attention seekers. They're also not anonymous silhouettes behind a curtain. They're congressmen, tribal elders, former military, and serious, lifelong investigators whose only stated goal is to get at the truth. And again, there are also plenty of everyday people who look like they genuinely prefer not to be on camera, but they're doing it anyway because something happened to each of them that demanded to be told. You can see it in their faces. They're not exaggerating. They're not trying to ham things up or seem more mysterious. Most of them just look uneasy, like they're carrying something that they've held onto for years, and this may have been the first time they've shared it out loud.
Something crossed the road in front of our ambulance. On 2 feet,
like
and then all the electronics in our ambulance went out.
You know,
different people from completely different backgrounds, different decades, different regions of the continent, but the patterns in their stories line up in a way that's impossible to ignore.
Well,
and it's worth noting too that in this film, Dave doesn't steer these people in any way. He doesn't push them. He doesn't try to reinterpret what they share through a specific lens or agenda. He just lets them talk, and that's when you start feeling the weight of what they're describing. But it doesn't stop there, because that's when the documentary starts pulling.
Sorry, I don't mean to talk while he's talking. I'll let him talk while I come up with a title. But feel free to give any suggestions in chat if you'd like.
Pulling all these threads together. It looks at the language-like vocalizations. It looks at the strange lights that many people see around Sasquatch encounters.
What did we see? I haven't got a freaking clue what we saw. But I saw it.
Hey, that's where I am. Survivor Man Bigfoot in the Portland area. Look at that.
That part is fact. 2 lights that after, I'm going to say a half an hour, 20 minutes, seem to disappear.
It looks at the sudden environmental shifts that people describe. And it looks at the physical evidence. The DNA, for instance, that has been extensively tested and come back as human, but not human as well. It looks at government officials admitting that there are reports average people aren't allowed to see. And perhaps most significantly, it looks at tribal knowledge. People whose cultures have lived with these beings far longer than any modern researcher has explored them.
When people ask me, what do you think of Sasquatch is, they're the perfect human. As I've been taught by the tribes, they have laws, very strict laws. They have language, they have culture, they sing.
But again, and this is important, what I appreciate most about this film is that Dave doesn't try to force an interpretation onto any of this. He doesn't pretend to have every answer, which unfortunately is a tendency you do see among Bigfoot believers who are firmly on the paranormal side. Oh, they're absolutely this, or they're absolutely that, or they absolutely go by this name and come from this planet. Let's be honest, we don't know that stuff, and Dave doesn't pretend that we do. But what he does, and what very few documentaries ever do, is organize the phenomenon into categories and patterns that actually make sense. It's not a bunch of random stories thrown together for pure entertainment, as you often see in films about unusual subjects. In this case, it's a detective laying out evidence. And when you sit with that evidence long enough, when you hear enough credible voices describing behaviors and experiences that don't fit in the undiscovered ape box, a picture starts forming. Whether you want it to or not, you start to understand why Dave Paulides made this film, and why the question at the center of it is so uncomfortable for so many researchers. Because if even a fraction of what these witnesses describe is true, then Sasquatch is way more than a large primate hiding in the woods. It's something smarter, way more aware, infinitely more complex, something we're only just beginning to understand. And that leads right into my favorite part of this whole project, the conversation I had with Dave after watching the film.
The other side thinks this might be Gigantopithecus or Paranthropus. That's what you hear at conferences. Established DNA. In North America, there's never been any wild ape, gorilla, Paranthropus, Gigantopithecus DNA ever found in North America.
Like I shared earlier, he told me some things that genuinely shook me. And honestly, they redefined how I view my own encounters. Part 3, the one pattern that changes everything. When I sat down with Dave for our remote interview, I planned to ask him about all the usual Bigfoot stuff. The witnesses, the patterns, the physical evidence, everything. But there was also something he pulled forward in this documentary that I definitely wanted to hear him address directly. Now, it's worth noting that at this point, I had already come to the conclusion on my own that there's a truth most Bigfoot researchers avoid like the plague, and that is that the evidence for Sasquatch doesn't fit neatly into any one category. So I'm going over and over in my head trying to figure out what I saw for that split second, something big, tall, brown, streaking through a bunch of deadfall thick in the bush.
Was it small enough to be a 200+ pound mountain lion?
Not a chance. No, not a chance. It was way too high above it. Like, mountain lions are low to the ground.
Yes. What did he see in that vicinity? Not a mountain lion.
Definitely not a mountain lion. I'm still, frankly, shaken up, to be honest, guys. It's not just flesh and blood. It's not just paranormal. It's definitely not just an undiscovered ape. It's also not only some benevolent forest spirit or even a government secret. In fact, it's none of the tidy, prepackaged explanations that people love to argue about online. None of them alone, that is. But maybe all of them at once. I'm talking about the messy middle, the place where the physical and the seemingly impossible overlap. That right there is the line that most researchers won't touch. But Dave does.
The unusual things that have happened at the Vortex happened to our film crew when we were on site there filming an event.
And when I asked him about it, about this pattern that keeps showing up in witness testimony, tribal accounts, historical records, and physical evidence, he didn't dodge it. He didn't downplay it. And he didn't give me some overblown melodramatic answer either. What he explained was methodical, like a detective laying out the pieces of a case one by one. The moment he said it, something clicked for me.
Our world is not as simple as some would like to believe. The Native Americans have lived in the middle of nowhere sometimes for hundreds and hundreds of years. They didn't have technology like we have today for a majority of their lifespan. And they had to live within their means, sometimes having to deal with otherworldly things. Every tribe you talk to, ask them where they came from. They came from the stars. They all say that.
That right there, that's the truth that reframes the entire film. And honestly, the entire Sasquatch subject, if you're willing to follow it through all the way, which I, for one, definitely am. Because, again, what he's pointing to is the simple fact that this phenomenon behaves in ways that are entirely biological, until it doesn't. Now, you can ignore that, or laugh at it, or pretend it's fringe nonsense, as I'm sure many of you are in the comment section right now, but frankly, the patterns don't care what you think. They keep showing up anyway.
I've been doing this 11 years, and I've had more encounters than I can count where something happened that was beyond the realm of
jingle bells.
Normal. So I would put it in the realm of paranormal.
You see it clearly in the footprints with anatomy that no human being could fake, the hair samples that test as human, but also something unknown, the voices captured on tape with complex language structure that audio experts say couldn't have been fabricated, the physical strength demonstrated in tree breaks and structures.
That break is unbelievably impressive because of the diameter of that trunk. The amount of force that would be required to make that fail in bending the way it is.
And what do you think about roughly 4 inches, I'd say? 3 to 4?
Oh, easy. It's easy 4 inches, yeah. I know we've seen some that are 10 inches, so, I mean, there's no possibility that a human did it, that's for sure.
And those elements then transition all the way up to the strange stuff, the floating lights, the disappearances,
there's a million other things that could have
environmental shifts, the vanishing tracks, that strange sense of being watched in the woods, followed by absolute silence.
Like,
the
why does that
behaviors
just
that defy
automatically
all
mean Bigfoot?
known animal explanations. Dave's point in his film, the one he spelled out during our conversation, is really quite simple. You can't solve this mystery by limiting your thinking to the safest and most comfortable explanations when it doesn't fit the facts. You can only solve it by following the patterns, even when they go places you didn't expect, that make you very uncomfortable. And that is what Dave's documentary does so well. It refuses to look away from the uncomfortable evidence. I've been researching in this space long enough now to know that most Bigfoot media either completely ignores the paranormal side and focuses only on the physical, or goes all in on the paranormal and completely brushes away the physical and the scientific. Both are very problematic, but Dave Paulides doesn't do either. Instead, he holds both patterns in place at the same time, the physical and the seemingly non-physical, and then asks the question that no one else wants to ask. What kind of creature produces both physical and non-physical evidence? That's the question that this documentary is built around. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. So, guys, if you followed everything to this point, then you can probably see by now where all this is going. Dave's documentary isn't about proving that Sasquatch exists. It assumes the obvious, that thousands of credible people aren't just lying or hallucinating the same exact things. The real question he's asking is much bigger. How can we make sense of something that seems both natural and supernatural? Most people...
I mean, you determine whether it exists in the first place. See, this is what happens when you don't do vocal exercises before you start streaming. You get a mushy mouth. You use scientific method to determine whether it exists in the first place, and then you conduct studies and you test it. And if you can't determine that it exists, then you stop deciding whether or not it has 6 legs or 2 legs, or has coarse hair or soft hair. You can't move beyond it at that point. You know? Did my... yeah. And if the answer to the poll is yes, then you must subscribe. That is the rule. That is the rule. If the answer to the poll is yes, you must subscribe. You are obligated. You are required by law to subscribe to the channel if the answer to the poll is yes. Alright? I will sue you. Wait, is that... No, that's not... I will arrest you. Big time. I'll arrest you big time if you do not follow the law that I'm saying. Don't check up on it. Don't you fucking fact check me on that. I thought you said we weren't going to fact check during this debate.
People want clean answers, neat, safe, well-defined categories, something that fits in a box. But the witnesses in this film, the tribal leaders, police officers, park rangers, and others, are describing things that don't.
All the lack of evidence can conveniently be explained by the fact that Bigfoot can phase shift and teleport, and he can fold space-time with his malodorous stench.
Fit in any box that we currently have.
He's
something
stinky boy.
In many ways at least as intelligent as ourselves. Something that chooses when it wants to be seen.
Like a skunk ape.
And when you hear enough of
That's why
these
they call them
accounts from
skunk
enough...
apes. Oh my god. Are you actually shrooming right now? You don't think that that's either... That's some kind of like special fucking film effect. Are you just... Please tell me that you're using this as just B-roll footage. And this is not meant to actually illustrate the thing that you're saying. But what it is a thing that's meant to punctuate the supernatural stuff that you're saying right now. It's just meant to punctuate that. Please tell me that's the goal. And not that you're actually presenting this as real footage.
Places over enough decades, you start to recognize.
Oh, come on, man. This when was this? 6 months ago. Okay, so maybe the expose hadn't come out, but these guys admit to fucking hoaxing this. I think 6 months, like within or outside of 6 months ago. So anyone who was paying attention would have read that.
This pattern.
I think it's safe to assume.
Sasquatch is not only real, but it isn't just surviving out there. It's controlling the encounters. It appears to know how to manipulate distance, sound, and even visibility. It knows how to watch without being.
Because it is psychic, because it has telekinesis. I don't know if you guys knew this, but Bigfoot can move things with its mind. It can throw its voice like a ventriloquist, and it can teleport, and it can make portals. Okay? And all the other stuff that I said earlier. So that's why it stayed hidden for so long.
Being watched. It knows how to approach without leaving the evidence you'd expect.
I'm going to blow my nose, but I'm going to attempt to do so.
It knows how to stay hidden and look like part of the environment.
I know it's gross.
Even when it's standing right in front of you. I learned that the hard way during my first sighting.
Ah! Sinuses, please!
Didn't look like a Bigfoot. It didn't look like a bear. It kind of looked like a large black hill, or just a dark mass of some sort. If you're looking at the end of a root ball from a fallen tree, that's kind of how I thought it looked. But I was quite sure that it was the thing I had just seen move.
What was this? What did you see move?
Honestly,
what happened?
I barely understood anything about what I saw. And
hold up.
I was quite, if you're looking at the end of a root ball from a fallen tree.
Right. in the same breath that you use to throw doubt on the actual truth of what it is, you say what it is.
That's kind of how I thought it looked.
Interesting.
But I was quite sure that it was the thing I had just seen move.
Yep, but you know, human recollection is notoriously unreliable. We tend to throw bias. Why do they show this footage? It's been debunked like 2 decades ago. How do you know, Skippy? How do you know they haven't found new evidence that rebunks it? How do you know? Huh? Who were you, Mr. Bigfoot? Didn't think so. Sit down! Sit down, Skippy! Ha! 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 I'm using my glasses cloth like it's a whip, like I whipped you. Like I whipped you with my words. With my sharp tongue words. Tongue words? I guess you use your tongue to make words. I don't know.
I didn't understand it then. Honestly,
Did you see it move? Oh, is that because it didn't move? That's strange. I don't think I saw it move. I'm just saying. Super Saiyan.
I barely understood anything about what I saw and heard and felt out there. But I gotta say, after watching this documentary and talking with Dave afterwards,
music?
a lot of those strange pieces suddenly started looking less random. The grunt with the flash of reddish light, the feeling of being watched from multiple directions at once, the sound of logs being thrown into the forest foliage
Fucking AI
when there
slop.
wasn't any visible movement anywhere.
It's so steep here, that's the problem. There's really nowhere, hardly anywhere to put my feet.
God. Did you see? He's part of the conspiracy. He just gave it away. He's like, I don't know where to put my feet. Big feet. I don't know where to put my big feet. Bigfoot. He really is Mr. Bigfoot.
Individually, those things seem and feel pretty bizarre, but that's why Dave's documentary is so important, because it forces you to ask the questions that most researchers hate. What if Bigfoot isn't just a creature we haven't classified yet? What if it's a creature several levels beyond our...
No! Like, there's just nothing to indicate that we've discovered anything like Bigfoot. It would thus already have been undiscovered, so why the fuck does it matter? Like, prove it exists. Prove it exists. Give actual evidence that it exists instead of just like implicitly believing that and then just perpetuating this whole notion that you're trying to now specialize why it exists, where it exists, and how it exists. God damn it, dude. God damn it, dude. You son of a bushwhacking pomegranate? Any word really was what I was thinking, and that's what I got. I got pomegranate from that. I don't ask me how. Don't ask me how. A little more chill, huh? It doesn't fit the dancing though. I guess it does. It's not too disjointed. But I don't think this is royalty free. I mean, if the thing doesn't get flagged, then it might not. It might be. Nope, it is copyright. Nope. Copyright. I can't be listening to this. How dare I? Not cool, dude. Oh, here we go. Here's fucking what's his face? What's that guy's name? This guy? What's his name? Benjamin Button. What's his name? Benjamin Button. His name is Benjamin Button. Benjamin Netanyahu. Countryman. Oh man. Ben Sanchez. What the fuck is this guy's name? What is the drums? Definitely AI slop. What are those drums? Do you hear that? Ed Sheeran, thank you. God damn. What is this someone trying to sample packs? No, what are you doing with your music? Why is it like that? That's insane. That is the most insane music that I've ever heard. Okay, it only has 48 views. I guess that's way more in keeping with what I guess I kind of thought. You know what? There you go. Thumbs up. That's good effort. God damn, dude. If that had millions of views, I was going to be incredulous. Oh my god. I'm so happy that it's not because I don't want them to succeed. It's because you get like an air of attitude from someone when it's like, yeah, look at my music, I got like 3 million views, because there's a lot of stupid people out there. I'm gonna let that hang. Who want to listen to bad music? You know, some people might tell you that you're good at this, and some people might tell you that your voice is good. Some people might tell you that, you know, certain aspects of music is good and stuff like that. They don't necessarily like know what good music is. It's like that trope where like people say, oh, you know, it's a non-Italian, you know, Italian grandmother, you know, she knows everything about Italian food. No, she's just a random fucking woman who's from Italy. Just because somebody's Italian doesn't mean they know what good food is or they know how to cook. Like that's dumb. It's a stupid thing to say or think. All right, society? Not the user, but the concept. All right. Get on it. Get on it, girl. Now, well, we still need music. I closed the page. I acted hasty, simply because I wanted to be like incredible. Like, threw the glass down. Take that, Ed Sheeran. And I actually believe that it wasn't AI, because that did not sound. It would have sounded better. It would have sounded better if it was AI. I'm so mean. I'm not trying to be mean. It would have been better. It wasn't good. It's this is not good. Praz Canal. I'm sorry. I do appreciate official artist channel. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop. I don't want to be mean. It's a good effort. It's a good effort. It's not bad. It's bad. It hurts my ear to hear it. Fuck. I'm sorry that's how I feel. There you go. I think that's way more accurate. Way easier on the ear for me to hear myself say. I'm sorry that I feel that way about your music. I don't feel that it's very good. I don't like the out-of-time drums. I feel like that's one of the most basic foundations of music. So, and I don't think it's AI, so that's a plus. I don't think AI could have made something so bad, so that's a minus. I'm so sorry.
Understanding of what countries are beyond us in ways we're not used to acknowledging. That's really what hit me so hard, both
I'm trying to hold it in.
And in my
Shut up,
conversation
listen to
with
this
him
Bigfoot
afterwards.
stuff.
Because once you see the full scope of this phenomenon, or at least more of the scope of it than most people acknowledge, then you can't go back to pretending it's simple. Final thoughts. If the physical evidence for Sasquatch is
shut up, fuck you, I can pretend whatever I want.
Real, and it clearly is, and if the stranger behaviors and elements that people report are real, and they're reported far too consistently to dismiss, then again, we're dealing with something that can't be constrained in a biology textbook. And that right there is what struck me most.
But that doesn't confirm that it's what you believe, you asshole.
Solved the mystery. But unlike most, he refused to shrink from it.
The two go hand in hand. I mean, you got Bigfoot, you got Orbs.
And what was that?
But unlike most,
what the
for
fuck was that
American
footage that you
Sasquatch,
just showed?
Man, myth, or monster. Not that Dave solved the mystery, but unlike most, he refused to shrink from it.
The two go hand in hand.
No, where was it?
Far too consistently to dismiss. Then again, we're dealing with something that can't be constrained in a biology textbook. And that.
I mean, that looks like AI. Did you see how it like shifted? And I think that's probably a really good way to I guess, kind of excuse away the use of AI is to say that that like where they're introducing all these like powers that it has to like teleport and phase shift and things like that. That could be a really good way to excuse like the glitches that happen when you see an AI thing, because you see it like kind of disappear in between getting up and actually standing. Why is it doing this? Why does the internet always want it? Not internet, but my browsers. My browsers. Nope, not that far.
And that right there,
nope.
Then again, we're dealing with something that can't be constrained in a biology textbook. And that,
see, it like pops up. It like just kind of phases up. Phase up. That's not. I mean, that tells me that that's probably AI.
To dismiss. Then again, we're dealing with something that can't be constrained in a biology textbook.
Because the way that I'm thinking is, am I going to see that there's an anomaly where it's passing between these leaves and it's just obstructed because of the leaves, or because there's like light refraction, because something like light's reflecting off the bark or something like that, and it just drobs, it just goes and just like goes into like what we would call like a standing position, I guess, right? Like, but it doesn't look natural. It doesn't look like it's real.
We're dealing with something that can't be constrained in a biology textbook. And that right there is what struck me most after watching.
And I know that when you're looking at something from behind, and like people, like let's say you're an older gentleman, you're gonna like let's say you're sitting up like this, but your knees are out here, right? And you're like on a stump or something. When you're getting up, you're gonna go down and then lift your butt first. So that could be what that is.
American Sasquatch man-made in a biology textbook. And that right there is
but
what struck me most.
it's too smooth.
That can't be constrained in a biology textbook.
You see that? It's just way too smooth behind that, like behind the brush. Like there's just no way that that's real footage of anything.
And that right there is what struck me most after watching American Sasquatch, Man, Myth, or Monster. Not that they've solved the mystery, but unlike most, he refused to shrink from it.
The two go hand in hand. I mean, you got Bigfoot, you got orbs, and you got weird lights. It's just, I can't explain it.
You think Bigfoot has some type of paranormal abilities?
Jesus, dude.
He's got abilities that we don't understand.
That's
orbs having been famously debunked. I mean, how, like,
refused to shrink from
how
it.
can you not account for just debris and shit?
Weird lights. It's just, I can't explain it.
You think,
like, it could have been anything. So you know how like trees have those little helicopter things, helicopter seeds that float to the ground, or float like alongside, like they could float in an air current and just kind of like, you know, levitate for a bit. Not levitate really, but there is no way to prove to these people it's not real. Well, yeah, you can't prove a negative, or you can't disprove a negative, or you can't prove a negative. I can't show you the missing product. You know, I can't show you a picture of the missing product. It's just going to be my empty hand when I'm contacting you for Amazon customer support. You know, it's like, okay, here it is. Fuck, like, what? What do you expect? What do you expect me to do? I see about 50% of people were fooled by my rage bait title. Excellent. But if you were fooled, you gotta subscribe. That's the law says that you have to subscribe if you were fooled. That's what the law says. It's important that you follow the law, or else you will be arrested. The SWAT team will descend upon your local municipality, and they'll cut off access to the entire town. And you will then be isolated in your metropolitan center. I don't know why it's SWAT. It would be the military. The military comes in and they're going to border your town up, and they're going to build a wall around it until you're subscribed to my channel. All right? So if my rage bait title fooled you, you are obligated. Don't fool with me. It's my glasses, but I don't know why I think that that's threatening, but I look through these, and I'm going to look at you. That's right. Look at you, and you, and you, and you. Hopefully it's 50% of all people, you know? Hopefully that continues. It's a good trend. I like that. Be fooled. But yeah, orbs, I mean, it could be anything. It could be something in front of the camera directly. which is, you know, a notorious way that debris can look like it's phasing in and out of existence between, like, you know, moving faster than the shutter speed, or being too close to the camera where light wraps around it, like when you hold a finger up like this, you can see both sides of the finger, you can see through your finger. And like pickle jars. No, I will not elaborate. I'm just gonna have to live with the mystery.
Bigfoot has some type of paranormal abilities.
He's got
Oh yeah, says some random
That's why I'm
fucking
making this
guy.
video, looking at these uncomfortable topics, delving into this film, and recommending it to you. If you
Says
want to
some
gain
random
deeper
dude.
insight into this phenomenon, then you should definitely watch it. American Sasquatch, Man, Myth, or Monster. It's available on Amazon, or you can get it from Dave's website, missing411.com. He didn't try to make Sasquatch simpler
Yeah,
than it
make
is,
sure you pay
just to
for it.
please a
The money
certain
goes directly to David fucking Pilates.
of the Bigfoot crowd.
Pilates, David Pilates.
He didn't hide the uncomfortable parts. And he also didn't dismiss the physical or
Right,
non-physical.
yeah, right. He didn't hide the uncomfortable parts because that's his fucking film. He has to make money somehow, right? Bigfoot actually Jesus? How do you know? How do you know he's Jesus? Do you see him walking along your dreams with you and leaving a set of footprints, but they're invisible, and it's just really big footprints? And then you like see the words from that poster where it's like, and then I looked up and there was no one next to me and I knew it was Jesus. But in this case, like, you know, it's Bigfoot. But he's Jesus. But it's Bigfoot, but he's the Son of God. Right? Bigfoot, but he's the Son of God. Or is he the Holy Ghost? Could Bigfoot be the Holy Ghost? The ghost of the host? With the most? Who doesn't like the boast? And he loves a good roast? And he goes from coast to coast? Or what? He sometimes thinks he's the most, but he never leaves his post. As reasonable as any of these other explanations. I guess. Well, then you gotta explain both existences. You gotta explain Bigfoot and Jesus. You can't combine them. Because why would people say they see Bigfoot exclusive to Jesus, right? I'm sure people have said they've seen Bigfoot and Jesus at the same time, but not in the same place. Jesus is just about as elusive as Bigfoot is. Not even speaking philosophically. I mean, like, in reality, you know, if you try to find the guy, he's pretty hard to track down. People think they've seen him in toast before, but he's a hard guy to pin down. You know, very rare that you're able to get an audience with the real Jesus H. Christ. All right, write that down. Write it down, goddammit.
Evidence. He just laid the patterns out and followed them honestly. And when you really start to look at those patterns, as I have, you start to understand
Honestly
why
is a
so
bit
many
of a
people are
stretch.
uncomfortable with this.
Bit
We're
of a
talking
stretch.
about beings that transcend the materialistic reality we see before us. We're
Jesus
talking
Christ,
about realms that can't be measured with our current tools and come with implications that could
What is that
potentially
supposed to
rewrite
be?
our entire view of
That
the
could just
universe
be a hole
and our
in the
place in it.
branches that's too
why
dark
this
for the
stuff has
sun
been
to
ignored for so
reach,
long.
that
But it's also
looks
why
like
people
it's a
who have
figure
had these sorts of
in the
encounters
brush.
walk away permanently changed. Now, I don't
That's
expect
just
everyone
off
to
the top
agree
of
with
me
me on
head.
this, and I don't expect everyone to
Off
agree
the
with Dave
top of
or
me
to
head.
immediately accept the evidence he presents in the film. But if you care about the truth more than categories, then this subject deserves a real look. Not the watered-down version that skeptics or one-track-minded believers put forth, and also not the over-sensationalized version that certain people try to sell. Just a real, honest look. Now, here are the moments from my interview with Dave
Again,
that
honest
brought
is a
everything we
stretch.
talked about here into focus for me.
Bit of
a
a stretch.
rancher from Northern California in the late 1800s, early 1900s. This rancher kept a journal, dated it, unusual things that happened to him. He was running cattle up near the Oregon-California border, and he kept them up there in this temperate climate during the winter. And they lived with the Native Americans in that area during that time. Man said that at one point, a Native American is walking by him with this plate of fresh meat. And he asked, "Where are you going?" And he says, "Can't say," and he walks away.
Again, we're kind of approached with this this kind of trope that happens in a lot of cryptid searching circles that surround Native American legends. there's this tendency for people when building these narratives to explain Native Americans as like really primitive cultures and that they haven't evolved with us, you know, like that they're still savages, you know, according to whatever colonial era assholes titled them that, you know what I mean? Like it's like it's like a reverse racism. No, it's a racism through the wrong approach, I guess. It's venerating a culture so much that you're like accidentally becoming racist. I don't know if there's a term for that, but it's like if I was to if I was to go into a I don't know, like a church that has like community members who were predominantly from Mexico, and if I walked in there, you know, with it wearing like a poncho that's like, you know, authentic, you know, to whatever region, like let's say the Andes, like I'm wearing like a poncho, I'm wearing like a top hat and stuff like that. It's not disrespectful to the culture, but it's racist because you seem to hold them up on this like weird pedestal for some reason because you're afraid of looking racist if you were to act normal or something. Like it's kind of like one of those sort of things. It's not like a bad thing necessarily. They don't mean it to be a bad thing, but it is from a place of like racial stereotyping and how people from the oppressor's point of view the marginalized cultures, if that makes any sense. But it's like accidental racism, which is just, you know, it's funny but sad, but funny.
Well, this rancher,
and it happens a lot with
the elders, and walked over to an elder and said,
Skinwalker Ranch, when they talk about the Utes, when they talk about the Blackfeet tribe, when they talk about the Navajo, they do the same thing with Skinwalkers. They do the same thing with all that stuff. Still on Sasquatch, yeah. Well, we went to some channels that viewers were suggesting that had to do with like cop stuff, body cams and stuff like that. But that was a short-lived excursion, etc.
What's going on? What's all the secrecy? He goes on. It's okay. A couple of days later, he sees the same thing going up towards these cliffs. Finally, the elder says,
so what I was wanting to do as well was answers on Quora, but I felt like I was typing it out too slowly last time we did this. So I'm going to do these while I'm listening to what you guys are watching here on the screen. And what I'll do is I'll do the reacting to that, and then I will answer a question off screen, and then I'll bring it on screen, and we'll both read the question and answer together. I think that'll be easier to consume. Oh, pardon my burp. Did you look at any videos from the recent Sam Squanch sightings in Ohio from earlier this year? I did not. Sam Squanch.
Can't say, and you watch.
Sasquatch sightings. What's up, Pumpy Cans? Pumpy Cans. Oof. I gotta do better in coming up with nicknames on the fly. Ohio's Bigfoot Flap. I guess that looks like a decent source. Perhaps. Maybe.
Imagine standing in the stillness of the...
Imagine being that monotone. Portage County, Trumbull County. I just want to see like raw footage. It's time for adventure. Fuck yeah. I'm ready for an adventure. you ready for an adventure? Can I get a fuck yeah? Maybe not with the lo-fi, but, you know, put something more exciting on there and then I'll be even more pumped. Like some heavy metal. My nose itches now. Ah! It's one of those itches that, like, it feels like a stabbing pain. Maybe it's just a stabbing pain.
What's up, guys? Welcome back.
What's up?
To the Unknown Outdoors.
Thank you.
This is Matt, aka Trapper.
What's up, Matt?
With the Unknown Outdoors. Thank you so much for joining us back.
Are you going to
really appreciate y'all.
Show it, or are you just talking about it?
Of course, I don't know if you guys all heard the big hype going on about the Portage County, Ohio sightings, I think in the last few days. So I had to get out.
I think he's just catching people up on it. I want to see, you said footage, right? Donde está? Okay, so it's stabilized. Clearly. And it's just standing there. Yeah. So that's not real. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find the footage of it. Oh shit! Dinosaurs? Fuck yeah, dude! Look at it! Look at that! Right off the coast of Seattle. I mean, that's like for real for sure. Like, that's like super real, right? Look at it. Look how real that is. You see that? No, there is actual footage, but regular normal people were out and about and saw it, so there's no actual footage. Wait, so there's no footage? What? I'm confused. AI loft. Go fuck yourself. Jesus Christ, come on, man. That's not actually it. Dark evidence. Life finds a way. Oh, shit. Oh no, it's a monster attacking a bear. Oh my god. Oh shit, this proves that something is real. What is this? Is that the sheep squatch? What type of animal is that? Or I mean, like, which mythical beast? What the fuck is that? So good. That looks good. It's real. It looks really, I mean, I know it's real. I know that it's legitimately real. So I'm not discounting its authenticity. But it also looks real. In keeping with it being real, it also looks real. So a lot of Bigfoot hunters that came to Ohio and did a lot of dreams about the sightings here had a lot of dreams, I assume, is what you meant. And the fact that the people who actually had sightings were not related, and none of them were interested in Bigfoot. Oh, okay. So they were trying to give what they consider an authentic account of what it is that they saw. Oh yeah, it's almost like the government's hiding this up, hiding this with all of the very real footage that we're seeing today regarding these things. It really feels like the government should be telling us the truth, okay? It's clear as day. It's clear as day here on the screen. You can't deny it's here. You can't deny it. Look at it. Look at that. That's a real live Wendigo. Wendigo, and when's he gonna get here? Woo! Thank you, Dark Evidence, for keeping the truth alive. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Evidence.
Holy shit.
Totally not AI slop channel. Thank you. Dark Evidence, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, you caught footage of Krampus. Holy shit, it is rare. It is rare to see Krampus out and about during the non-Christmas season. But thank you again. Thank you for being vigilant. Vigilant, I mean. Thank you for being vigilant on the matter.
You want to see? Yeah. Okay. We got somebody that lives up there. Won't hurt you. Doesn't look quite like us. Has hair all over its body. Takes him up there. They feed him this meat. Very passive, polite. Bigfoot. They come back down. The rancher's stunned. Where'd it come from? The native says that a couple times a year, this flaming moon comes down from the sky, settles on the meadow right here, and 2, sometimes 3 of the crazy bears come out of the craft. He didn't say craft. Come out of the moon and jump down on the land. And then they're our friends. And they went.
See what I mean? So it's like a you're reducing their level of civilization so that you can make the story sound more authentic, legitimate. I don't know. Because you think if you're talking about like a chief who comes to you in a a fucking Toyota 4Runner and says like, hey, it feels like there's like a fucking spaceship or something that comes down, because Native American people who grow up on reservations over those hundreds of years, they somehow incorporated our technology into their budding civilization. Isn't that strange how those quote-unquote savages, right, were able to evolve with mankind? Go fuck yourselves. See, like, I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting angry at the passive racism. Maybe I'm too angry at it. We'll just let them keep talking about Bigfoot. But it's like, fuck, like, oh man, why can't we just look at people like other fucking people? Why do we have to reduce them to being like aboriginals with no sense of technology like that, just to push a fucking story? God damn it!
We went up to the cliffs and we feed them. And then after they get out,
Krampus is celebrated in Slovenia winter season.
Come out,
have festivals
they
in
wave
Cleveland.
Goodbye, they get back in and leave.
It's a big Slovenia winter season festivals in Cleveland. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I don't even know what that would consist of, but it sounds cool. I'm sure there's a lot of feasting.
The wording in there is perfect. If you think back to that time, they didn't know what a spacecraft was. They didn't know anything. So he described it as a moon. Comes down, lands.
What time are you talking about? When you interviewed the person?
60-40.
In like the 70s? People knew what a fucking spacecraft was in the fucking 70s, you asshole.
On the meadow, they get out. Again, I found that story. I could not believe it.
He then tried to like justify why he's reducing an entire civilization that's just as modern as we are to sticks and stones. What a douche. David Politis, what a fucking douche.
If you made it this far, guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you sticking with me.
What an
as I follow
asshole!
rabbit Sasquatch research.
Sam Squanch. So yeah, that was his most popular video. And then I want to take a look at his... We already looked at his oldest video. I want to see his oldest video about Bigfoot, because this is all just like personal stuff, which is, I mean, it actually shows that he's like credible in his journey, and that this isn't just a grift, which is really cool. There's more Slovenians in Cleveland than there probably are in Slovenia. Just saying. Oh wow, cool. What's like a what's a key thing of Slovenian culture? Like, is there something that I would recognize as like just your casual American? Like, would there be something that they've incorporated into American culture that I might know about? This guy kind of looks like Saddam Hussein. Okay. Maybe he's alive and fled to wherever this guy lives. I'm pretty sure he didn't. I think a lot of people saw that live leak video I'm pretty sure he he got dragged right to that point. 1 year of forest life with your child? Is this divorced dad energy or is this doomsday prepper energy? Could be both, though. I mean, I think I would assume that the where's that, like, maybe that's his wife or something? I don't know. She left Poland for a forest homestead in Canada. What the fuck? What? Trying everything to keep a sick dog alive. Why are you making a video about it? What is happening? I wrote a song about our life, or about life in our cabin in the woods. What? I mean, I guess I am just reading titles. I could actually look at one of the videos, what it actually is. I don't like people who use their infant children in their videos. Yeah, a little exploitative. Can't exactly get the kids' consent, you know. We have street names after the cities. That's cool. Yugoslavia. Now, what would I know Yugoslavia for? I know food is usually the thing that I can connect with cultures a little easier. So name like a dish or something. Melania Trump is from Slovenia. So shit country. So shithole country that produces assholes. Probably not. Probably culturally not that. But if I only have one point of reference to go on, then... Is that where Rakid comes from? No, that's like Turkish country. Growing up in this area, though, you definitely knew about homemade wine. Everyone had grapevines growing on the side of their garage. Oh yeah, there's a ton of grapevines here on people's properties, but it's definitely not cultural. It's just a Portland thing. People making their own wine and shit, moonshine in the backyard. I don't, because that's illegal, and I would never, ever do that. I would never do an illegal thing, nor would I ever admit to it, if I was making moonshine. For my own consumption. Melania is definitely from Slovenia, and her accent was a lot worse now, a lot worse now than it was in the past, if you look at her interviews. You gotta sell the picture, right, of a well-maintained mail-order bride, right? You know? Hey, that's the first lady you're talking about. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Although I say that with way more shame than people should, or than people have been. So that obviously was not a mail-order bride because, you know, I'm not just assuming that. I just feel like that's such a weird title for a video. It's just weird. It's weird. I don't like it. Okay, it starts here, I guess. Bigfoot threw a rock at my daughter. Later, I saw him. I'm only 25% Slovenian. The others don't accept us. Isn't that how it always goes? You know, when you're not pure, they want you out. It seems so weird. It seems so like that's so 1930s German of people. All right, so Bigfoot throws a rock at your kid.
Because of this stone, there's a lot of you who are going to think I'm certifiably insane by the time I reach the end of this video. But you know what? I'm okay with that because everything I'm about to tell you is 100% true, and I personally can't come up with an alternative explanation for what I experienced.
Dude, this provides him with so much more legitimacy than any claims that he makes could. Like, and I don't mean legitimacy meaning like he's actually finding Bigfoot. I mean legitimacy in his approach to things. Like he's clearly not scamming. He's clearly not scamming. He uses too much AI, but he's clearly not scamming. He actually had an epiphany moment. He had a moment of either trauma or epiphany or whatever, inspiration, religious experience, whatever phase of life shift happened that caused him to introspect and to come to the conclusion that he did it's contained here. It was a moment in life that he's documented for us. This gives him so much more legitimacy and makes me think that there's less of a chance that he's actually a grifter. which is wholesome. That's pretty cool. All right, let's hear him. Let's hear him talk about it.
If you can, I'd love to hear about it. Seriously, write what you think happened in the comments after you listen through the events, because it would be nice to have a more down-to-earth explanation. I mean it. Here's what happened. About 3 weeks ago, my wife Edita, 7-year-old daughter Lily, and I flew into Sydney Airport in Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. And my wife and I had always had the West Coast on our bucket list of places to see. The beautiful, massive trees, the forests, the coastline, the culture. We wanted to experience it, and we were also celebrating our 10th wedding anniversary, so it seemed like a good time to do it. My wife did some research ahead of time and found a beautiful Airbnb cottage rental available in a small town called Shirley on the southern end of the island. It's about an hour and a half or so drive south of Sydney Airport where we landed. And it really only had one main road going through it, this town. I think it was Highway 14. Forests on all sides, at least half a dozen beaches within a short drive of our cottage. So it seemed like the ideal place. Now, I should preface the next part of the story by saying that prior to these experiences, I was a believer in Bigfoot.
You ruined it. Damn it! You already believed in Bigfoot. Fuck! Okay, alright, well, we can salvage this. We can salvage this. His credibility wasn't great, but it wasn't nothing. Kids are assholes. They are indeed assholes. Kids are indeed assholes. Kids are assholes! Sometimes. Most of the time. Yeah, I'd say most of the time. Most kids, most of the time.
I've always been interested in cryptids and paranormal or mysterious topics in general, and have at times
Rika,
done some research on those.
watching Harry and the Hendersons, and now
I was also aware
Sam
that
Squanch.
there are quite a few
Get
sites
out of
on
here!
the West Coast in general and
You're
Vancouver
stupid
Island specifically.
beast!
So we check into our cottage in the small town of
Go
Shirley,
on!
Vancouver Island, and it's surrounded by forest. Forest in the backyard of the property, and across the road, Highway 14, more thick forest. Now I later looked at that forest across the road.
That would
on
be
Google Maps,
awesome.
and it's a massive forest. It goes.
I would just be in that forest every damn day. One of my favorite things to do, and I... Wow. Oh man, this just goes to show you how neglected I was as a kid. One of my favorite things to do is get lost and find my way home. Oh, is that deeply depressing? Yeah, that's probably deeply depressing. Before I could drive, we had forest near where I grew up. And before I could drive, I would wander out into the forest and get myself lost. And I would then try and find my way home. And he's also a serial killer, Patrick. Did you know that too? And I would absolutely do that. I would walk like miles and miles and miles. And then I would find my way home. Inexplicably, not inexplicably, because I pay attention to shit, landmarks and whatnot. But, and I used to like tie ribbons around trees and shit. Eventually you get a pocket knife. You don't really have to do that anymore. You just look for etchings. But yeah, just go into the woods and find my way home. I would love to wander around in the woods in where I guess this is called Muir Creek. In the Muir Creek area. Invermuir Road. Imagine that's kind of sad. Yeah, didn't have the best childhood. Didn't have the most supportive parent. That's just how it goes sometimes.
On for miles, and that'll play into the story later. But our host had some chickens and some goats. He and his wife lived in a house on the same property, and between the rental cottage where we were staying and his house was a paddock.
What the fuck? Did you see that goat? Oh my god. That goat was insane.
On the same property, and between the rental cottage where we were staying and his house was a paddock of chickens and a paddock of goats. As part of the deal, he allowed his guests to collect as many eggs from his chickens as they wanted every day for their breakfast.
Dude, blur your kids' faces, man. Like, they can't give you consent, so you shouldn't be putting them on fucking film.
That immediately caught my attention because of my interest in the subject. So I asked him, have you ever had a...
Imagine like growing up and like just having your face in shit that you just wouldn't necessarily, like, maybe it would be embarrassing. Maybe it'd be like you get teased or something about, like, if it's embarrassing, I guess. It just sucks, man. I don't know.
Sighting. Have you ever yourself heard or seen anything, or do you know someone who has? And he said no, that he personally had not had a sighting, but he did believe in Bigfoots or Sasquatches for the same reasons I did. There's just too many people who claim to have seen them around the world. He also shared that the large forest across the road,
right, in a preponderance of the wealth of sightings that we've had over the hundreds and hundreds of years that we've been experiencing stuff like this, wouldn't you think that it would be more important to determine what that thing is? Like where that thing... Why am I'm holding my wireless charger? enjoy looking at it. It's very fun to look at. It costs like $6. Shut up. What? No one ever care that you like disappeared, either do they? Kids today could never do that. Just saying, no, that's what neglect is. I could be gone all day and my mom would never have known that any differently. As long as I make it back before sundown, that was her only rule. I can go anywhere, do whatever I want, as long as I'm back before sundown. Or when I was older, I would negotiate to being, as long as I was back before 10, and then eventually she didn't really give a shit anymore. I was gone for days at a time. I think after I hit about 16, 17, I was gone for like days at a time. Like, I think I was gone for like a week at one point. She didn't care. No concern whatsoever for her baby boy. For her baby boy.
From where we were staying was known in the local
area.
There's
a road on the west side of Cleveland in the burbs called Gore Orphanage Road.
What the fuck? In fact, he seemed a little bit uncomfortable sharing that. I kind of pressed him gently for more details, but he didn't seem to want to share any. But what he did share was almost as interesting. He said that in years past, he and his wife had lost...
Just to catch you guys up, he talked to the guy who was hosting his Airbnb, and the guy said that he believed that Bigfoot existed, and he wouldn't share details about the sighting, or his own experience with sightings. He was guarded about the details. You need to stop because the tears are coming down. I'm laughing a lot.
A few goats.
Good, I'm glad I could make someone laugh.
One year he said he had seen a black bear. He actually caught the black bear in the act of mauling one of his goats. He had pushed over the 5-foot wire and post fence that was guarding his goats, and it was in the process of mauling one. And there was a lot of blood and hair, and the fence was completely destroyed. So he scared the bear off, but obviously the poor goat was done for, sadly. Another time, a mountain lion had actually come in from the forest and leapt over the 5-foot fence, and was also in the process of killing a goat and trying to drag this goat. And they were only miniature goats, but still, it was fairly weighty. And he was trying to drag it over the 5-foot fence back to the woods. The mountain lion wasn't able to do this, so again, there was a lot of damage, and there was a lot of blood and hair, and it was just a nasty situation. But there was a third time that the guy mentioned where a goat had simply disappeared. Like, he had come to the paddock in the morning to feed the animals, the chickens and the goats, and there was just one less goat. There was no damage to the fence, though, that time. There was no sign of an animal trying to push over the fence. The 5-foot fence was perfectly intact. And there was also no blood and hair as well. The paddock had been full of blood and hair with the bear and with the mountain lion, but there was no blood or hair this time. There was just one less goat, and no signs of how that happened. That got me thinking, and his comment about the mysterious, unexplained events that the forest was known for got me thinking, but not enough to really do anything about it because, well, my wife and daughter had a list of places they wanted to go, and I wanted to go as well. So we spent the bulk of the holiday not doing anything to do with Bigfoot at all, just visiting various beaches, all of which were very beautiful, and the forest trails we visited were also stunning, and I didn't give Bigfoot another thought until I think maybe 4 days before the end of our visit. We were there for, I think, 11 or 12 days, and we were 4 days from having to drive back to the airport and go home when we decided to revisit one of the beaches we had visited earlier in the trip. It was called Muir Creek Beach. That's M-U-I-R.
Muir?
Beach. And it was just a minute or so up the road from our cottage. So we drove there, and there was a bit of a...
It's Muir. Oh, shit! Oh, shit, I fell for it! Oh, my God. Look! When you see it. Oh, when you see it. Oh my God. Look at where my mouse is hovering. Look at it. You fucking lost. You fucking lost. You lost. You're done. You're done, son. You've lost the fucking game. I can't. How the fuck did he do that? How did he do it? Fuck. He did it, y'all. God damn it, motherfucker! Thank you for whatever that is. I don't have my alerts on. Oh, bits. It was thank you for cheering. That's also screw you. Thank you for God damn it. You jump started my I have to jumpstart my brain. Cause you done did me dirty. I thought I had turned those alerts off. Not.
Hike through some blackberry bushes to get down to the water, and it was a really nice picturesque place. Very remote. It wasn't like a sand beach. It was a cobblestone beach, kind of out of the way. Lots of trees.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to.
But the beach itself,
I'm not going to type that into Google.
Kind of untouched by humans. There was a lot of very large pieces of
everybody
driftwood, as many beaches on Vancouver Island have, including some full-size driftwood trees, which I had never seen before. So we'd been to this beach once before. This was our second visit, as I said, and we were just walking along this beach. And it was really nice because we had packed some snacks and we planned to be there for several hours at least. And there were no other people.
Oh, this
it
guy's
was a
last
bit of
name
a
is
tourist
Kuhn.
spot, but on this particular day there was no one else there. My daughter and I decided to climb up this rather large driftwood log. It was really an entire tree that had become driftwood and washed into shore who knows how long ago. It's quite a large tree too. It's probably, this big around or so at least. And
yeah, the redwoods, you see sometimes the redwoods like going falling into the water and like they could clog up a whole riverway. Not, I mean for boats, I mean.
Root structure of it, as it lay there on its side, was completely intact. So my wife was a little ways away from this driftwood log, wading in the shallow water, collecting stones, something like that. She had her back turned to us, and as I said, there was no one else around. We had a good view up and down the beach for a long way, in both directions.
Lost the game. I lost the
and so
game
Lily
too.
and I are climbing among the roots of this bleached driftwood log, and we're pretending that it's a fort or something like that. And we're just playing innocently, when all of a sudden, I hear the echoing crack of a stone hitting this log.
It also takes a sec before I can actually look.
I knew
have 3
instantly that the
chats
stone had
open
been
on my
thrown. It
screen.
hadn't, just fallen from somewhere. Not that there was really anywhere it could have
My
fallen from,
multi-chat
but it had hit this log
function
hard
stopped
enough
working,
that I
so I
knew
have to,
from
like,
the
kinda do
sound
it
it had been
manually.
thrown. I didn't see the rock right away, but I heard this echoing crack of it hitting the log really hard, and the sound of where it hit sounded like it was aimed at Lily. Because of where she was, it sounded like it had hit the log exactly opposite to her, and if it wasn't for the wood of the log itself, it would have hit her. And it would have hit her really hard by the sound of it. Like I said, I could tell from the way the sound echoed that it had been whipped really hard. And then a second or two later, I saw.
You said where she had been?
Ricocheted off where it hit and bounced off a root, and then it rolled down the log on our side. So the opposite side from where it hit, and it hit the cobblestone beach below this tree that we were climbing on. And I saw it. I saw it roll down. And I saw it hit the beach.
Oh my God! Come on, man! Oh my fudgies! Oh my fudgies! Don't you dare get me started. It could have been anything. It could have been him kicking a rock and it striking the tree. It could have been his daughter kicking a rock and striking the tree. It could have been whoever, his wife I guess is probably filming. It could have been her kicking a rock and it striking the tree. It could have been a rock falling down. Squirrels, they pick shit up all the time. I mean, I'm not saying that there's squirrels there, but animals can very easily pick up a rock thinking that it's some food element and then discard it knowing that it's not. And it can fall from wherever they're perched up on, top of a tree, some driftwood or whatever, and it can fall against the driftwood below and make a sound like thwack, and then fall onto the pebble. It even could just have been shifting rocks on the pebble, the pebble beach. I don't understand. I went outside to go to work and my tire was flat. Oof, why would Bigfoot do this? I don't know. He seems malicious sometimes. He can teleport interdimension. He's interdimensional, and he's kind of a dick. It could have been a bird dropping a rock. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's so many things it could have been that doesn't just say Bigfoot, man.
I picked it up, and this was that stone. Obviously, I'm puzzled by this, but I thought at first that for some reason Edita, my wife, had thrown a rock, although I was kind of mystified as to how she could have thrown a rock that incredibly hard to make such a noise, and why she would have thrown a rock at us. That didn't make sense either. I thought maybe...
When things fall onto driftwood, they sound not fall onto, but when you knock on a piece of driftwood, when you tap on a piece of driftwood, it sounds like it's going to, or it sounds way louder than it should, because all the living tissue has been desiccated in there. There's a bunch of air in there. There's a bunch it's hollow. They're always lighter. The moisture's gone. It's dried out. All those things. So it sounds more hollow. It sounds more tonal than striking a living branch would. So you already have to factor that into the sound that the thing is making. And velocity falling from a bird who let it go thinking that it was food but then discarding it. The velocity that could have been achieved by a kid, a sneaky asshole kid off in the distance trying to play a prank on you guys by throwing a rock over there, making you go oh, what the hell was that? The velocity that would be at would probably make a sound like that. That's a little louder than normal. It could have been Krampus, but he automatically assumes it's Bigfoot. It could have been aliens, for all this guy knows. You know what I mean? Could have been aliens. Gosh darn it.
She couldn't see us from where she was down in the shallows. the tide was kind of coming in at this point because of the log itself. We were kind of behind it, and she was on the other side of it, 30 to 40 feet away, and I thought, maybe she's just throwing rocks for fun, and she doesn't know we're back here. So I kind of peeked my head over the log, and I look at her, and I actually called her, "Did you throw that rock?" And she didn't even hear me at first. She had her back to me, but when she found out what I was asking, when I repeated the question, she made it clear she hadn't thrown it, and I knew she hadn't thrown it either, even from before I had asked her, because when I stuck my head up and looked, her back
Real
was turned
question
to
for
me,
this
and that was
guy
like
is
2
who
seconds
let him
after
out of
it
the
was
house
thrown.
wearing those green pants? And I'm not a big fan of the hat. I know that that's just like his personal style, but I'm not a big fan of the hat. I don't like this type of like Indiana Jones type hat. Like I'm not a fan. And like I can't speak really, because if I was gonna be wearing any kind of hat, it would probably be like a cigarillo or like a sun hat or some shit. Like I wear these hats. That's like, this is the hat that I choose to wear. But like, I mean, if we were just going for functionality, I probably wouldn't wear anything that's any better than that. Everyone knows that Bigfoot throws tiny rocks into water. I know. That Sasquatch, he's a pesky bugger. Not even a plaid shirt matches. Well, with that, like, also with a black undershirt, you're dressing uncharacteristically warm for what could potentially be like 60, 70 degree weather. It just doesn't really work. It doesn't work. I don't know. And then what the fuck is this wedding band? Are you 13? Did you get this at Hot Topic? What is the point?
I think if she had thrown it, she would have still been facing me. And I think she had some idea we were back there too, so she certainly wouldn't have thrown a rock if she knew.
You know what I think happened? Like, your kids are climbing, no, it's just one daughter, right? Your daughter's climbing up the rocks and the tree stump or whatever, and imagine that like her foot not like is on like the beach or something, and like you lift your foot to go, and like the rock, you can get rocks coming up with your foot, like it get caught in sandals or shoes or something like that, and like kick up into the tree, and with the force of a kick, with the force of someone moving their foot, like it's potentially enough velocity to make a nice tonal hollow sound on the piece of driftwood to make someone think that it could have hit a little harder than it actually did, and then it settles where you found it. That's what I think happened. It's a very simple, like, just thwack against the tree branch, or the fallen tree or whatever, driftwood, and that's it. Just because he doesn't understand that like driftwood is going to sound more hollow and louder when something strikes it. I think it's just a simple misunderstanding.
We're back there.
And this started his whole journey into AI slop. Sorry, his logo here is PFP. Into AI slop, with all of the AI slop thumbnails. He's dressed like he's ready to rescue an artifact that belongs in a museum from the neck up. Yep. I didn't want to call it an Indiana Jones hat, because I don't want to give him that much credit.
But it was clear to me she hadn't thrown it, 100%, which left me with the question, who had thrown it? There was no one at all on the beach that I could see, in a long way in either direction. And so I'm thinking the only place someone could be hiding who could have thrown that rock is up on this sheer sedimentary rock cliff that was more or less right behind us and behind this driftwood tree that went up, maybe 30, 40 feet and capped off at the top with extremely thick trees and bushes and things. I thought someone could potentially...
Yeah. So a steep surface with an abrupt cutoff, ridged by brush and bushes. Kind of feels like it'd be a perfect place for some like shitty, pesky kids to hide to play pranks on the, tourists, or from another tourism family. Like it's a place where Airbnbs are. Obviously, like there's people stay there in some capacity for them to be able to even feel like it's necessary to, or feel like it's lucrative to rent out a room. There's so many people just everywhere, and it's so weird to assume that it's some as of yet undiscovered species, let alone an animal or another human being, when something really, really innocent like a rock falling happens. Not to mention the fact that you're on there's a cliff up above you, man. It could have even just been a rock tumbling from a hill, like someone, I don't know, a mile uphill, kicked the rock, and it somehow found its way all the way down to that cliffside, and then it finally decided to pick that time to tumble over the cliff, striking the tree down below, and settling where you found it. That set off your entire hunt for Bigfoot. That is now somehow no animal, no human, no natural occurrence whatsoever. It's definitely Bigfoot. But wait, didn't he say that he saw it?
I'm sure hiding up there, kind of up behind us on this cliff over our heads, and have thrown a rock down at us. But that didn't seem to make sense either, because this cliff was extremely steep, and even when it kind of changed from a sheer rock face to the top where there was thick vegetation, that top of it was very steep.
Wait a minute, you're saying kids play pranks?
Steep enough that I think any person would have
Sasquatch
trouble staying
exists?
up there without rolling.
There is some correlation between being a kid and doing stupid things. There is some correlation. I don't want to just call children out like that, because they're supposed to be, kids, but kids can be assholes sometimes, okay? All right? I don't want to cast aspersions on anybody's kids who's viewing. I'm sure your kids are probably okay. But I probably wouldn't like them, because kids are assholes.
Rolling down. Except it would be hard to roll down with all the trees and shrubs. It was so thick up there that when I looked, I couldn't.
Adults might
even
play
see
pranks
maybe
too.
more than 5 feet through the thick
Adults are
foliage.
above that.
So I couldn't see how anyone could climb.
I don't think I've ever met an adult human being who ever made a joke in their life. The hell are you trying to say? How dare you try to convince me of that? How dare you?
I'm up there, and if they did, I couldn't see how anyone could stay up there because of the steepness of the place, and I couldn't see how any human being would have space to be up there because of the incredibly thick foliage. And yet, this rock had clearly been thrown at us. It had been whipped hard enough to make this.
Yes, it does, Patrick. Only assholes play pranks, and it's only people who aren't adults, I guess? I don't know. That's dumb logic. Whatever, you get what I'm saying.
Ringing, echoing sound.
It's
as
not
it
a
thumped
joke,
into the
that's, I
log
guess...
2 feet from my daughter's
It's
head.
run its course.
So I thought, well, it's got to be a person. And I was mad at that point, because I thought there was a human hiding up there somehow, despite the terrain, hiding up in this bluff bush area, throwing rocks at my kid. So I decided I'm going to start throwing some rocks up there myself to try to scare, flush out whoever's hiding up there and give them a good telling off. So I did that. I grabbed some fist-sized rocks and started to whip them kind of in all directions up into this foliage where I thought maybe the rock had come from. But nothing happened at all. There wasn't any noise, there wasn't any sound other than the sound of my rocks crashing into the bushes.
Which should tell you that you didn't encounter Bigfoot? Should that not? Wouldn't no result not lead you to a conclusion? Isn't that what?
Is there. So I really had no explanation, but it was weird because a rock had been
You're a
thrown
domestic
at us,
terrorist.
and there was no one there to throw it. But
How
then,
dare you?
as the day wore on, I started to think about many of the claimed Bigfoot encounters that I've heard people interviewed about, where they're sharing what happened to them when they encountered these creatures in different parts of the world. And one of the hallmarks of Sasquatch sightings is that before people see the creature or hear the creature vocalize, the creature will throw rocks at them. They'll be walking through the forest, say on a hunting trip or something in a remote area, like we were, and a pebble will land at their feet, and they'll look around and there's no one to have thrown it, and they can't see where it came from, other than it seems to have come from a long way away and to have been thrown with a lot of power. And then if they keep ignoring the pebble and don't know what to make of it, but they just keep walking, then another pebble will be thrown at them, and maybe this time it'll hit them or hit a tree next to them or something. I've heard lots of interviews where people claim to have seen a Bigfoot, and before they see it, they're talking about rocks being thrown at them. So, despite the fact that I thought
hated
it was
taking
human
logic
at the
when I was
time,
18 years old at Bowling Green State University. I was so stupid I didn't understand anything. It's one of the reasons why I dropped out after 6 months, one semester. I could see that. I could see why that would be a harrowing experience.
there wasn't really any way a human could have thrown it or even had a place to throw it from that I could see, and I saw hide nor hair of a human. And then, as the day continued, I started to think back to these interviews. Could a Bigfoot have been up there in that thick foliage, which would be perfect cover for one, and thrown a rock at us as a sign to, like, get out of my territory, like I've heard in so many of these interviews? I wasn't sure, but it kind of reignited my interest in the whole Bigfoot subject. That night, I decided I was going to do a little investigation. I was thinking about the rock throwing incident and the interviews I'd heard, and I was also thinking back to the conversation I'd had with our host on day 2, where he'd talked about the forest opposite to our cottage, which, by the way, as I said, was just about a minute's drive away from this beach where the stone happened, the stone throwing incident. And I was thinking back on how he had said that mysterious and weird things are known to happen in this forest, and his words were, if you go into that forest, especially at night, keep your wits about you. That's what he said. Didn't say why, but that's the advice he gave. So I got the bright idea, after night had fallen, that I'm going to take a little walk across the road and into the thick forest near our cottage, the one that he had warned me about. I thought I'd have a big mag flashlight available, because there was one in our cottage, but when I tried to switch it on, I realized the batteries were dead, and of course there were no replacement batteries in the cottage, so not...
You don't have to explain any of this to me. You don't have to talk about why the flashlight wasn't a thing. You just don't mention the flashlight. Just a note for future content. I know this is 1 year ago already, so...
Wanting to be deterred by that, I decided I'd just go with my phone flashlight. Probably a dumb idea in hindsight, but I was really curious. So I crossed the road, and it's pitch dark at this point. And I go down one side of the ditch on the other side of the road, and up the other side, and that's where the forest started. Just crossed the road here. Our cottage borders thick woods. Just climbing down through this ditch. We'll see what I can find in here. And so I'm carefully making my way into the forest, trying to look back every so often and keep the twinkling lights of the cottages neighboring ours, which had some decorative porch lights, to keep those in my view so I don't go too far and get lost. And I slowly make my way through the trees, not planning to go particularly far or particularly fast, and I had probably gone about 100 yards in or so, as a guess, just going along with my little phone flashlight and kind of getting more and more creeped out just because of the atmosphere of the place, when suddenly I heard a sound. I had paused at about 100 yards in, and I was looking back over my shoulder in the direction I'd come, and I could just barely see the twinkling lights of the cottages across the road neighboring ours in the darkness, so I thought I better not go too much further, but maybe a little bit further, as long as I can still keep those lights back there in my sight so that I don't get lost. And I was kind of finding my bearings, so I had paused at this roughly 100-yard mark. But before I continued on again, I heard this noise, and it sounded like maybe it came from...
Instantly throw rocks at it, then wonder why nobody actually finds Bigfoot. You know, that's we're humans. We gotta poke things. We gotta take a stick and poke it. You know, we gotta do that. We're ooga booga. You know, we're apes. Ape must poke with stick. God darn it.
Maybe 50 or 60 yards further into the bush than where I was standing.
And maybe
sounded,
refresh my water?
Best I can describe it like a large, heavy-set,
we'll
barrel-chested man clearing his throat, combined with like the low growl that a dog does when it's warning you to stay away. So you picture like a great big man clearing his throat and a dog growl all rolled into one sound. It was kind of like, that. And it wasn't terribly loud either. And I've heard reported Bigfoot encounters where they hear like a really loud noise in the woods. This wasn't particularly loud, but it was noticeable. It was quite noticeable because prior to this, the woods had been completely silent. No wind, no breezes, no night birds or anything like that. And I pause about 100 meters in to get my bearings, and I hear this sound further into the bush. And it scared me. And I'm immediately thinking, maybe that's what I came to find. Or maybe, more likely, it's a bear or something. I wasn't sure which, but I had the feeling I should probably get out of there because... well, it was obviously big, whatever it was, and it was gruff sounding, and it kind of sounded like a warning. I wasn't sure. So I'm just kind of thinking through what I'd heard and freaking out a little bit, and I had kind of made the decision to turn around and go back in the direction I came when I heard another sound. And it sounded like it was coming from the same spot where I'd heard this one. I would say, again, 50, 60 yards from where I was standing at this point, and I couldn't see that far, not even close with a phone flashlight. It was dark, it was thick, but I hear this second sound. And the second sound was very different than the first. It was the sound of what I would describe as a large tree being twisted. Like when you're walking by a tree and there's a strong wind, and even if it's a thick tree, you can hear like the trunk twisting and turning. It's like a kind of like a wood fiber sound. And if you're walking through a forest on a blustery day, you hear a lot of trees making that sound. That was the sound I heard. Except it wasn't a lot of trees, like in a forest in a windy day. It was one single tree. It sounded like one trunk twisting. And the weird part was there wasn't any wind that night. There wasn't a single breath of wind. And this was, I should mention, 20, 30 seconds after the throat-clearing growling sound. And again, it sounded like it came from the same spot. So I was understandably freaked out. Wasn't sure what it was. I was kind of thinking bear. In the back of my mind, I was also kind of thinking Bigfoot, but again, really had nothing to go on. But I was scared. Heart was thumping, adrenaline was rushing. So I got out of there, stumbled through the bush, probably made as much noise as a bulldozer. I'm getting out of here. I feel silly losing my nerve so quickly, but I heard a grunt, a deep, loud grunt in the forest over there a couple minutes ago, and then the sound of a tree twisting, like the wood fibers breaking. I'm not making this up, I'm serious. I heard those two things. It's a calm night. It wasn't just the wind twisting the tree. There's something out there. It's time for me to make my exit here. Found my way back to the road and kind of ran across the road and back into the cottage. And I think I was only out of the cottage for 7 or 8 minutes, something like that. I had told my wife where I was going and what I was doing, and she thought I was crazy, but she, she was okay with it. So I went, and then I come back, and she's like, "You're back already?" Because it really wasn't that long. I told her what happened, and she kind of laughed at me. I'm not sure she believed me at first, but that's what happened. And it kind of took me a little while to get over that. It was fairly scary. And again, I thought, most likely, using the logical part of my brain, I thought it was probably a bear, growling, maybe it's pushing on a tree, making the twisting sound. So the next day comes, and it's a beautiful sunny day. And in the daylight, my courage rekindled a little bit. And along with it, my
guys, I don't know if you've done this recently, but Afakaki kapi taki laka yakanke yatatata papachata shocked me so much I said gibberish. What was I saying? If you haven't already, please hit the share button. We don't know. Patrick recommended it because he said that it pushes you up in the algorithm, but we haven't been able to verify that yet. You don't even actually have to share it. I think you can just hit the share button and click cancel right after. See if it does anything. I'm about to sneeze. Yeah, I know why it's gonna make me sneeze. Someone must have done it because it made me sneeze. Let me drop down to one viewer. Okay. Maybe that's what happens.
And I decided to make another trip to that same spot in the forest with daylight on my side because I thought that maybe what I'd heard could have been a Sasquatch.
I know that thing's like
or maybe it was a bear,
accurate.
but I realized that I'd probably regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't take another walk back there and try to figure it out. At least see if I can see some footprints or something like that. So I take a walk back there, across the road again and into the tree line, and it's early afternoon, about 1 to 2 o'clock, something like that. And I find my way to the spot where I think I had been the night before when I heard the sounds. And then I decide to continue on further to see if I can find the spot where, as best as I could recall, those sounds originated from, the throat-clearing growl.
Yeah, but so far, you haven't actually seen anything, right? Did I miss that part? Because I know I was away. You heard something, right? Some footprints. He heard something. He saw some footprints. Heard some sounds. Throat clearing, tangled bush.
Yards or so, the walking got easier. And I thought for a moment that I had broken into a man-made trail because it was that stark of a difference. Thick, tangly bush, and then suddenly this, like, open area. I actually started to look around on the ground for signs of, like, chainsaw work, like cut down bushes or trees or something, because I thought it's got to be a logging road or a man-made trail of some kind.
Trails, you can make trails, like, that's like one of the first things you do in a strategy game, right? You build roads and trails and shit like that. Like, that's mankind's, one of our earliest things was, like, building roads and pathways and shit, that's a pretty ancient thing. That's a pretty ancient thing, all right? Wouldn't call that Sam Squanch. But maybe he's going somewhere else with it.
But I didn't see any signs of chainsaw.
I feel like I'm already seeing the forest through the trees here. Forest through the trees? You get it?
Just kind of a naturally occurring clearing.
Well, it's interesting right here. We're pretty close to the road still, but you can see there's almost like a natural trail right through here. Gonna twist around a bit. A fairly wide one too. Like I can easily walk through here, no problem.
So as I'm examining the trail, I notice something in the middle of it, and it looks like a deep single impression right in the middle, like smack dab in the middle of this naturally occurring trail thing. So I get excited. I think, could it be a footprint? Maybe. It kind of looked like it was one from a distance. So I go up to it, and my heart kind of sinks because when I take a closer look, it doesn't really look like a footprint. And I'm thinking of footprints like the ones they took casts of, the Patterson-Gimlin film footprints, that have 5 distinct toes and basically look like a giant human foot. It wasn't that. It was big. It was at least 50% bigger than my shoe-clad foot and 50% wider and roughly rectangular, but it...
You don't put the counter evidence in the thing that you're trying to, like... that's for grifters. Okay, if this guy was a grifter... See, I get that puts more legitimacy in his corner. See what I'm saying? Like, the more I hear from him, the more legitimate he sounds. Like, that he's not doing it just for money. But, like... I don't think that you would want to, like, have an abundance of information that counteracts the claim that you're making in the same video as the claim that you're making. It's really cool that he's doing that. It adds to his transparency. Like, that's cool. Cool. I like that.
They didn't have distinct toe marks in it.
I don't know if this is a footprint or just some naturally occurring depression.
Dude. No. Like, would any footprint do that? That's just like a hole in the brush. What?
In here, but it's deep. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it's fresh.
What, did it accidentally bury an animal that's that good at hiding, that's that good at navigating, somehow accidentally fell through this part of the brush? And you're thinking that that's a footprint?
But then I wasn't sure it would have had distinct toe marks, even if something with toes had made the print, because the ground was all like leaf and needle covered. It wasn't, clean.
You're right.
bare.
You don't know if Sam Squanch has toes. All right. You got to emphasize that you don't know if Sam Squanch has toes. All right. We don't know for sure. We can't be sure that Sam Squanch has toes. I would love for somebody to prove it someday. But for right now, we're gonna have to just understand the idea that we cannot determine yet that Sam Squanch has toes. All right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, you guys. Keep that in mind and make sure that you don't let the government spy on your thoughts. All right?
Or soil by any means. So I wasn't really sure what to make of it, but it was very deep. It was at least 2 to 3 inches pressed into the dirt, like through the foliage and detritus on the forest floor. So I knew that whatever made it had to be quite heavy. And I'm a big guy, but I tried stomping in that same area on the ground to see if I could make a footprint similarly deep.
That's why you sleep at night. That's where I sleep at night. Where? Sorry, I black out when I say most things.
And I couldn't. Like maybe half an inch into the ground is all that I could do, even jumping up and down at 260 pounds. So, was it a hole that something had dug, or was it a footprint? I wasn't sure.
Oh wait, it's no longer a rage bait.
I did have some needles and a bit of leaves in the bottom of it, so it didn't look like a fresh dug hole necessarily. It kind of looked like it could be a footprint, but I really wasn't sure.
What's the new poll?
So I kind of filed that under inconclusive and stood up again and started to walk a few more steps, again, in the direction I thought those 2 sounds the previous night had come from. And I figured I was getting close based on just my memory of where I had stood when I heard the sounds and how far I had come at this point. And very shortly after I saw the impression, I see something else. And it's what looks like a fallen balsam tree with all its needles still intact and still green. There's a fairly sizable, tall balsam tree that's still alive because it still has like foliage on it. You can see there, it's a healthy tree by the looks of things, but it's been completely snapped off and pushed over.
Is?
I was maybe 20.
Why do you sleep in the forest? Don't you have a place of residence?
20 yards away, 25 yards away from this tree, and it was in the direction I was going, and it was lying across the forest floor. As a guess, I'd say 30, 40 feet high if it had been standing upright, and it still had all its fresh green needles on it. It looked like a living tree, apart from the fact that it was lying on the ground. And obviously my mind shoots back to the night before, to that second sound I heard, because the second sound sounded like a fairly large tree being damaged, being twisted or uprooted or something. And the tree looked like it was right where I heard those sounds last night. I mean, best as my recollection told me, that's where both the grunt growl thing and the wood fiber noise came from, was from right where this tree was, and the tree looked fresh. So I get excited about this, but I'm thinking trees do fall down all the time due to less cryptic reasons than Bigfoot. Like, it could have just had root rot.
True.
It could have been bug eaten, or maybe the soil was shallow there and it just kind of gave way, or maybe it was a strong wind. So I thought I'd better go up and take a closer look, examine the roots. It looked like maybe it had been fully uprooted, although from where I was standing I couldn't see the roots. There was like foliage and bushes blocking my view of the root structure. But I knew I had to get a closer look at that tree. Poke the trunk, see if the wood was
Bigfoot
wet,
is real,
punky,
even though
like
I've never seen them. I've read
because
books,
sometimes rotting trees can still have green needles or leaves on them, but they can fall down.
It can be true.
And I had just started to walk closer to the tree, to close the gap between the tree and myself, to make that examination, when I caught a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. And it looked like something was moving beyond the tree, maybe 60 to 70 yards beyond the tree, in the same direction roughly, but a little to the right of where I was facing. So I kind of immediately jerked my head over in that direction and tried to train my eyes on what I had just seen move out of my peripheral vision. And this is where it gets kind of strange.
So you said you saw something
what
move?
I saw was a large black shape that I would estimate to be 8 to 9 feet tall.
No, there's no footage of this. There's no.
Heights and lengths and things from all the years I've spent building. This thing was fairly far away, but it looked like it was...
Oh my god. So because I've built things, I can tell exactly how big something is hundreds of yards away. Come on, man. You're not special. I mean, that's existentialism. Like, that's existentialism speaking, not judgment. I am not being judgmental. I promise. I'm just saying that you're not special. I'm not special. Nobody's special. We're not special in this universe. That means that just because you did a little bit of construction does not mean that you can peg something down to like the number of inches that it is in length from a couple hundred yards away, knowing that other people can't do that. He ain't special. I'm not special. We don't have fucking eagle vision. I'm a good shot, but I can't just estimate. Whatever.
Quite large and quite wide, at least 4 feet wide, 8 to 9 feet tall. But it...
Although, yeah, I guess I probably would have put it at that big too, looking at this footage the way that it is. I don't know if this is footage that he took at the time. But if I'm looking at it, I mean, I'd say maybe that's 8 to 9 feet tall. Maybe that's like, you know, about 4 feet wide, 4 or 5 feet wide, something like that. In circumference, maybe like 6 to 8 feet, something like that. I guess, okay, maybe I'm in line with that. I'm kind of like in this guy's camp in this particular instance.
It didn't look like a creature. It didn't look like a Bigfoot. It didn't look like a bear. It kind of looked like a large black hill, or just
like a tree trunk, like one of those trees that he was talking about falls over all the time in the forest. They often fall. They don't just fall at the base, like it's neat, like they're being cut, but with a chainsaw or anything like that. Like they crack wherever the structure is the weakest. And in a termite-bitten tree, it's going to be. Mike should be back, yeah. 'Twas thy father. Yeah, my camera still needs to be reset, but broadcast just kind of like dies on me sometimes. And that's what I use for the fancy mic. You know, the fancy mic effects, the fancy condenser mic effect. Sorry for the coughing. I have asthmatia. And it's allergy season, so try to stop me. Try and stop me from coughing my lungs out.
Just a dark mass of some sort. In fact, my initial impression when I trained my eyes on it, when I caught that flash of movement and looked in that direction, was that this dark shape was a root ball. You know, one of those masses of dirt.
Yep, there it is. You did it. Or it's from when a tree, like a massive tree, like let's say one that's like 8 feet around, has fallen over and left like a jagged left a jagged remnant. He's immobile and just wanted to tell me that it's going to rain. Did you put him outside where he's going to get rained on? Just because he's immobile doesn't mean you need to put him outside in the rain. He's not an object, Patrick.
And debris that an uprooted tree pulls up with it in its root structure. If you're looking at the
I have
end
asthma
of a
too.
root
You know
ball
what
of a
helps?
bulb.
Smoking cigarettes and weed. Help you get the weed part down now. You just got to get the cigarettes. Yeah, no. I used to smoke cigarettes. I would smoke about a pack a week, so I was never like a heavy smoker. But it made for a good excuse to go take a 10-minute break while you're working retail. It did indeed.
Fallen tree. That's kind
Although
of
nowadays it probably would have been a pre-rolled joint
because it was, as I said, a
because
fairly
they come
far
in like
distance away.
packs that look like
and it was
cigarette
behind
packs now,
a number of branches and bushes from trees and foliage.
Nobody
But
knows.
I was quite sure that it was the thing I had just seen move. It looked like out of my peripheral, this dark thing moved, and I turned and looked at it, and I see this dark hill.
Yeah, because pareidolia isn't a thing, and because human perception isn't notoriously unreliable. Totally. It absolutely was the thing that you think it was, especially in the moment when your adrenaline was up. Absolutely. Oh, wait. Totally unlikely.
Like root ball resembling shape. And I'm thinking, that thing just moved. But how could it have just moved? It's a root ball, right? Root balls don't move. And then
there have been times where I've been in the forest where I would look at something quickly and would have been absolutely convinced I just saw it moving. You know that it's easy to tell whether or not that thing was moving by just stopping what you're doing, taking a deep breath, and then quietly observing whatever it is that you think was moving for as long as it takes. If you're afraid that it's an intimidating or harmful or dangerous presence in the forest along with you, I mean, obviously there's a bunch of threats that you don't see all the time. People could be stalked by a cougar for miles and miles, and that cougar could just decide he doesn't want to eat you, and you would never have seen it. So yeah, absolutely. So just sit there and make sure that that's not a threat, because you can actually like observe it. You can see it. You know where it is, what it is. You can just kind of like look at it, determine if it's moving or not. It's pretty easy if you have patience. How many smoke breaks do you get, your retail workers in that game you've been playing, Mega Mart, or Mega Store Simulator? None. They don't get breaks. They are cogs in the machine. They're lucky I'm even paying them. And they only get like $100 a day. They get below minimum wage.
I'm thinking, well, is it a bear? I knew there were black bears in that area. You know, our host had warned us about that. I knew there wasn't grizzlies in that part of the wood, though. In fact, there's only grizzlies on the northern tip of Vancouver.
Yeah, and I mean, you might see a brown bear or black bear sitting there. I think black bears are more common in the Vancouver Island area. I don't think brown bears are so prevalent up there, but or at least I haven't seen brown bears. But grizzlies are definitely a thing on Vancouver Island. And so that's a thing to be careful of. But those could also, I guess, be 5 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot tall though? Sitting on a hill maybe.
Island, from what I understand, and only occasionally
enjoying a tasty salmon.
At that. And what I was seeing was bigger than any black bear should be. I mean, I've seen black bears here on our property. Even standing on their hind legs, they wouldn't reach 8 to 9 feet. And if they did stand on their hind legs, they'd be like fairly lanky. They're not as big looking when they're standing on their hind legs as
right. I mean, that didn't look like a black bear. That mound did not look like a black bear
that they portray when they're walking on all fours. So all this is racing through my head over a couple of seconds. And again, I'm sure that I saw this thing move, but that doesn't seem to make sense. And also for the record,
because human perception again is really unreliable. Like again, there are many times that I turned my head in the forest and could have swore I saw something moving, that ended up not moving. That was just like roots or a tree stump or something like that.
Didn't look like a Bigfoot to me, because all the accounts I've heard, Bigfoots are, human-shaped creatures, just a lot bigger than a human, but they've got a head and, arms and legs, and this didn't look like that. It was just a solid, black, tall thing.
Yeah, you could be standing still with
my
your
heart
hands down
pumping,
your
despite the fact
sides.
that it didn't look like any living creature, and I was kind of thinking, maybe it is a bear. It kind of had that lump shape to it that a bear would have, although it's bigger than any bear should be. So I did
Yeah,
kind
but
of
how
get
do you
scared,
know?
but not scared enough that I didn't want to get some footage of it. So I whipped out my phone, again, after I had seen it move, and I zoom in and I get several good seconds of footage of this thing, or at least as good as I can through the trees and brush. And it doesn't move again. I'm looking at it, I'm filming it, and it's staying stock still as far as I can tell. It just, like it was a real, and that's my impression. But my fear and adrenaline.
That's the impression that I get. Bam, 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 bam. I never knock on wood, but I know someone who has. Makes me wonder if I could. Makes me wonder if I never had to knock on wood. Because I'm sure it isn't good.
One started to get the better of me, between the footprint-looking impression and this fallen tree that seems to have maybe fallen under mysterious circumstances, although I still wasn't sure about that. It could have had root rot. But then this black shape, this massive black shape at a distance beyond this fallen tree, which seems to have moved. It looked like it moved about a foot to the right from a more open area where it was when I saw it out of my peripheral vision to this more covered, branch-filled area where I could still see it.
Your peripheral vision, which is super good in quality and totally not subject to accidentally seeing things that aren't there. Totally reliable. I know that song is That God, I wish I could say the name of it right now, but I'm so old I can't remember and my memory's bad. I'm gonna let you torture yourself over it. I'm gonna let you keep guessing.
But not as well. So all this is kind of racing around in my head and thinking, it's something, because it moved. I'm pretty sure it moved, so I'm getting out of here.
I fucking can't remember!
Fast walked or jogged out of this bush and had quite a few scratches on my legs and arms.
So you sat there, looking at something that you were sure was moving, didn't stay there long enough to determine whether or not it was a living thing, and you backed out because your adrenaline was up, and this was a thing you saw out of your peripheral, and then you left the forest. This could have been the most significant discovery in humankind, in human civilization. The most significant discovery of a previously undiscovered, entirely new species of early hominid that has somehow survived outside of human view for thousands and thousands of years. And no proof has ever been found to substantiate their existence. This could have been one of the single most important discoveries in all of humankind. And because you were a little fucking scared little baby boy, you decided to leave the goddamn forest before you could determine the thing that you saw of your peripheral that you were certain moved was a living thing or not. Interesting behavior. Interesting behavior for considering all those different factors together, but that they don't expect us to actually break those things down and put them all together. like I said, I like this guy. I think that he's got a good heart, and I think that he's not purposefully grifting people, but it still is not true. it's still not a thing that's really happening. It's still not a thing that's really that you could really be that certain of.
Arms by the time I got out, and I was shaken. Like, I thought I had seen either a bear or something more mysterious than a bear, but I was quite sure I had seen something alive.
You already believed in
enough
Bigfoot,
that I
so
decided
yeah,
to call
that
my
was
dad
already
and
on
tell
your
him the
mind,
whole
yes.
thing. I told Edita about
That's
it,
what-
and I'm
it's
not
called
sure
bias.
she knew what to think. She believed me, but it's a weird story, so she didn't really have any conclusions. I called my dad back in Ontario to get it off my chest. Told him the whole thing. Told him the stone throwing incident. Told him about the 2 weird noises I'd heard exploring the woods at night the night before, and then I told him about this sighting I had just had in the same spot in the forest, this weird black shape in the fallen tree. And he kind of surprised me, because I thought he was going to say, well, you better not go back there, keep your head on your shoulders. But what he actually said was, are you going to go back? I think you should go back. And that took me aback for a moment, because it's not the reaction I was expecting. But he thought a few things. First of all, he thought I should go back and take another look at that tree, for the same reasons that I thought I should look at the tree. Poke it, examine it, look at the bottom. Was it rotten? Was it buggy? Did it, get ripped up by some wind? And were there other trees around it from,
Patrick.
like a strong gust of wind or something?
I want pet bears.
All of those
Yeah, I
were
want a
reasonable
pet
explanations
bear.
for
I
how
mean, you
trees
can't
could
keep
fall
a bear
down in
as
the
a
woods
pet.
like that.
You shouldn't.
And he also thought that
But
I
that would
should
be
take
cool.
another look for this black shape that I saw. And that
If
really
they could be
surprised me,
domesticated
because,
and they
well, I
could,
figured
like,
he would advise me
thrive
to be a little
in
more cautious. His reaction
domestication.
actually kind of gave me some more courage and more curiosity. So the next day, I did go
Yes,
back
I figured you
for
were
the
kidding.
final time. But the next day was the day before we had to drive back to Sydney Airport and catch our plane back to Ontario. So I knew it was now or never, and again, I didn't want to have regrets about possibly seeing a Sasquatch, which again, I'd always been interested in, but then not following up on.
Fuck, man!
So I wait till a similar time of day.
Just
early
ruled out all other possibilities, and it's got to be a Sam Squanch. Come on.
afternoon. I think it was between 2 and 2:30 the next day when I decided to make my final trip into this spot of the forest. I slowly walk
Sam
into the
Squanch
forest,
came to my picnic and stole all of my burgers.
retracing my steps, and I get to the spot where I had been standing the day before. So it was about 120, 130 yards into the tree line, still 20 or 30 yards from this fallen balsam, which I can see, and maybe 70-ish yards from where I had seen this black shape
From
that I'm
the
pretty sure
fallen
moved the day before.
balsam.
So obviously the first thing I do, I'm not even looking at the tree at first. The first thing I do is I'm scanning the trees and foliage ahead of me,
Balsam.
looking for this black shape. And I found the spot where it was, and it was gone. And I was sure of it too, because there was a couple of like cedar branches that moved in a certain way or were oriented in a certain way that had been covering the creature or the thing or the
Yogi Bear and Boo Boo.
root ball, whatever you want to call it. And I found those same branches with my eyes, and it wasn't there anymore. And I'm scanning everywhere around, and it's nowhere else either. And root balls don't move. Creatures move. So obviously I was immediately kind of spooked by that, because that confirmed in my mind that
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. But you thought you saw it moving out of your peripheral view. You were certain that it was moving because you saw it in your peripheral view. That's unreliable. How the fuck are you just accepting that? You know this. I know that you know this. You're an observant human being. You know how to waterproof your boots. Good sir. If you're that prescient, I gotta assume you know. Alright? Pardon that bird.
I had seen this thing move the day before.
I contained
had
a
sort
lot
of
of
convinced
gases
myself
at
during
most
evening,
of the time.
the prior evening, that it hadn't moved after all, that my mind had just been playing tricks on me because I was expecting
Humans
to see
are
a
mostly
Bigfoot.
just gas
So I
and
just
blood.
saw, a twig move or something, and I turned and I thought that it was this root ball that had moved, but really it was just a root ball. Only now I knew it wasn't a root ball because the thing was gone.
I thought it was
So,
a root ball.
I'm thinking, what the heck was that? Was it a bear? Was it too big to be a bear? But whatever it was, it
Thought
was
it
alive,
was a
because
root
root balls don't just grow
ball.
legs and walk away. So I'm looking
Root
around,
balls don't
scanning
just
carefully,
grow
trying to
legs
see
and
if whatever it was
walk
is around.
away.
Is
Grow
it somewhere
legs
else?
and
Is it
walk
watching me?
away is
But
what
I couldn't
I
see
meant
anything.
to
There were
say.
no more dark shapes around at all. So I decided I'm going to examine this tree. So I close the gap of 20 or 30 yards. I walk right up to this balsam tree and I take a close look at it. And I could tell right away that it was indeed a healthy tree. All the needles on it were fresh and green. I could see that the day before, but I got right up to them this time, and I actually got some footage of it. So here's that fallen balsam, and I've gotten close enough now to see there is a root ball, so maybe it fell down naturally, but the wood seems sound. And you can see this
Come on,
balsam
man.
still has lots of green, fresh needles on it. I could see...
Hey, Raw One, what's up? No, we're watching a guy who hunts Bigfoot for a living. He spent way too much time on his first video, by the way. What? You don't want to learn about how to waterproof your work boots? What the fuck is wrong with you, Patrick? How have you never been curious about that? How do you maintain your work boots, huh, Patrick? Huh? How do you maintain them? How do you maintain them? If you've ever been presented with the idea of how to maintain your work boots, how did you go about it, sir? can tell a healthy tree from a dead tree just by looking at it, so you know. And I'm not a treeologist. I mean, do you need a license to be able to tell whether a tree is dead or not? I don't need one.
On it were fresh and green. I could see that the day before, but I got right up to them this time. I actually got some footage of it. So here's that fallen balls.
I mean...
And I've gotten close enough now to see.
That tells me it's not a healthy tree. That looks like rot. So did he catch a Bigfoot? He thinks he does. Or he thinks he did. That looks like rot to me. Big time. Fungal infection. And it's surrounded by other fallen trees, which means, like, trees, when they fall, they don't just fall clear of other trees. They fall potentially into other trees, potentially damaging them, potentially to an extent where the wound might get infected by fungus spores or termites or things like that. Potentially, you mean I mean to say in all likelihood, it just fell over by natural causes.
There is a root ball, so maybe it fell down naturally, but the wood seems sound.
But the wood seems sound? Do you hear yourself?
You can see this balsam still has lots of green, fresh needles on it.
Yeah, I mean, you know how long needles can stay on a tree? Like, if a tree is healthy when it falls, that means there's still a lot of water contained in there, which can keep a leaf system alive for quite some time. Like, we're talking weeks to months, depending on how much it rains, depending on how much moisture's in the air. Vancouver Island gets so much, it gets like 8 months of moisture out of the year. I mean, that's an exaggeration. I'm sure it rains a lot. It rains a lot. And there's so much moisture in the air because it's like up in the mountains and shit. And there's coastal winds coming in. Like, it's just full of moisture. And those leaves are staying nice and green and vibrant for a while. For a long while. All right. I don't mean to emphasize the H and while very much, that drastically, but I'm trying to make a point here. All right, I'm trying to make a point.
I could see that there was nothing wrong with that tree, other than the fact that it had been pushed over. I walked around.
Yeah,
the
I was gonna say it's on the ground
of it, and it hadn't been snapped off at the trunk. It had been pushed over right from the roots, and the roots of it were actually exposed. And I poked.
So a weak root system, possibly due to an infection to the tree. Root systems recede for all different kinds of reasons.
And I know what root rot looks like, and this was not root rot. The wood of the roots of this balsam fir were solid. And
I'm just going to believe you then.
Sound. Here are the roots of that balsam. Look like they've just been broken off, or maybe gave way. There's no rot that I can.
I would never be able to tell whether or not that looks like root rot.
See. And there's a lot of bigger trees around it, still firmly rooted in place. There was no sign of moisture, rot, or bug damage. There's a lot of bigger trees around it.
With healthy moss on their trunks. Meaning things can use the nutrients that are in the fallen tree to stay alive and thrive and stay green. Like leaves that are still attached when it falls.
Still firmly rooted in place. There was no sign of moisture, rot, or bug damage anywhere in the trunk. This was a sound, healthy tree that had been pushed over. So, of course, I was forming...
Nothing else could have happened except that something pushed it over. Okay. Goddamn, Patrick! I didn't know that you and this guy were so tight. I didn't know that you guys were such good friends. Everything in Explain can be explained by Bigfoot, true? Alright, Skippy, you guys are all in the same camp here. Fine, you guys are teaming up against me with this guy. You all believe that there's no way that anything other than Bigfoot could have created this. Alright, I understand. I understand your stances.
The preliminary conclusion that tree twisting noise I'd heard the day before.
Yeah, a root ball is definitely a very good home for Bigfoot, I think.
Yesterday at this point,
it's
was this tree being pushed over by something. So another suggestion my dad had when I spoke to him on the phone was check the tree trunk for scratch marks, because if bears push over trees, which they sometimes do, especially if it's a smaller tree, they'll leave scratch marks. Now this wasn't a particularly small tree. It was probably this big around at the bottom. It seemed a little big for a black bear to push over a healthy tree that size, but it was pushed over, so I took a close look at everywhere on the trunk.
Do you see, again, how this is all just kind of confirmation bias? Like you're making up your mind about something, and then you're looking for things that then confirm that thing. So you're not you're not saying we don't know what it is. You're saying, I know this was Bigfoot, and now I'm going to find proof that convinces me even further that this was Bigfoot. You ever had a portable CD player or Walkman cassette player? Yeah, dude. How do you think people listen to music on the go before cell phones were a thing? I had to. It was essential for living. Yes, I did. I did indeed. I have long nails sometimes. For scratching tree trunks? I also did have an MP3 player before iPods came out. I had like what was it? It was only able to have like 6 songs on it. It was really bad. It wasn't a very good mobile listening device. Tape players were cool. I remember back in the day, you know, CD players, you could skip them. Like friends could like tap your pocket or something, and then it would cause your CD to skip. And then also holding CDs horizontal wasn't very good for them before they had that functionality like by default. And that didn't happen for a while. So
I could see, and there wasn't a single scratch mark, which in my mind ruled
it
out
got
a
better,
bit, most likely. And then I saw something else.
But not before internet music was a thing. And then people like were burning CDs and stuff, and those usually had vertical functionality.
Something I hadn't seen the day
because they had computers that had that by default.
Before, because it had been covered by the foliage of this fallen balsam. It was a second fallen tree. This one was a birch, and it was lying parallel to the balsam, almost directly under it, obscured by the branches of the balsam. But the birch was even bigger than the balsam. At the bottom of its trunk, the birch was probably this big around or so. And also right next to it is this substantial poplar, which also looks like it was broken off, but you can see that wood is all sound.
That looks like fungal infection to me. It's darkened on the edges, which to me says rot or desiccation. And look how dry it is compared to the moisture of the environment that you're in. That means its nutrients are being sapped, probably by a fungus.
There's no rot in there. It's just solid wood that was just ripped off somehow. And the trunk broke in this case too. It wasn't the roots that gave way. This is right next to the balsam. And it too looked like it had been a formerly healthy tree. I walked up to the top end of...
Yeah, I mean, another tree falling into it could also do that to it. So, I mean, I don't understand why it's big.
It was a similar height to the balsam, 30 feet or so, if it had been standing. And it had leaves on the branches too. They weren't green, they were brown and shriveled, but it was still covered in these brown shriveled leaves, like it had been knocked down and just laid there and the leaves had shriveled up on the branches. I think that second splintered off tree was actually a birch, not a poplar. It's hard to tell because of the moss, but it looks like it was a healthy tree when it broke off too, because there's some shriveled leaves on just about every branch. It just looked like a giant pair of hands.
It was a birch.
Had taken this birch and snapped it in two. And
but that's not even a thing that we're claiming that Bigfoot can do. We're not like the people that claim that Bigfoot exists. They're not saying that he's like supernaturally powerful. Like, why are we giving him these special powers now? What's the sound of one tree clapping in the wood? Don't ever ask me what the sound of one hand clapping is, because I'll actually show you. I wonder if there would have been extremely high winds. Nah. Nah. How fucking dare you? No, you're banned, Patrick. How fucking dare you? Why would you ever bring sense into this? Why would you ever try to make sense of this? You're banned! Get out of here!
And it did obviously get me thinking about another one of the hallmarks of Bigfoot sightings, which is that apparently these creatures are known to push or break over.
I'm gonna start talking nonsense. What are you guys? Follow me. I'm gonna start talking about nonsense. What are you guys? Follow me. I hope this is you starting to talk nonsense already, because I don't want to, because I know that you use voice dictation sometimes. I don't want you to be being chased by G-men. Stay safe, Patrick.
For trees to mark their territory, to break them off or uproot them. So I'm thinking something knocked down these two trees. It doesn't look like it was the wind because there's no other tree.
But what's his theory that Bigfoot knocked out the tree? Yeah, that's his theory. He believes so. This a Bigfoot. He was on vacation with his family in Vancouver Island. A Bigfoot that he didn't see threw a rock at his daughter, and it landed on the beach. And so he kept the rock. He didn't see on any of this. He heard it land, and And so he immediately assumed it was Bigfoot. And he went up to the ridge and he's like, yep, no human could have done this. And then he was like, and I heard some sounds. And so I had to go like out into the forest, and I found a shape that definitely couldn't have been a human. And then I heard these sounds. And so then I went and found this tree that fell. It fell, definitely couldn't have been a human that made it fall. So all of that means it's Bigfoot. So far, that's where we're at. It wasn't a rock, it was a pebble. Yeah, it's like he's holding it in his hand. He's holding it in this hand right now. It's a very tiny rock. It's like it's about the size of my friend Pablo. I was trying to come up with a name for him. About as big as my friend Pablo here. I can just hold him in my hand. And it's a magic trick. He's gone. Do you see that? He's gone. Ooh, special. Bet you didn't know I could do magic.
Trees fallen in the area. Like, there were healthy, upright trees that were growing normally 3 or 4 feet away from where both of these had fallen. Wind doesn't typically just target 1 or 2 trees in an area, almost never. Healthy trees at that have no rot or no compromise in the strength.
How do you fucking know? Are you a tree doctor? Those exist.
Of the wood that I can see. So the next thing I start looking for is like a stump. If this birch was broken off, there should be a stump with the other corresponding shards of wood.
You gotta
and the
look for a
roots still in
stump
the ground,
somewhere.
since the roots weren't attached to the
Yep,
tree
yep,
anymore.
yep.
So I
Gotta look
start
for a
making
stump.
small
Stumps
circles
work.
around these 2 trees, and there's no stump.
Oh
I
shit, you
end up
couldn't find
making
a stump.
circles
Holy
about
shit.
50 feet
Holy
out in the
shit,
hole.
you guys. Holy shit, it's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. We finally hit Bigfoot territory. We're in Bigfoot country, ladies and gentlemen. He couldn't find a stump. That confirms it. It confirms it. I don't know what else. I don't know what else we need to hear.
All directions from the trees, and I can't see any birch stump that's been broken off, or any birch stump of any
No
kind,
birch
for that
stump.
matter, which
No
led me to the only
birch
conclusion that seems
stump.
reasonable.
There's no
that
birch
something
stump.
broke this birch off and dragged it to where it was.
That's
because
it.
if it had fallen
That's it.
from
Pack
where
it
was
up.
growing, there'd be a stump, and there wasn't one.
Pack it up,
So
ladies
putting
and
all this
gentlemen.
together got me thinking that, yeah,
There
maybe
was
I
no
did see a
birch
Bigfoot.
stump.
It was looking more and more like that, because there was this dark shape that was there the previous day and was gone this day. And then there were these 2 fallen trees that had obviously fallen down under mysterious circumstances. And the fact that I'd heard the sound of wood twisting when there wasn't a single breath of wind, even a breeze, on that first night of exploration I did, it sounded like it had been the balsam fir, being pushed over, being uprooted or something. So going back to the final exploration of the woods, I see these trees, I see the black shape isn't there. And
They eat stumps? Maybe, Patrick. Maybe they're just collecting them. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know how Bigfoot works, man? How can you begin to report how Bigfoot works? This man knows. How dare you? How dare you?
I'm convinced that something bizarre has gone on, that I have encountered something unexplainable. So I go back to the cottage.
No.
I tell my wife.
No, not unexplainable. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Fully explainable. 100% explainable in at least a couple different ways. Each of the beats of your story have been explainable. Sir, I don't know your name. I'm going to call you... What does he look like? A Jason? A Gordon? A Gordon? A Richard? Reginald? Steve O'Brook. Don't tell anyone, but I'm 50% Sam Squanch. As am I.
All about it, and I call my dad again, and I tell him, and he thinks it's a pretty remarkable story too. And there's one more detail that kind of...
As another man who probably believes in Bigfoot.
Sealed it for me as to what I saw. We got home several days later and started to tell this story to various family members and friends, because it's a good story, it's an interesting story, and it's all the truth. And I'm kind of...
Right, and when you started getting all of the praise and adulation and the reverence and the special treatment that you never got when you were growing up, and realized that making people like you is mentally fulfilling, then you decided that, hey, I think maybe this is a misconception or a misunderstanding of natural phenomenon that I might continue to push because it makes me feel good inside. And why don't I push that all the way back into my subconscious so that I don't actually think about it? Perhaps.
Also curious about what some of my trusted people think of this story. Maybe they have another explanation besides Bigfoot. And at one point, I'm telling some close friends the story, and I'm actually showing them the footage on my phone of the black shape, the 17 seconds or so of footage that I took. And I zoom in on the phone screen on the black shape, and my wife is watching over my shoulder, and suddenly she notices something and points something out
What is
that
it?
I hadn't noticed before in this
Go
footage,
on.
and that I certainly didn't notice at the time while I was actually there in person looking at the black shape.
Go on.
She pointed out that there was a little bit of movement kind of on the bottom left area of this black shape. And I looked closely and I zoomed in even further, and the footage was kind of blurry, but she was right. It looked like something was kind of hanging and swinging back and forth a little bit towards the bottom and the left-hand side of whatever it was I saw. And the more I looked at it, the more she looked at it, the more it looked like some kind of hand dangling from a large, dark arm from this object. And we ended up getting...
Oh, no. That could be anything. Oh, you honey of a man. Oh, you poor guy. Oh, in the South we would say, oh, bless your heart. I once saw a large owl in a tree once. Totally looked like Bigfoot. Those harpy, what is it, harpy eagles? Dude, those things look fucking freaky in the dark. I saw, like, there was a picture I saw of one that's like National Geographic or some shit of a harpy eagle, like, on a branch in the dark. It looks like fucking Mothman. Oh, that shit's scary.
That footage on my parents' big screen TV when we were over at their place for supper one night shortly after this, and showing them, and they thought...
It can get very easy to fall victim to pareidolia when you're looking at something and scrutinizing it as tightly and narrowly as he's doing and his family's doing with this footage. So it's hard to put aside the well-known fact that our perception can be unreliable at times, especially when it comes to something like this. It's just like it's right there. Maybe they have the ability to alter our perception so that we can't necessarily perceive of them. Maybe that's something that they have. I don't know.
About the same thing, that this movement that we were seeing, that I hadn't seen in person because I was too far away, was an appendage of a living creature. And there was also one moment where something kind of peeked through the bushes towards the upper side of the black shape that may have been a face. Kind of looked like a face.
No, that was pareidolia. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know for sure, but I do know one thing. This black shape moved, and there were trees that were knocked down under mysterious circumstances, and there was a stone thrown at my daughter and I on a beach close to this forest under very mysterious circumstances.
Can I ask how many views does this have? Oh, no, you don't want to ask that. Just take a guess. Take a guess. See if you can get it. I'll tell you, it's more than 10,000. Sir, it's wow and bowl time. Yeah, for you. People love to see patterns in general and then form a causation. Yeah. Well, that's like our mind. We like to make sense of the things that we're seeing. And so our brain can often like fill in the gaps in a way that confuses us. That's not correct. Might be correct. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe because our perception is unreliable. Who knows? Maybe they're wandering through the shadows. It's got 108k likes, or views. 108k views. But it's been over a year, so it's had lots of time to marinate in the algorithm. Alright, so we looked at his oldest Bigfoot video. And now I want to look at one of his latest. That's what we haven't quite gotten to yet. So, oh Jesus, one of these is real, either Titanoboa or that's a giant. That's like a fanged snake. Yeah, it makes you wonder. You know, makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. I'm gonna stop in my tracks because I was gonna start dooming about my own content. I don't want to do that. Makes you wonder. Oh shit! Bigfoot's hidden energy source got 3 scientists killed. Oh damn, you guys. Shit. I need to find out. I'm building a DeLorean in Forza. I'm branding it with
What does a
John Tier
towering
time-traveling lore for the library. That's hilarious.
Elusive Sasquatch have in common with a murdered MIT scientist, a poisoned inventor, and a brilliant aerospace researcher. And no, I promise, this isn't the opening line of a joke. In 1998, a man who invented
Why
a
would it
revolutionary
be?
water-powered engine
Why would that be a joke? That would be such a morbid joke. God damn.
Died screaming in a parking lot that he'd been poisoned. In 2004, an MIT scientist on the verge of releasing suppressed clean energy.
Did you like that AI?
An MIT scientist or an air-powered engine died screaming in a parking lot that he.
Did you like that? Do you like that? I'm gonna posit a guess that this isn't from that exact incident, and I think it's in bad taste to do something like this. Oh, I don't doubt that you're joking, Pat. Or I don't doubt that you're not joking, Patrick. I hope that you are able to post some pictures of some fallen over trees, so that we can see that this guy's account was not over Sam Squanch. All right, we got to be reassured. We got to be brought down back to reality a little bit. It's important. It's important to be grounded. Mysteries content is often consumed and can be good, but hunting Bigfoot and that money hole in Canada together with Skinwalker Ranch are just low effort. Yeah. You know, but you got to get that bag. If you're a Bigfoot hunter, you got to get that bag, right? It was a bit better when Discovery was airing Loch Ness documentaries. You didn't like the mermaid documentary, the mermaid expose on History Channel?
Been poisoned. In 2004, an MIT scientist on the verge of releasing suppressed clean energy data was beaten to death outside his childhood home.
Damn.
In 2022.
By the CIA? Holy shit. The government did not want sustainable energy.
A visionary physicist on the absolute brink of an earth-shattering anti-gravity discovery died under very suspicious circumstances. So what are these silenced...
I think that one was a mental break, if I remember correctly. Mermaids are really from Atlantis, like Aquaman. All right. So, like, but they have fishtails for lower halves, though? Like, is that that's a real thing from Atlantis? Like, would they have like evolved that way, or what happened? How'd that happen? How they do that? How they do that?
Pioneers have to do with Sasquatch? Well, a whole lot more than you might think. You might ask how a being as massive as Sasquatch stays hidden in our ever-advancing technological world. In a time with drones and...
I have fried chicken that I can make sandwiches out of. Oh, you better believe I'm going to be eating good tonight. Woohoo!
Kill cams on millions of trees. How is this possible?
The stories are mixed between Poseidon lore and Minotaur lore. But I don't know the two. I don't know the two different. I don't know the differences. What is the Minotaur? What are the lores?
You might ask what Bigfoot uses for energy. How does it sustain itself in winter? And why do we never find traces of their remains? Well, today we're asking a completely different question.
No. The question is Bigfoot real? The question is, does Bigfoot exist? The question is, why have we never been able to determine its existence beyond all of these first-hand, second-hand sightings? How have we had all of these accounts of this thing happening across generations, across hundreds and hundreds of years, across, civilizations rising and falling? How have we been telling stories of beast men, ape men, things like that? And it's just nothing is there, and we just cannot verify it. That's a good mystery. That's a good not conspiracy, but that's a good thing to question, as opposed to how does Bigfoot sustain itself? How does Bigfoot stay hidden? I mean, wow.
What if Sasquatch isn't hiding at all?
There's all kinds of stories of woodland creatures everywhere, including Europe. That's what I'm talking about. Like, the folklore exists. Like, there's a phenomenon that exists across the wealth of human consciousness, the consciousness cloud, if you will, that stokes these supernatural beliefs. And that, to me, is a more interesting mystery. Where does consciousness come from? Where does that manifest in the collective consciousness? How does the collective consciousness exist? How does it manifest? What's it made of? Those are cool questions. Not how the fuck does Bigfoot teleport? What's his secret energy source?
What if it simply exists on a frequency that we aren't allowed to?
Frequency. Why the fuck is it always about frequency? You don't understand what that means.
Access. Now, just a quick pause before we get into the insane physics of all this. I was...
Insane physics? I mean, sure. Yeah, pretty insane. They would be pretty insane if we were going to start applying physics to this.
Recently looking through my YouTube analytics, and I realized that over 63% of you who regularly watch aren't subscribed. If you're enjoying these deep dives...
And then he goes into the same fucking meta shit? What? Some try to link Bigfoot to Neanderthals and giant skeleton stories found in the U.S., part of USA folklore. Yeah, it's usually attributed to an offshoot of the hominid species.
And you want to support what we do here. It would mean the absolute world to me and the Cabin in the Woods team if you would hit that subscribe button and notification bell. It really does help to keep the channel and the research alive. Thanks very much. Part 1.
See, and this is again, since we're taking a meta look at this channel, again, I feel like this gives this guy more credibility. It gives him more leeway to be deluded and us look at this and be like, wow, he's deluded, and not think that he's doing this maliciously, because he's not talking about a product that he's selling when he's doing the typical plug for his channel. He did the meta thing. He did the thing where he's like, oh, you know, I just noticed that 60% of you aren't subscribed. Like that's a thing that a lot of creators do. It's just kind of like boilerplate for a video sometimes. It trends up and down. But he's not saying that he's like offering a newsletter. He's not selling courses. He's not selling branded eDNA kits, you know, at exorbitant prices. He's just saying like, hey, you know, if you guys like the content, subscribe. Helps out the channel. Like that's so cool. It makes me feel better for the hope of mankind when, yes, we can be looking at things in a way that might make people think that we're crazy, or that's like, you know, not scientifically sound, but the approach isn't with malice, and it's not with scamming people in mind, and that's kind of cool. Not something that you see regularly these days anymore.
The trail of silenced science. If we're going to understand how a massive, deeply elusive Sasquatch simply vanishes into thin air, we've got to start asking different and sometimes uncomfortable questions. It's time to stop looking exclusively at standard biology and widen the net. It's time to start looking at physics, specifically the kind of physics that seems to get people silenced. We're told that physics has rigid rules. You can't create energy from nothing. You can't bypass thermodynamics.
No, you're saying that their very existence violates the laws of physics, and that's why these people, the researchers, were offed. That's what we're saying. No, that's not how that works, my friend.
But history is littered with brilliant minds who proved otherwise and paid the ultimate price for it. Now that sounds
no. Wait, whoa. You got to give at least one example. I'm sorry. Who uprooted the entire field of science and then was assassinated for it? Like, I mean, maybe in like Bible days, but that is not a modern thing. I mean, I guess maybe if you believe the conspiracy theories. Bigfoot got that free energy. Yeah, he's got quantum entanglement abilities, and he can like teleport and shit. That's how he avoided being videotaped.
I promise it's not an exaggeration, as you're about to see. Let's look at Stanley Meyer. To his neighbors in Ohio, Meyer was a tinkerer and a dreamer, but in the 1980s and 90s, he became a local legend. He claimed that he'd invented a water fuel cell. This wasn't just a battery, it was a device that used acoustic resonance to fracture water into hydrogen and oxygen, using incredibly low energy. He was literally splitting water with sound and frequency, and he wasn't hiding in a basement while he did it.
I don't know enough about the project to know whether or not whatever he's saying is true. Nikola Tesla, we don't know if he was assassinated.
Either. He was out driving a retrofitted dune buggy.
There are people that we know were assassinated.
Giving interviews to local news stations,
especially for their work,
and drawing the intense attention of both Wall Street and the Pentagon.
Wasn't Alan Parsons one of those? Was it Alan Parsons? I don't think he was assassinated. Didn't he die in a fire? Didn't this guy? No, this guy got poisoned.
He was a man who genuinely believed he was about to free the world from fossil
fuels died
forever.
In a fire.
He was loud and he was proud, and he was getting results. Then came March the 20th, 1998. While dining at a Cracker Barrel with two potential foreign investors, Meyer took a sip of cranberry juice, and then suddenly ran out into the parking lot, fell to his knees, and allegedly uttered his final words. Quote, "They poisoned me."
cranberry juice is like, I think, used to hide cyanide or arsenic or something. I forget what it is, but one of those is supposed to like not have a taste in cranberry juice. Isn't that weird?
The official coroner's report stated he died of a cerebral aneurysm, but the physical...
There you go. I mean, unless you like, I know that government officials would probably have claws that extend as far to like the coroner's office, but enough lines in a chain would there'd be a leak somewhere. So if this guy had died under mysterious circumstances and the government was trying to cover it up, eventually there'd be a leak that people are not reliable. People follow their own agendas sometimes, and they have their own ideals and values and shit that cause them to go against whatever the established power structure is that they're a part of, and there would just be a leak somewhere.
Prototypes for his revolutionary engine and his detailed irreplaceable blueprints. Well,
I mean, I don't doubt it. I think that if they were good at hiding something like that, they would have covered every base.
They vanished, leaving his family devastated and his legacy in pieces. Meyer was a pioneer because he looked at this massive, frustrating, broken system, and he decided to find a transparent solution that actually worked.
Some strangely libertarian talk right there.
And that reality of broken systems is something we deal with every single day. Not just in fringe physics either, but in our own lives. I want to share a quick story with you guys. A few years ago, a fellow investigator, I'm not going to give his name for privacy reasons, but a guy I know was doing field work deep in the bush when he picked...
That always lends credibility to it. I can't say his name for protective purposes, security purposes, so just going to make sure to tell this story in as sensational a way as possible.
Picked up this severe tick bite. Within a couple of weeks, he had these terrifying neurological symptoms, tremors, crushing fatigue, serious brain fog that never seemed to go away. He tried to navigate the standard medical system to get the help he needed, spent hours on hold, bounced from...
You're just detailing, and this is like probably a ZocDoc, some ZocDoc, because that's trending for ad reads. I guarantee you this is like some kind of sponsorship deal, some bullshit.
One clinic to another, only to be told that the soonest he could see a specialist who actually took his insurance was 9 weeks away. The system wasn't designed to heal him urgently.
I know this isn't advertising.
It was designed to put him in a queue. It was basically a brick wall of bureaucracy, and I just couldn't believe it when I heard this story. And while he waited, his health completely deteriorated. Permanent effects to this ordeal. Systematic gatekeeping like that, guys, that's exactly why Cabin in the Woods exists, why our work here is so important.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. Whew, I was afraid there. It was sounding kind of concerning that he was about to tell a sob story and then advertise for something like ZocDoc.
We aim to bypass gatekeepers, basically. And it's also why I'm incredibly selective about who we partner with here on the channel.
No, he is doing an advertisement.
Family to support, and funding these deep dive investigations takes real heavy resources. Sponsorships are basically what keep the lights on for...
No!
But I made a promise to you guys a while back to only partner with companies and products and tools that I genuinely...
Shut up!
Tools that tear down...
Why are you taking an hour to explain why you're partnering with somebody? Just do what all the other fucking people do and read a goddamn ad copy.
Brick walls and give power back to you. That's exactly why I personally use ZocDoc.
He did it! He did the thing I was afraid he was gonna do! He did the thing! I just said it was so great that he's not gonna do this. Oh my god. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Don't fucking trust middlemen. Don't trust middlemen. Do not give money to a service that puts you in contact with somebody that you could just get in contact with yourself. Don't buy these services. Don't buy a service that is just a middleman. Don't fucking do that. Intermediaries can go fuck themselves. Sales positions can go fuck themselves.
And why I'm proud they're sponsoring today's episode. Believe it or not, guys, I used to be a competitive and
goddamn dude.
And things in life. You tell yourself you've dealt with worse. You tell yourself
can
it's
you fucking
manageable,
believe?
Just the power. I found you can filter by actual people who.
Holy fucking shit, dude! Hang on, I'm gonna count how long this ad read was.
Was 9 weeks away. He tried to navigate the surgical symptoms. Got this severe. I'm not gonna give his name in our own lives.
I'm not gonna give the name of the guy who I literally just made up for this story for privacy reasons because I'm unimaginative and because I use AI to create my fucking merchandise, I can't be bothered to actually make up a name. Oh, he's losing so many points so quickly. No! No, I thought we were good. I thought, what the fuck? Six minutes! This ad read goes on for 6 minutes! How much do you think that you get paid for the, like, you get paid a certain amount? They usually have tiers for, like, however, whatever, like, the prices and things like that for sponsorships. And you can choose, okay, I'll do a 2-minute ad for $300, or I'll do a, you know, it's maybe like $100 a minute. I don't know. I don't know what the scales are. Everywhere's different. But, like, how much are they fucking paying you if you're doing a 6-minute ad read? In a 42-minute video, you're doing 6 fucking minutes for ZocDoc? You had to have gotten paid like $1,000, 600 maybe, on the low end. God damn, dude. God damn. I'll do a 6-minute ad read. And I ain't gonna dress it up like it's something that I actually use. Go fuck yourself.
Video, and for finding a better way forward with our health. All right, let's look at
yeah,
our
it's
next
this company.
scientific
It's this fucking company.
Dr. Eugene Malov. My
Stop.
background is that
When did ZocDoc become a company? Become a company. 2007. How long has your channel been going? What's your oldest video, huh? What's your oldest video, you son of a... 3 years ago. Okay, fine. Okay. So you could have been using ZocDoc, but I fucking doubt it.
that of an engineer.
6 years later, the scientific community lost Eugene Malov. Malov wasn't a fringe theorist working out of a garage somewhere.
With 2 degrees in aeronautical and astronautical engineering from MIT.
He's making fun of Alan Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. He's making fun of them summoning a demon in their garage. Don't you dare. Don't you let the mainstream media fool you. Alan Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard did summon the Moon Child. I think was what it was supposed to be called. The Moon Child. If that's not what it's called, then they summoned a Moon Child, alright?
And a science doctorate
Don't
in
doubt
environmental
them.
health sciences, air pollution, control engineering, and aerosol physics from Harvard University.
And he was the chief science writer for the MIT News Office. He was a father, a deeply principled journalist, and the founder of Infinite Energy magazine. Malov became a highly visible, very vocal proponent of cold fusion. He actually resigned from his prestigious job at MIT
Fallout technology. Fuck yeah.
in protest, claiming the institution had deliberately altered data to discredit cold fusion. He made frequent media appearances and dedicated his life to exposing what he saw as the scientific establishment's systemic suppression of clean energy research. He was preparing to publish a massive, heavily researched report to finally blow the lid off this suppressed data. He'd been working on it for years, but he never got the chance.
Yeah. I don't see that as being... What the fuck does this have to do with Bigfoot? I guess is my question. I don't see this being outside the realm of belief that a person would be assassinated because they were developing clean energy. Yeah, government doesn't like to be having money taken out of its coffers. Okay, sure. That I can wrap my head around. But how does this fucking relate to Bigfoot? Is it because it says Bigfoot's hidden energy source? He wants to talk to us about the physics of it, and then he's talking about cold fusion and using like water like for energy. What the fuck does this have to do with fucking Bigfoot, good sir?
In May 2004, Malov was found brutally beaten to death outside his childhood home.
It escalates from Bigfoot to free energy real fast. Yeah,
random
but
robbery
and where
gone
does it
wrong.
come back?
Or consider the devastating story of Amy Eskridge, born in Huntsville, Alabama, literally known as the Rocket City because of its deep ties to NASA and defense contractors. Eskridge was a brilliant interdisciplinarian and the president of the Institution for Exotic Science. She wasn't just a theorist either. She was a deeply passionate visionary, actively working on
This, I guess, kind of discounts all of the other work that's currently being done for sustainable energy. I guess maybe the efforts were repressed in order to do that. I don't. I feel like it comes back to an invitation to invest in a secret free energy engine. Maybe to power Bigfoot. You know, maybe he needs to be powered up, and then we'll be able to see him again. Who knows?
Anti-gravity technologies and exploring the physical realities of zero-point energy. She had a profound vision for humanity's place in the cosmos and was reportedly preparing to present.
These conspiracy theorists always go back to zero-point energy for some reason. That's how we built the pyramids. Don't know if you guys knew that. That's how the aliens helped us build the pyramids.
Foundational new work regarding advanced propulsion to the world. But instead, in June 2022, the 34-year-old scientist suddenly died. While the official narrative ruled her death a suicide, whispers within the aerospace and intelligence communities paint a far more sinister picture. Claims have surfaced, including explosive allegations from a retired intelligence officer, that she was actively targeted with directed energy weapons by a private aerospace contractor. She became yet another pioneer of exotic physics, silenced before her work could fundamentally change our understanding.
But we don't know for sure. I think this is the woman who claimed that she was being attacked by directed energy weapons. So I don't know if that's, like, verifiable.
Of reality. A poisoned inventor from Ohio, a murdered physicist from MIT, a brilliant aerospace researcher in Huntsville.
But none of these losses mean that that research stopped. We're still like all that work. It's not just gone. Like you had the specs literally like right on the screen for the water engine. Like it's not, none of that. It wasn't all just lost to time. Like they just some elements of the research may have disappeared in whatever rifling through, you know, like government officials might have done because of whatever like compartmentalized information they might have needed back. Sure. But it's not like nothing comprehensive, like they're developing clean energy and therefore they are assassinated so that the government can hide any elements of clean energy coming out. There's still research and testing and studies being done on clean energy as we speak. Since the ability to study it and develop methods to replicate it have been established, we've been studying it. Are you getting microwaved by the government? I don't think that she was being, sadly. I think because people in positions like that have a lot of pressure on them and stress is very high and quality of life is often very low. Life can be often pretty solitary for people who are doing that high level of work. Even if you're like married and have kids, you spend probably no time at home. And so it's easy for mental breaks to happen. I'm surprised it doesn't happen to more doctors, to be honest. Well, you get paid enough to, you know, have a bit of a higher quality of life, so that might be what the dealio is to that.
She became.
So yeah, I definitely don't want to watch all 45 minutes of this, but I think we got a good cross-section of this guy's channel established and reacted to, and I have wanted to do that for a while now, and I've got a long list of people that I'm just putting into long-form videos, so I wasn't able to really, like, you know, put him in there because I don't really mind what he does, because he's not, like, just a straight-up grifter. He does put an advertisement, a 6-minute advertisement in his videos, which I don't know if I can support. Damn, dude. Let's check out. I'm gonna see if one of his other videos has such a long ad read. Here, this is for
I'm about to
ZocDoc
show you
again.
the shocking truth with all of you very soon here on the channel, so make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss it. I made lifelong friends on this trip and gained some really deep and meaningful, or it's not something I take lightly in a trip to the US. So if you're American or traveling to America, investigator was doing field work deep in It was a fantastic trip, and some other excellent research. Hey guys, I recently went looking for Sasquatch with Survivorman, Les Stroud, and some other excellent researchers.
Okay, so 6 minutes 45.
It was a fantastic trip, and I'm honestly so excited to share it with all of you very soon here on the channel. So
that's a different hat. That hat looks more velvety.
Make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss it. and made
So it's
lifelong
wrapped up in
friends on
his
this trip.
call to action, which is actually pretty ethical. Like that's pretty cool. I like that is the way that he's choosing to bring it up. That's pretty cool.
And those lava tube entrances began to see these reclassifications. Areas that were once open for mining and exploration.
Oh shit!
The
Oh shit! Okay.
This brings us to July 1924. A place.
So that was, what was that? That was 6 minutes 45 to 9 minutes. Wow. Okay, half the time. Hell yeah, dude. Hell fucking yeah, man. Hell fucking yeah. Good job, my dude. Good job. You did good. See, damn, this guy's making me like him. So that's what I'm talking about. This is why he doesn't get an expose because he doesn't need to be exposed. He's doing actual work. Like yes, he might just be as much of a wackadoo as the other guys, but the pipeline is very, very, very clear on this guy. Like just in general, he had an event that happened to him that he calls unexplainable. He grew up believing in Bigfoot. Clearly, his dad believes in Bigfoot. So he's got 2 generations of conditioning in him that lead him to believe in Bigfoot when something unexplained happens that points to, as he sees it, Bigfoot. Totally understandable. And he goes on to YouTube, starting out doing tutorial videos on how to maintain your work boots. He's not doing the grift. He uses AI, yes, he uses AI a little bit for his thumbnails and for his merchandise. That's slop. I don't support that. But he's not like pushing his merch all the time. I don't see him talking constantly about people buying his, clothing items. If anything, maybe he's just ashamed that like he doesn't have the talent or ability to create these things, and he just does that because he needs to sell something, to support the channel. And then he just asks for people subscribing, and that's it. Like he's not pushing something. When he does an ad read and he does it for 6 minutes, I freak out about it and I say that that's really stupid. But then the next video that we watch where he does it, it's only 3 minutes long. It's what you love to see, That's a good quality human being so far. Like we haven't determined that he's a piece of shit. We found no conclusive proof. And usually these guys have red flags staring you right in the face. And this guy doesn't appear to have been doing that. I think that's cool. How do you justify the existence of Photoshop and CGI? How do you justify the existence of it? Why does it matter what tools he used? It doesn't matter to me. But I know that AI slop is not typically looked well upon. So it doesn't matter to me, it matters to other people. It matters to people who are viewing his content. And typically, the people who look at this kind of stuff look at these people as like grifters or scammers or wackadoos or whatever. And I'm just saying that doesn't appear to be doing any of that. And usually the use of AI slop is pretty indicative of their intent to cut corners or be lazy or not pay artists. So we're just using the signifiers that typically point out a certain type of person. And he just doesn't happen to be that type of person. Sorry, my broadcast died. Broadcast died. Here we are again. No, I'm back. I've returned. All right. Well, I think that was... did you flip out about CGI not paying artists or photographers not paying targets? You mean subjects? Usually you get permission from someone, or you actually are paying subjects. And when CG exists, what do you propose that people do as an alternative? Like if you can't achieve something with practical effects, And sure, there are people who do the scummy thing and use only CGI and do it so that they can cut corners, but obviously it's usually pretty, I mean, you know that it's more expensive than hiring like a practical artist, right? Oftentimes. So I don't know what point you're trying to make. You could pay an artist to replicate instead of copy paste. Copy paste what though? What are you copy pasting? It really depends on the subject matter. And who's copy pasting what? What are you talking? I think you're identifying stances that I'm not taking here. You could pay a scribe to copy a book instead of Xerox. So? Not when you mass produce something. And some people still do that. Some people hand reproduce their books because it gives it like a more artistic and artisanal flair. Again, I don't know what point you're trying to make, Raw One. I think you're just trying to start an argument where there isn't one. I didn't say that I give a shit about AI at all. I just said that he uses AI slop, and that can usually be seen as a type of channel that doesn't put effort into their shit. So again, I don't know what you're saying here. Nor does it matter. The stream is ending for the day. I will be back tomorrow at, I would say 9. You have 2 slops. What does that mean? Saying that I've used AI? I definitely have used AI. I don't shy away from that. I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure what point it is that you're trying to make. I don't think that I said anything definitive that I have an opinion on whether I support AI slop or not. So I don't know what your point is, what stance it is that you're trying to take against something that I don't know that I said. Anywho, have a good one, guys. I'm gonna go eat some fried chicken sandwiches. Oh yes, that's fucking right. And I know I keep saying that I'm gonna show up in the evening again, but I hope the extended stream was good enough to kind of like, I don't know, help with that. I don't know. I'm sure Skippy probably has stuff to say about AI, and I'm sure Cynical probably has stuff to say about AI. So you guys go ahead and talk about. Well, no, the stream's ending, so I guess you guys can't talk about it, but maybe tomorrow. All right, have a good one. Thank you so much.